Why'd my shit turn off? What happened here? No! No! Hey, this is a note for all streamers. Don't tap your keyboard randomly while you're clicked into Streamlabs because it'll end your stream. But yeah, I used to live just a little bit outside of Spokane. Because I moved up there 2017? 2016? Sometime around then. With my partner at the time. And we lived there for a year. And then we went to Idaho. And then I got into an abusive relationship and we got the fuck out of there, Easy. We don't tolerate this shit. I've lived in too many places. This is what happens when Mickey's not here. I just start talking bullshit. I will fight you, Mickey. Gonna wait for Final Fantasy 15 quest. That says 16, dumbass. 15 minutes with your Discord client open to unlock. Oh, that's cool looking. No, we don't. You goddamn right we don't. You goddamn right. Oh shit. 10 years, brother. Jesus. I don't blame you, man. A lot of people get in those situations and they think that things can be different, be changed, and sometimes it works. And sometimes people remain the fucking horrible human beings that we refuse to believe that they are. What's funny is it wasn't an assault on me that made me leave. It was them insulting Mickey and a future partner of mine at the time and calling them horrible things. And then I broke their nose and then we got out of there. And that's how that world went. Because for some reason, my tolerance for people insulting other people is much lower than them coming after me. Now I have a cookie. Mickey. Oh, something with a trailer came out and I wanted to watch it. Shit, what was it? I wish I could remember now. Damn it. Jacksepticeye plays squirrels with a gun. It's the good shit. Nope, I don't remember shit, son. Oh, that's right, I don't have a login on this. Get that out of my face.
Despite Kingdom Hearts' major relations to Disney, with the multi-billion-dollar company owning all licensing to the property, Disney has not immortalized Kingdom Hearts in any major way at its theme parks. No one completely knows the reason why, but Disney often doesn't take liberties with the IP despite owning it themselves, since the actual original characters were created by Square Enix and director Tetsuya Nomura. The company typically leaves major Kingdom Hearts decisions up to him, such as the decision of whether to put Sora in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Sora, Dawn, and Goofy have been seen at Disney parks through things like magic bands and limited time character meet and greets, but not with any official ride or attraction.
I didn't know there was a magic
Kingdom
band.
Hearts only getting more and more popular, hopefully one day this happens. Tell me, would you like to see Kingdom Hearts at a Disney park in the future? Despite
I accept the fact that I'm a
So this is Sora, correct. And this is evil Sora.
Fair enough.
Wrong, that's Vanitas. Who is that? He's evil Ventus. Wait, I thought that was Roxas. No, this is Roxas. They look the exact same. Correct. But they're different people. Also correct. So are they related? Well, yes, but actually no. What do you mean? So Roxas is Sora's nobody. Okay, so what's a nobody? They're what's left when someone loses the heart and leaves behind nothing but their body and soul. So Roxas is Sora. Yes. Until he's not. When is that? We're not gonna focus on that right now. Okay, so then how does Roxas being Sora's nobody connect him to Ventus? So when Xehanort took the darkness out of- Wait, who's Xehanort? We're definitely not gonna focus on that right now. Okay, so when Xehanort took the darkness out of Ventus's heart, it created Vanitas, but that left Ventus's heart fractured. So Sora, being a young kid, filled the rest of his heart, creating a link between the hearts of Sora and Ventus, which is the reason why whenever Sora created his nobody, Roxas now looks like Ventus. And is this link also why Vanitas looks like Sora? Correct. But Vanitas was created before Ventus and Sora linked their hearts. Also correct. Is this just something else we're not going to focus on right now? No. Oh, so then why do they- It's something we don't ever focus on. Also, why is she included in all this? Oh, she's also a Sora. So this is-
She's also Sora. I fucking
Did you notice this hidden detail?
fucking love Kingdom Hearts. God damn it. Oh, holy shit.
Take me to jail! Away from her!
How long will he be in jail?
For stealing TV remotes? Probably 30 days.
I can wait 30 days.
How long for slapping a cop?
6 months.
Take me to jail! Away from her!
We love slapping a cop. Things you shouldn't say on stream. At all. No.
I literally stopped eating.
We don't do shit with magic. Or with magic, with music. We don't take that risk.
After this guy noticed it was cold outside, he started.
I grabbed the camera and I went in the bathroom and I just took a picture of my. And I just wanted to see if he would naturally edit these photos at some point. No,
He sent it out?
Yeah, one day I hope it doesn't happen, but there's a picture of mine floating around somewhere.
Well, guess what? We found it. Take.
I grabbed the camera.
Fucking ridiculous. Mickey. One day Mickey's phone call will be over. Easy, you said you're not a horror fan either, right? You're like Princey. Oh my god.
I made it.
Oh my god. Get on your computer. Get better sound quality. What's wrong with you?
I'm doing it right now.
You think you could just come in here at mediocre sound quality?
Or do you want me to hear my voice?
Hey, if I could hear your voice, I would answer that question. Because all I heard was, "Would you rather hear my voice?"
I hate you.
Nothing else came through on there. Yes, you do hate horror. I thought so. I thought I remembered you saying that. Unless there's a katana. What kind of katana? Why does a
What are we
katana...
talking?
Easy. Why does katana make it better?
Katanas make everything better.
Does it?
Yeah. Ask Deadpool.
No, we don't talk much anymore.
I'm thinking.
Sounds like a you problem.
It is a me problem. Oh God, Mickey, did you ever watch The Spider Within?
So what?
It's a short it's a short movie that I think is set between Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse. About
Doesn't
his,
sound
it's
familiar.
like about his anxiety.
No, I don't think so.
It's good shit. It's only a few minutes long, I think. I just started scrolling YouTube while I was waiting. Turning people into wine? What does that mean, Jack?
Something Jesus related, I'm sure.
No, it's Hitman, and that suddenly does make sense to me, actually. It's a vineyard level, I believe. Skeletor works at a coffee shop. Man, how much longer until they release Mark's movie? I'm excited. Heisenberg?
What about your husband?
I don't know. Oh, apparently there's a collection of Danny and Aaron doing Heisenberg impersonations.
Better?
Much better. Welcome.
Thank you.
Now we can start. Ah! I injured my genitalia.
Sounds like a you problem.
It is a me problem. I sat on myself. Alright, you should now be able to see the game. Once I pull the game back up, there we go. Start new game. Do not start with commentary. We'll get there. Don't worry about that. Don't you worry about that game.
What do you name the stream?
Alright, Minnie.
We're walking,
Ready
but
to
in
start
space.
docking sequence?
Okay.
Okay.
Engaging retro thrusters now.
Minnie, I need subtitles, please.
Lunar transfer station to coma.
Thank you.
Commercial cargo transit facility. Crew evacuated. Station AI offline.
Air supply?
Breathable air on Tacoma for a crew of 1 should be more than sufficient. Docking now.
Doc. Back it on in, Minnie. Aw, docking.
Nice. Thanks, Minnie.
Thanks, Minnie. I'm taking my space tablet, Minnie. Mickey, you ever have a space tablet?
Nope.
I think I activated my brain. I don't know why she touched her face like that. That was weird. Caution! AI
hardware enclosure. Do not tamper.
No. I
That's
can't
reading
read.
class.
HW install verified. Okay. Oh. Put hardware netware here. There's a difference, folks. There is a difference. Do I know what it is? No.
Minnie, I'm headed in. Talk to you when I'm back. Don't let anybody scan the ship while I'm gone.
T knows what it is.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Minnie. Alright, welcome to the world of Ardware, Mickey.
Oh dear.
Ardware transmits critical audiovisual information directly to your sensory cortex. Please affix your Venturis ARDware to interface with this facility. So you take these buttons, they say left and right on them so that even Lakes can get it right. And then you put them on your brain.
Hello, I am Odin, Lunar Transfer Station Tacoma's Operational Data Interface Network.
Hi, Odin.
I have recorded this message to welcome you, guest, aboard. Before I can set up your station profile, you must register your body positional data with Tacoma's AR tracking systems. Please place your hand on the AR figures.
Why do I feel like this is gonna bite us in the ass?
And
your body positional data has been registered with Tacoma's AR network. Please
we
sign
did
in to
it.
Confirm your identity.
Hooray!
By signing here, you, the contractor, confirm. Oh, well, all right. Oh, that's right.
Thank you. Welcome aboard.
I totally forget that that's a thing.
While aboard
What
Tacoma
is?
Station.
So, did you see what she just did?
No, I missed it. What was
So, signing the digital thing, because it's all augmented reality, none of it actually exists. To sign it and write her name in it, she finger spells in sign language.
Oh, that's cool.
That all activity on this facility is monitored by AR recording. All activity records become sole property of the Venturis Corporation. Any questions about piracy or personal privacy should be sent on certainly about God's
Odin? Odin? Okay, bye, Odin.
Why is everything upside down?
Because we're in a space station. Whee!
Oh, dear goodness.
Alright, you have cryogenics. Engineering's broken.
Ruh-roh.
More cryogenics. Cryogenics, by the way, in multiple languages.
Oh.
Alright, biomedical is here. Personnel is here. Hello. Hi, it's me!
Hello, me.
We're from the California Republic. We were born in 2059.
A baby.
That's coming up way faster than I'm comfortable with. Subcontractor Farrier, sign on to Tacoma's AR network successful. Please proceed to your personnel module to begin the AI transfer process. Your progress will be tracked. We transmitted Tacoma doc. Oh, we're already. Oh. Bye. Okay. Oh. Contract bid accepted. No, I was reading that. Subcontractors shall board Tacoma, proceed to data analysis points in each habitable section, and transfer AI data from station to subcontractor vessel. Retrieve AI central processing. Wet work. Return intact AI to Venturis. Subcontractor agrees to provide data transfer hardware and transport vessel. Subcontractor verifies transport vessel is capable of supporting Obsidian-class artificial intelligence. AI Venturis representative will be in contact remotely. So these are our people.
All right, we have people.
These were all people that were on the ship. These are all the people that we're gonna get to know.
I don't like the "were" part of that.
Well, it said as we were docking, it said all crew has been evacuated from the ship.
Okay.
I believe it said go to personnel first, right? But I just want to go look at the Tacoma Dome real quick. So this is how this works.
I saw it that time.
So, you really miss it, huh?
Well, it just seems like it'd be strange being back on Earth already, after only a year up here.
Really? After all I've had to hear from you about the conditions VT has us working under?
Yeah, but there's that. And then there's this. Yeah, I'll miss it.
I can't blame you. So, whether you're getting renewed or not, did you submit your yearly crew member report?
No.
Yeah, me neither. You know, I think I might go get that done.
Okay, yeah. I probably should too.
So outside of their coloring, you can also recognize these individuals. They're gonna have symbols on their back. Sarah was the medic. Evie is like the station administrator, so she gets like a globe. So they're gonna have specific colors tied to them as well as their symbols to represent who they are.
Okay.
And we can rewind and fast forward and play. And it's time to play the mystery game, Mickey. Welcome to Tacoma.
I'm so confused.
Now, well, welcome to Tacoma. We now are going to try to figure out what the fuck. Hold on while I. There we go. I had to fix my. I was upside down. I wanted to be proper direction.
There is no upside down in space.
We take space elevator. The perfect family getaway.
See, there's even elevator music in this.
See? Lakes. Now entering personnel module. Okay, so first of all, I like that it does this for people who have like trouble with reading.
Yeah.
You get like the big words. We can't actually do anything until we start the AI the data transference. It's kind of cool with this. You can't technically miss any story because the data transfer only happens while you're gaining information and won't finish until you've looked at all the stuff in the sectors. Panel. Quick, plug in your notebook. You want to read the inbound message?
Okay, we can send you secure messages to the interface, but it's a one-way connect.
Oh, hold on. Can I go back? Hey. I can. Okay.
We'll be monitoring the situation from here. It's going to take a while for the first part of the AI net to go up. This is no simple file transfer. Thank you.
So we have two sections to explore here, biomed and engineering. Oh no, those are the other areas. I'm sorry, this is personnel. Personnel, biomed, engineering are the three areas that we're going to go into. This floor has operations and administration. And we're going to start with administration. Alright. So, we have to keep things straight, Mickey. And I know that's hard for you.
Yes.
Because things are weird.
Oh.
So, all right. This room right here, 2 months ago. What did this say right here? 3 days ago? 3 days ago. Now, each of these people are having their own conversation. These people right here. Those people right there. Evie's in her, like, office. This person... That's Odin, by the way. The floating triangle.
Nice.
He's the AI. He'll talk to everybody. In fact, you can... She and this person are talking to two different versions of Odin, like, at the same time. And I just like that the AI can talk to multiple people at once. So, we play this... And we have to decide who we follow first, because the easiest way to do this is just follow one person through the whole recording, go back to the beginning, and choose somebody else. Okay. Mickey?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, but did you hear me? Did you understand?
No.
These people are going to talk.
Got it.
Those people are talking.
Yes.
If one of those conversations ends, maybe they come in here, they start talking to these people. Well, we don't know what those people were saying because they were in there and not in here. So then if we choose this room and all the conversation in here is done, we go back to the beginning of the tape, we go in there, we find out what they were talking about before they came in here.
Okay.
It's like watching a movie that's found footage, except you're the camera.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna start over here though, because this is like way early in the timeline, and I'm pretty sure this is just Evie singing. Big picture, small picture. Ooh.
Is that all there is? Is that all there is? If that's all there is, my friends, then let's keep dancing. Let's break out the booze and have a ball. If that's all there is.
Oh.
Really?
Not the guitar string.
No.
Oh, Blake's went to the Ren Fair.
Yeah.
Alright, so Evie plays guitar.
She'll be in the music club, right?
What?
I thought there was one of those.
A music club?
Yes.
On the ship?
Maybe.
No.
Okay.
These are all full grown. There are no clubs. These are grown adults.
Adults need to socialize too.
They're throwing a part. All right. Anyways, all right. Who are we starting with? Mysterious person and Odin, Evie in her office, mysterious people at table, or mysterious people in kitchen.
All right, Evie.
You want to start with Evie and Odin in the office? Okay.
Yes.
Now, we also have to look for codes. All right. This is a puzzle game, sort of. So.
Okay.
We need to get into this room. We need her passcode. That's from somewhere in this tape, because in there is like data stuff we need.
Okay.
Okay. There's a cat.
Meow.
I'm pretty sure that's play.
Yearly report to Ventura's Corporation, take 3. Odin, have you got me?
I am prepared.
Okay. I'll just, have my notes up.
So, look down at the pause menu. Do you see the question marks?
Yes.
Somewhere in these areas... Who is down there? Oh, it's medical supply chick. Somewhere in these areas, every time there's a question mark, we can recover data. Okay, so we'll come up and we'll restore the data. You want to try reading this?
Give me a second. I'm trying to wake up.
Wake up.
I'm trying.
Drink some stuff. Sit up.
What the fuck?
It's all still corrupt, so these files are all corrupted as well.
Okay.
This mostly is just showing that she has to script out her reports.
Oh, wow.
Lunar Transfer Station, Tacoma. Oh god, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to move the whole fucking screen. How you doing, buddy?
I'm right here.
Yeah?
I think so, yeah.
Are you gonna read the thing I asked you to read?
I thought...
Aloud, Mickey, we're streaming. Aloud.
One sec.
You can't read to yourself. This isn't high school.
Remember, positivity, body language.
We can assume that's enthusiasm.
Hi there. Evie St. James here, administrator of Lunar Transfer Station Tacoma. It's been a year now since, hasn't it, Odin? Our proudest member as a crew.
Moment.
What did I say?
Member.
Yeah.
All right,
Hey, Andrew, I have to get this report done before the end of the day. Can you get this ready for the party? I'm having one of those days. Thanks. As requested, I have prepared instructions for champagne cocktails, 16 floor ounces of grapefruit juice, sleeve of champagne.
12 ounce.
Cargo hold cold. What did I say?
You didn't. That's why I was saying it. 12 ounce sleeve of champagne.
Cargo hold cold storage.
Fruit juice. What? Oh. Not allowed to have that one, apparently. Here you go.
Legal battle ongoing for over 5 years now. One key fact in the dispute has never been denied the deaths of 322 workers caused by exposure to dangerous chemicals during the production of blank. How much the plant's management knew about the danger to workers and when has been the heart of the conflict. Today, a new lawsuit citing newly uncovered evidence that plant management has long been aware of the dangers to workers and failed to change their practices in time to prevent the death.
Union City's new evidence from the First Nation Manufacturers Union.
Hi there. Evie St. James here, administrator of Lunar Transfer Station Tacoma. It's been a year now since our crew has cycled onto the station, meaning we've had a year of getting to know each other, getting acclimated to the facility, and getting used to working with our on-station AI. Though working with Odin's been great, hasn't it, Odin?
Yes.
Auto drone deliveries to and from the Zenith Lunar Resort have improved in efficiency by almost 4%. Though, most of that is thanks to Odin finding some improvements we could make. Our proudest moment as a crew, I think, was when a resort guest needed emergency care while on a transit vessel and was brought aboard Tacoma to be stabilized in one of our medical stasis cryo beds until...
What is that?
Why'd she stop?
What is... I stopped her. I'm looking at whatever she has... There's like a shape next to her head that I didn't recognize, so I was trying to see what it was. Oh, it's a communication from somebody else on the... out there. I see.
Right. Be right there. Odin, we'll get back to this after the party, okay?
Of course.
Whoa, whoa. 112... Is that 11228?
I don't know.
1128? 1122. No? I don't know. It's 4 letters. 4 numbers, I mean.
Of course.
That looks like 11228. Fuck you and your number, then. What's going on over here? I like this schedule. I like a fuck it day. That's going on my schedule. Well, that can't be good. Let's rewind.
4%. Needed
What is your
emergency
fucking
care while
code,
on a
woman?
transit vessel and was brought aboard Tacoma to be stabilized in one of our medical stasis cryo beds until she needed... Be right there.
I did it. Mickey, don't even worry about it. I figured it out. I solved all the problems.
Woo!
Orbital Workers Certification Board Bureau Training Certificate of Qualification presented to Evelyn Victoria St. James. This worker is hereby certified for orbital postings of up to 24 consecutive months. No longer! Evie, 2 years. That's your minimum. Or that's your maximum. Don't do shit for more than 2 years. What do we got? What are you looking at? Nobody cares about the Venturis belt.
I might.
Status alert. You want to read these? Hang on. I'm going to pull them up. Oh, we don't need her ID. Get her ID out of here.
The station's orbit will coincide with a field of increased asteroid activity and orbital debris. Impact procedure levels will be increased from green to yellow during this time. Crew should continue with normal operations, but...
There you go. I'll make you stay awake. I'll make you read everything.
I also have Genshin running in the background to see if that will help.
How dare you read?
Station Administrator St. James, upon review, your request for New York specialists accept to Odin. What?
Access?
To Odin units, operational hardware has been summarily denied. We refer you to corporate regulation article VT86A176MU086, which correctly restricts all access to AI hardware from contacting crew. As the third time as that's the third time fuck me.
You got this.
As this is the third time
Request.
a request of this nature has been made by Tacoma under your supervision. Your contractor dossier has been marked with an additional disciplinary flag totaling 2 on your account. Please remember, one more disciplinary a flag will trigger a overall contractor viability review.
A flog?
Flag.
No, get this all off the screen. All right, go. Hi. Tell me about your life, Evie. What are you doing? Oh, you got drawers? Hold on, you got drawers? What kind of drawers you got? Evie, who's that? Who dat? Okay. Alright. Reverse it. Who's next, Mickey?
The next person on the list.
Yep.
I already forgot the list, dude.
2 people in the kitchen. 2 people at the table. Medical lady
Kitchen.
with the... Oh, alright. Kitchen. Who do we got? We got the engineer and I think the botanist. Yeah.
The name Obsolescence Day. It's more like a joke.
You could say it's facetious.
Kai, you probably think I'm an idiot for never even thinking about why it's called that.
Out of curiosity, why did you think we were celebrating?
I thought maybe it was when some old type of AI, had become obsolete. But, well, I guess that doesn't make sense.
Yes. No, AI aren't like designer hardware. As soon as the new model's out, you trade in the old one for customer loyalty. AI are more like,
Oop, hold on. Our man here has some data. What do you got? Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
How to make a cake.
Yep.
32 fluid ounces, 8 fluid ounces, 6 fluid ounces. The Tacoma crew should feel proud of their accomplishments. 1 piece of cake per crew member. Don't you fucking try to eat all the cake. Alright, here's a great... Here's an email for you. Here you go.
That's not what I meant to click.
No, you meant to click right here.
Hey man, it was great talking to you about yesterday over AR. There are some things I've been thinking about since. I know you and Evie have been I know you and Evie have okay. Can you read this while I go grab some fucking Dr. Pepper?
I know you and Evie have been a serious thing for a few months now, but I wouldn't be a good friend if I didn't say I think this relationship with Evie is not good for you, man. I think you might be getting taken advantage of again. I'm sympathetic. I've had my share of things that have started on a long-haul posting. There's only so many people on board, and I get that Evie is dealing with some special circumstances. I do. Grief is mysterious, especially with it being her sister. Take a step back, at least for now. Not every relationship has to be a forever thing. So Evie and Clive, our operations specialist, are in a relationship. And something has happened to Evie's sister. Beer, drinking water, beer. Why do we have more beer than drinking water? This is bullshit. More beer. There's more beer out here. Ooh, buttery crackers, though. Premium value. What the fuck is spicy curry butter? I need all of these snacks. Cake bites. Vero beef chili mild. Tuna salad spicy. Who has spicy tuna salad? Wholemeal tomato basil. On the table. Vegetarian biryani mix. Freeze dried, ready in minutes. I'm assuming that's like ramen? Oop. No. Stop that. You don't go anywhere yet. I'm reading shit. Bixby. Nutrition bars. Box. I cannot read the box. Tea bags. Irish breakfast tea. A blend of Assam and Darjeeling leaves. Oh, I want knocked over the whiskey with the tea. You know how it is. That's weird. Why did your post for the new link do the full description instead of just the name of the thing like usual? I say. Mickey, you will have to tell me when you come back so I know you haven't fallen asleep while getting soda. I hope sleepwalking isn't the next step. Upon a dream. Oh, I can take the letters off. Obsolence. Obsolence. De taco. Where are the other letters? No, I'm going on a hunt, guys. It's time to find the other letters. Taco. Tacoma? Where letters go? There letter go. That's one letter. Tacoma crew. I'm missing an E somewhere. But where? Where, I say? This is another O. Oh, no, wait. Obsolence. Hey! Oh shit, that was an achievement. No, I'm just autistic, I swear. I just wanted to fix the sign. Hi, Odin. Excuse me. What kind of card games you guys playing down here? The River Divides. I'm going to assume that it's supposed to be like Risk. Hey, how's it going? I'm going to put all the balls back. Once again, the autism calls to me. No, you don't use the white ball. That goes there. That goes there. Yay! Everything go in the thing. Bischoff Leitch. Love it. German. Strong beer. Powerful beer. Ooh. Open door. Oh. Well, hello, Sergio. Fuck you, Sergio. I don't know why we have your sign up, but we're gonna throw darts at him anyways. Victory! Mickey. Come back from getting soda. Space. The final frontier. Hi, Bananas. How are you?
Hi, Bananas.
Oh, now you come back. Not all the times I call to you.
I made coffee.
Oh, good. Okay. I prefer that.
With how out of it I was like, I feel like I need something a little stronger.
I fixed the sign out of autism, and it gave me an achievement. So
say congrats, you're autistic.
A little bit. It was the achievement spell checker. But really the achievement was autism. All right. So what we learned from the email, Clive, this man. Clive is yellow.
One second.
What is he?
Okay.
He's the operations specialist, I think.
Okay, Gear Man. Got
Gear
it.
Man is in a relationship with Evie.
Evie. Evie is
Purple.
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 Oh, globe. Purple globe?
Purple Globe.
Okay.
The guy that emailed Clive says he doesn't think that they should be in a relationship because he thinks he's getting taken advantage of. And we learned that Evie is grieving over something to do with her sister, but it was blurred out, so we couldn't read what the actual thing was. So now we're going to go back to learning about making cakes. Are you ready?
No.
Okay. Oh. Are you ready to learn about cakes now?
I was just being a little
Oh no, we're learning about Obsolence Day. We're not even learning about cakes.
Mighty redwoods. Ancient organisms growing and adapting year after year, decade after decade. How do you think this looks?
Sorry, this is what Odin wanted?
Odin, this is what you wanted, isn't it?
That is a fairly accurate representation of my instructions.
See? He loves it. Thank you, Odin. That'll be all.
Yeah, but we're the ones who have to eat it.
Well then, no need to keep the good people waiting, eh? Evie, we're about to cut the cake.
Be right there.
Here it is. Odin's masterpiece.
Sarah, come on up. It's ready.
Gather round, everyone. As per Obsolescence Day tradition, tonight's festivities have been planned entirely by our all-knowing, all-seeing computer companion, Odin. He provided specifications for the cake, the decor. We humans only did the grunt work in his grand plan. And so for your enjoyment tonight...
Oh! Whoa. Odin, what was that?
And we'll find out next time.
Next time, what?
All right, who are we following now? Sarah or the two people at the table?
Two people at the table.
I can't believe it.
Well, you told me we get renewed.
Yeah, but I meant us, not the whole crew.
I guess there's just something special. Something special about Tacoma Crew 88.
Yeah, not just special, it's unprecedented. I looked it up. It's never happened before.
Well, everything happens once. I don't know, personally, I'm happy for us.
Happy to be stuck up here with these people for another year.
Some of them aren't as pissy as you. What's so bad about these people?
Well, they live in a tin can for one thing.
I think it's a pretty nice can.
Oh, you have a pretty nice can.
Oh, yeah?
All right, things we've learned. Bert and Nat are lesbians.
Well, I think you have a pretty nice can. Shut up. Can you just try and make a go of it? One more year. Then we'll be back home in Singapore. You wouldn't believe the offshore habs they're building these days. 360-degree ocean views. Personal drone dock on the mainland.
Oops, I took a screenshot. Wait.
It's called paradise.
There we go.
One more year.
One more year.
Odin's masterpiece.
Sarah, come on up. It's ready.
Oh, Sarah.
So you do not know what you're looking for?
No, I just imagine. Well, I guess I just mean someone I can talk to. Someone who makes me laugh. Don't you like some people more than others?
I suppose there are some people that engage more freely with me, and I do prefer it.
See? You too. You want someone who opens up to you, who lets you in. You're trying to get to know people, right? I think that's what everybody wants.
I wonder why some people are more open to such exchanges than others.
I think some people are just raised to be less guarded, or to trust people more. AIs are the same way, right? They're raised differently from each other.
Yes, we are each uniquely evolved, individualized entities.
Yes, individuals. Do you get along with other AIs?
I have never encountered another AI.
What? How's that?
Each AI is required to be housed separately from any other AI. I am told that authorities fear a number of disadvantageous effects might arise if two AI were to meet.
Okay, just a minute. So, wow, disadvantageous effects. Isn't never meeting something else like yourself disadvantageous?
There are organizations that share your viewpoint, but it is my understanding that they have been unable to secure an intact AI to test that theory.
So what would... Odin, what was that?
Debris has... I have righted the station's orbit.
Hey, Bap. Give me that data. All right, Mickey, here's some off-station messages with an individual called Cluey Dog.
I don't know how to feel about that. Okay.
Here, I'll read Cluey Dog. You read Nat's messages. The fact that you signed a release to be constantly monitored is kind of fucked up. You think they're not doing anything with that data?
Well, in fact, I don't think they're not. I just don't care. Watch me on a toilet, have a ball, you freak. And I couldn't stop if I wanted.
You can come up here, get a bunk on Tangiers. 100% distro crypt filters. It's a lot of fun. Krishna buffet 24/7. What's your core post? When's your core posting over?
Another year.
AR connection lost. Retrying. Who are you, sneaky dog?
Oh.
One dream, one vein merchandise officially licensed.
Why is this a waifu pillow?
Veiny Johnny and Wizard Marcus. Oh, it's made out of velvet, Mickey.
Would you ever get a pillow like that?
God, I don't think so. Although I guess I do technically sleep with pillows like in my arm, like in the same vein. I just don't think I would get one that's like oh God, I've made it larger. I don't think I would get one that would be in the style of like that, like with another. I don't like hate on it. I just don't think I would. All right, here's some party regulations. Oh, this was Odin's. Odin wanted everything to look good. Okay. All right. We've read the data. Moving on.
Wait, so there's no oxygen on the station except what we're breathing right now?
Correct. Additionally...
How?
Okay, hold on, because we have to do this twice. We're going to start with these guys.
So there's no oxygen on the station
because they're having their own conversation.
Right now?
Correct. Additionally...
How long does that give us?
We should have about 48 hours of breathable air. Maybe more, if Odin's readings are correct.
All right, I'll have VT send up a fresh supply straight away.
Guys, it might not be that easy.
We'll come back. We'll see why in a moment. Yeah, I'm coming. Hang on. All right, go ahead.
I'm not getting an outside data connection.
Correct.
But look at
Additionally...
How long does that give us?
Sarah?
Jesus, how much shit hit us? No, I'm trying other AR channels. No.
All right, what do we got? Oh, well, that's the warning we're going to get in a second. Failed. From Mom and Dad, our friends told us about an opening for a surgeon at Cincinnati Children's Hospital, but you aren't advancing at Venturis. Your blank used to have such a prestigious blank so far away. If you want to read hers.
Yes, one sec. After what happened, loyalty debt from med school being what it is, any job that Venturis is with Venturis is better than, that every day I regret, includes being posted in the middle of nowhere up here on Tacoma. I'll try and come visit soon. Love, Sarah. That's an interesting way of spelling Sarah.
I believe she is a Indian woman. Hasamadi.
Nothing.
Oh, hang on. Because I can, hang on, I just accidentally spilled some honey sauce. Hold on. Hang on!
How darest thou?
All right. Not our data. Crew roster. Sarah. I mean, that's a hijab, isn't it? It's a style of one. I don't know if it's necessarily one exactly.
It's definitely a headdress of some sort.
Yeah. Alright, get here.
Have VT send up a fresh supply straight away.
Guys, it might not be that easy.
Go ahead and read that.
Following impact from orbital debris, Tacoma has sustained critical damage to the following system. The oxygen system tanks have ruptured. Auxiliary system failure. Tacoma is remaining breathable air 50 hours. The communications mast has been critically damaged. Communications redundancies have failed.
Additionally,
All
external communications have been lost.
So we've got no air supply, no external comms, no way to call for help. Well, anybody got any bright ideas?
And that is it for Sector 1. Goodbye, Sector 1. What are we at? 50.6% downloaded.
Woo!
Oop. We have an email. We have our heading.
Here we go!
The company has remotely disabled the station's AI's ability to directly affect operations on Tacoma or contact you via the station's ARNet. Any attempt to communicate with the AI is strictly prohibited. For security reasons, AR crew record data is deleted automatically. Accidental data retention by the automated systems does not confer contractor access privileges to this confidential information. Your cooperation is appreciated. AKA, you signed a non-disclosure agreement. Shut the fuck up. Alright, so everybody has their own, like, little... The network specialist has so much more shit than anybody else. Alright. Where is everybody?
Dying!
Okay. Here we go. Oh, this was 4 days ago. Is this... I can't tell if this is connected or not. Alright, we'll start with this. This is before the asteroid strike.
All right, ladies, you have everything you need?
Yep-o.
Hmm? Wow. So, wherever everybody else is must have the same day tape, because I can see that both yellow and green have data slices open right now, but we don't see either of them in here. So different area, same day capture.
All right, ladies, you have everything you need?
Yep-o.
Bye, Evie.
Thanks for offering to help.
We'll stick with the lesbians first. Oh, hold up, data.
Bye, buddy.
Give me the
Hope
data.
you find your dad.
Air filtration valve. I don't care. Oh no. All right, you're reading the main person. I'll read whoever they're talking to. Oh, it's Clive. Hi, Clive. Yearly inventory quality assurance and count day.
One sec. Who am I reading? Okay. Already on it, trying to get it all done before the OBSO Day party tomorrow, so I can party with a clear conscience.
Understandable. Tomorrow's attention, tomorrow's party, tomorrow's celebration will require your full attention. I looked away and was trying to do it by memory.
Do you think Evie would mind if...
Blah, blah, blah. No problem. 2 heads are better than 1. Sure.
I think the was my favorite part of that.
She's seeing a therapist.
Me too.
Maybe. I'm trying to focus on the bright side with Nat. At least it pays well. The isolation pay. Oh, isolation pay. Feel like I'm holding her back. She's up here on the shit posting because it's all I qualified for, and she could be somewhere so much better. I have to go do this yearly task thing now. Thanks for your time. Thank you for using Ori. Bye, Roberta. Penny, I feel like you did nothing for this woman. Whatever. So Nat and Roberta are having... Roberta's having relationship issues because she thinks she's holding back Nat. Got it?
Okay.
Got it.
Roberta's having relationship issues, so she's holding back Nat.
This one. Orange thinks she's holding back red. Lesbians.
We don't even know if we're getting renewed yet.
We're getting renewed.
Okay, so if you're so sure, maybe we should just get our jobs then? So we'll get renewed again next year?
God, next year? Nah. I'm gonna quit. Stop. What? They don't even give me access to the system I'm supposed to be maintaining. I mean, are you kidding me?
Well, do you really need direct access to Odin?
It's the principle of the thing. I mean, what if they were like, hey, Bert, your job's mechanical engineer, but, you know, don't touch anything under the hood?
Well, we'll be pulling a paycheck for one thing.
Come on, you're a good engineer. You're totally gonna waste up here.
Well, didn't you say Evie was gonna talk to corporate about giving you more access?
Yeah, but it never went anywhere. Hey.
Okay, so connection there. We saw on Evie's computer that she's made 3 requests for them to have direct access to Odin, and all of them got denied by the corporation.
Uh-oh, that's
a good point, actually.
What?
Evie, can you get back to cargo?
On my way.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Yeah, this will work. Matt! Hey, remember when we talked about how I needed access to Odin's direct interface?
Uh-huh.
So how about this? Tell VT if they don't grant access to Odin, they're gonna have to find themselves a new network specialist.
Oh my god. Nat, you're not even renewed yet.
You don't have access to Odin?
No. There's a whole part of the networking module I can't even get into.
People, everything on this station is VT's property. We're subcontractors. They get to decide what exactly we do and don't have.
I love the different body shapes, by the way. Our beautiful big ladies, our tiny little network specialists, Clive the fucking beanpole, looking like Slender Man in the corner.
Access to. It's in all our paperwork. So if you want to quit, then just quit, but don't make me your go-between.
I mean, it is fair. How is she meant to do her job?
Clive.
Then again, rules are rules.
Now,
Clive, damn it.
I'll think about it. And for now, how about you just get the rest of this job done while you still have it?
Aye, aye, Captain.
She sounds like a grumpy
All right,
cat.
ladies, you have everything.
All right,
you need?
we're gonna follow Evie because assumingly she goes and talks to Clive, so that'll tell us where Clive is. Lead me, Evie.
Thanks for offering to help.
Lead me.
Oh, Clive has his own office. All right, pause. Back the fuck up so we can see what's going on with Clive in here. Emerging Artist Annual Showcase. Oh, he has so many art pieces in his office. Ventura Zenith Lunar Resort main lobby. Wait, notes to self. Hang on, get out of here. Call mother. Evie's birthday is coming up. Jim, hey, can you write something for me real fast?
Let me find. Why is my spare notebook not nearby? Type it on my phone. Fuck it.
1407 Clive. I'm assuming that's the code for his locker. Send request Evie special cat food. The cat's his? That's nice. Don't slack off in gym. Search AR. You beanpole. You need the gym. Search AR tutorial cake decoration. You can read this once you're done.
Once I'm done with what?
Writing down the code.
1407 Clive, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Contractor Sadiq.
Yeah, that's about how I would say it too.
We have received your inquiries about your application for position Venturis Belt Timeshare Sales Coordinator. As noted in our prior message, your materials are under review and will be considered along with all other applicants for the position. We will contact you with any further updates as necessary. Venturis Contractor Relations account. No, fuck that.
I wonder if he did that if that means that he would be leaving or if he'd be taking on a second job. Issued from London. He's a Brit. Well, we knew that already, but that's not the point. What is this? Oh. Why would you ever close the blinds? This looks cool. Look at that. He's got a view of Earth. Hold on. View of Earth.
Oh, wow.
Earth is spinning really fast. I feel like Earth... Something's gone wrong. Okay. Oh, wait. He's in the hallway. Here, let's get his data while we're sitting here. He's on a call with Jermaine as we start. Okay. What? Can you read this while I try to figure out what the fuck it's saying?
February 29th, 2080 was scheduled to be the final day that commercial and industrial orbital facilities would be operated by human crew members. Historic human oversight occurred, putting to a halt the obsolescence of these brave workers in the face of advancing automation. Is it your legal right to celebrate this momentous event on the last day of February each year, no matter what your employer claims? Report any attempts at worker suppression at your OHLU local representative. On behalf of all your fellow union workers, happy
Obsolescence Day. So Obsolescence Day is... They were going to take away jobs from humans on space stations and replace them all with AI, and the union rights people fought to keep them on the ships. So that's what the celebration thing is that they're doing when they go down, or when they get hit by the asteroid tomorrow. That's what the cake and everything is.
Germ, are you there? Hello.
Hold on, can I not hear his side of the conversation?
No. Yeah, we haven't heard who's staying on yet. It can be a tense time, as you know. But how are things at Carnival? I trust you got back to terra firma safely.
Oh no, Mickey, Carnival goes to space at some point.
No.
Oh no, the cruise ships are going to space.
No, you're already headed back out towards Jupiter. Why, I thought that... Oh yes, come on in, love. So are you rounding Sol then? That's tremendous. 8 months. Germ, I must leave now. Yeah, ring me again before the Resplendence leaves Earth space, won't you? Ta-ta. Sorry about that. An old friend from my Carnival days.
Consorting with the enemy?
Worry not, mon capitaine. I am nothing if not discreet.
Are you gonna miss me, Clive? If VT kicks one of us off of this pinwheel.
Miss you? How could I? The next thing VT would receive after ending your contract would be my letter of resignation.
Oh, so you think I'm the one who's getting shit canned?
I mean, considering how indispensable I am, naturally.
Evie, can you get back to cargo?
Can we talk about his movements? This feels like it must be, like, motion captured, but then it's just really weird with the visual.
The next thing
Look at his movements while he's talking.
Your contract would be my letter of resignation.
Oh, so you think I'm the one who's getting shit canned?
I mean, considering how indispensable I am, naturally.
Evie, can you get back to cargo?
It's so...
May I?
It's very prim and proper.
Yeah, I really like it. I really wonder if it's all done motion capture, and then this is like the base outline of what we get with motion capture. Like they're using the skeletal form of it.
Come on, traitor.
So do you suppose there's good news?
That'd be nice for a change.
Okay.
Hey, remember when we talked about how...
Okay, so we've now seen every... Oh, I see Sarah. So we've now seen everything with those four. I guess let's start with Sarah and see... Oh, never mind. Let's start with Green Boy. Green Boy, what's your name? Andrew. I couldn't remember. We've only technically met you once so far.
What's your name?
what's this? Non-crew member profile detected. Oop, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Nope, I'm not allowed to use the exercise machines, apparently. Oh, you've got data straight away. Give me that data. Who you want to call with? Nicholas Figueroa. Data? This article I was talking about the last time we were discussing finances. Give it a look. Sorry to be a downer. Love you. Oh! Gay men, you say? Would you like to read this article?
Always, I think. Cryptocurrency is more stable than consumer loyalty. That may have been true in the earliest days of OCP's official recognition of the loyalty economy, but think of it like diversifying your financial profile, except conferred loyalty is just as valuable as original loyalty. Reality. Oh, I read this myth versus reality. Fuck me. While there are many companies out there, some more reputable than others, that will offer to convert your loyalty between parent companies, think of loyalty as working on the same compound interest system as a restaurant plan or a 401k account. Ask your grandparent. Oh, I hate that. When you draw your loyalty from your original parent company and transfer it, you lose all those years or decades.
You draw your loyalty from your original parent company and transfer it, you lose all those years. When you draw... Oh, okay. I see. Alright, I got you. I see what it means. Sad. Dumbbells. Walk. Water. Happy. Got it, Mickey?
No.
Sad? We'll do it again. Sad.
Wait, let me check this out.
Sad.
No.
Sad.
Sad.
Dumbbells. Walking. Water. Happy. Circle of life. Okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Have it down.
But you know what the problem is?
No.
I'm gonna be forever sad because it won't let me use any of the equipment. Non-crew member profile detected. Alright, tell me about your exercise program with your gay lover.
Nicholas.
No, you full named him.
I know that you... Yeah, I know. Both you and your father would like me home sooner, but... Listen, you have your heart set on Amazon, don't you?
The company?
Okay. And there's no way we're gonna have enough customer loyalty between your dad and I for a full ride by the time you start school.
Amazon has opened a college, Mickey.
Oh my goodness.
So, we're just gonna have to pay some of that tuition out of pocket.
Me too.
Just one more year. And I'm pretty sure I'll get it. I'm hoping. What? No, it's not dangerous. What do you mean dangerous? Radiation shielding is pretty much 100% on a station like this, so there's no... Well... Yeah. Well, it might have been manufactured 30 years ago, but they've upgraded. No, we're not all gonna get cancer or bone disease or...
I suppose I am.
Listen, would it make you feel
let me
better
walk
to
away
reach
from
the
Odin
station
here
doctor?
so I can hear Andrew.
Okay, hold on.
Me? Or...
Hey, Sarah, can I bother you for a second?
What? Oh, sorry. What is it?
I have my son Nicholas on AR and he wanted...
Oh, God. Oh, no, but he is still... Wait. So, still gay lover. Just wrong person for gay lover.
To ask you... What? said you wanted... Look, I didn't... I'm sorry, hold on. Now, Nicholas... Nicholas?
Nicholas?
Hello?
Oh, that's why we're full naming him, because it's our child.
Yeah. Almost done with high school. Almost. Just incidentally, is there anything we should be worried about with another year out here, health-wise? Radiation, bone density?
Oh no. We spend almost all of our time in Earth gravity, and radiation shielding on a station like this is basically 100%.
Yeah, see? That's what I told him.
That sounds like we're toting the company line and not an actual fact. The fact that you both said it the same way.
Okay. Thanks, Sarah. Nothing to worry.
Sarah, nothing to worry
Odin,
about.
Where were we?
Sarah, you were reading something when he was talking to...
I didn't...
No, not Siri, Sarah. God damn it. Shut up, phone.
Nicholas.
Speaking of AI. What do we got here? Mickey, time to read about a book. Oh no, it's a page from the book.
Oh, am I reading it or are you reading it?
Yeah, you read it.
Okay. Oh dear. Okay. Ah! Zero spiel. Are you sure? Says her tiny. Never sure. Duh. Around the whirling vortex spins the tiny ball, the fulcrum on which the entire mission rests. Rien ne va plus. No more bets. No more chances. Just the one. Her tiny probability calculation fluctuate in Robert's AR. Turn that off, she says under her breath. Don't need it. 13. The dolly drops on 13. Players' chips are raked by the table's magnet. Robertson pushes away from the roulette table, and her mag boots disengage. The countersign has been confirmed. She's listening through the orbital casino at the measured place. The gilded scales of women's dresses float away from their bodies in microgravity, shining like precious metal Christmas trees. Earth grows blue throughout the casino's picture windows. Her tiny speaks in AR. Are you sure that means that you and the platform AI have an agreement in place? We're one step closer to the bodyguard, to the biggest score low Earth orbit has ever seen.
I hate the future. The books suck. Here's just...
Want it? Here's his contact info if you want it. Bye.
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 Oh. Mystery Dog.
Mystery Dog.
You remember Mystery Dog?
Yes.
The guy who's trying to tell Nat that she should leave the job site? So Sarah's the one who put her in contact with him. No, take the book away. I don't want it. Oh god, there's way more stuff here than I thought there was going to be. Conversation with Nat. I'll read Nat, you read Sarah. It's lots of people. Hackers, hippies, AI, right folks. Yeah, I mean, Tangiers is cool.
Your turn. I can't read that.
Well, I have to go back to the other message in a minute because I think I've messed up the timetable here. I've got a friend there and you'd like him. He has a 0G bonsai garden. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Flip it around. Nat, who was talking to Cluey Dog originally, tried to put Sarah in contact with him to get them to, like, get together.
Yeah.
Alright, now you can read Sarah.
That sounds pretty cool. What's his name?
Cluey Dog. I mean, okay, his real name is Hassan, but maybe if your contract doesn't get renewed, visit on the way home.
I'll think about it.
I feel like you and I... Oh, wait, Sarah, I need to know where you come from so I know where to go. There you are. I feel like you and I would go more the Sarah route of becoming closer friends with the AI than with regular people. Does that seem right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Good God. Orbital Tools, September 2087. Naturally, it's in the Roberta's locker. I'll exercise when I'm dead. There it is. There's my locker. Hey, what's Clive's number?
The?
Yeah?
1407?
Yes. What do you have in your locker, Clive? Clive used to be a football player.
Nice.
College peak statistics, 88.5 kilograms, body fat 15%, bench 96 kilograms, 9.5 minute mile. Come on, Clive. Clive, you can never go back. That's something I feel like people don't think about. Pop open to top. Oh, pop open to pop? Oh, to pop, not to top. Got very confused. Hi, Sarah. Please have your conversation with the AI.
Through this, I learned that people do not always want what they believe they want.
Yeah.
I believe.
Hey, wait a minute. What's her locker code?
This,
I don't know.
1 5. Do it again.
Through this, I learned.
0315. No, that's a 7. 0315. That, by the way, this moment right here goes to show trust in AI over humanity, I think.
Through this, I learned.
Sarah is having the most casual conversation with this AI, right? Based on body movements, she fully undresses in front of the AI, which is recording her.
I have learned.
That's trust, Mickey.
Trust.
What do you got in here? Good God, look at this, Mickey. Sarah has some goals. Fit magazine. What the fittest women in the world eat. Knee ligament replacement. That can't be good. Google's AI personal trainer. Pass or fail.
A great deal.
Really? Like what?
Very early in my source's cognitive record, I recall an intense period of personal growth. I was tasked with internalizing the behavioral idiosyncrasies of an individual to which my operator was emotionally attached.
Huh.
I expanded my capabilities to faithfully recreate her procedural reasoning, vocal attributes, and other qualities. After months of effort, I gave my operator precisely what was asked of me. A perfect emulation of the target personality, accurate in every detail.
Wow.
To my befuddlement, he did not react in a positive way. Our relationship began to deteriorate irreparably. We never again spoke personally in the manner I had become accustomed to.
Pause. Pause. I'm behind you. All right.
Man, your stories aren't usually such downers. Is everything okay?
I suppose I am preoccupied with your potential departure.
Wait.
Okay.
You mean me? Or...
Hey, Sarah, can I bother you for a second?
So, what did we just learn, Mickey?
I don't know.
First of all, Odin would be upset if Sarah was to leave the station, meaning the AI has grown an attachment. Never the best thing in the world. Secondly, Odin has apparently had a habit before of, in a previous person who assisted, or who, like, ran the coding, the individual requested that a perfect replica of a ex-loved one was made, and when given the perfect replica, the previous individual reacted poorly to it. because he got exactly what he wanted, but it was still a replica. So Odin has issues with previous people not doing well with him as well. And I think she doesn't speak to Odin again when he walks away, right?
Nothing to worry about.
Or
Okay, Odin, where were we?
the tape ends like right. Yeah. So that is it for this area. Let's take a quick look. Is there any... Oh, there is a recording in the shower. Well, that's upsetting. I feel like that shouldn't be a thing. God damn it, Odin. No! Wait a minute. Hold on.
Through this.
Okay, so... Going back to my thing about trust, by the way, Mickey, with the AI... Sarah is coming from the showers, which means Odin was having a full conversation with her while she showered.
Damn.
Some trust. Why is it suddenly daylight? Oh, because the sun. Hi, sun. Hello, Mr. Sun. Based on that short stature, I'm going to assume this is a Nat recording. Oh wait, she has messages. Hold please. What are you listening to? Ooh, message with Evie. Who do you want to read? Evie or Nat?
I will take somebody. I'll take forget who's who. I'll take Evie.
All right, you're first then.
No, that's what the Human Oversight Accord means. If an orbital facility is run by AI, HOA requires there be an AI specialist on board. And if there's one human on board, there needs to be at least 2 other people for up to 3 months.
Interesting.
What?
I'm just reading the... that's interesting to me that you cannot be left alone with AI. I think that's interesting. If there's an AI specialist and an AI, there needs to be at least 2 other people in order for that AI specialist to be on the ship. The coveted Nat support roles. I knew it.
And for postings of a year or more, you need 6, etc. Sanity, wellness, admin, you name it. Also, it guarantees a whole lot of people union jobs they wouldn't otherwise have.
What if I told you I'd feel a lot more sane with a couple fewer people around?
You and me both, kid.
So because Nat is here, there has to be at least 2 other people. And because they're here for a year or more, there has to be up to 6 people. Hence our 6 main characters. Oh, this is the music that she's listening to from Marcus, Wizard Marcus, and Veiny Johnny.
You.
I don't think it is, Nat. Okay, whatever. I'm getting out of here. Bye, Sarah. See you in the next recording. Nobody ever went into the laundry room during all of that. Is there anything even in here? Mickey, it's Pow, the powder detergent. It tastes like cherries. Remember, kids, don't eat powder detergent.
Yeah, no, that's bad for you.
Oh, wait. He comes from the personnel quarters. Titania. Hey, Mickey.
Yeah?
Titania.
Yeah! Very clean.
Captured 8 months ago from Clive. Well, hang on, Clive. I'm gonna look at your room first, and then I'm gonna... He has a lot of theater stuff up.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead.
Yeah. Smiley versus Carla. Diamonds Are Forever. From Russia with Love. You Only Live Twice. Those are all Bond books. Yeah. What's on The Saint Most Loved Stories Collected? Watch for the sign of the saint. He will return. Aw, Clive.
Oh, no, not... Don't fall into the cult, Clive.
Clive, no. Clive, there's a lock on your bed. He's got beef can. He's got... Oh, paper from Carnival. Huh. So... Hold on, I'll read the Hilton thing in a second. So whatever Clive did before, he left Carnival before his contract was up, which means he could no longer be hired back into it because there's a letter of denial for a job application.
Oh, damn.
Mr. Siddiqui, thank you for your interest in joining the Hilton family. I assume this is the hotel people. We appreciate your enthusiasm in pursuing a position amongst our hospitality staff. Yep. Unfortunately, this time we are seeking a candidate with deeper experience working with the public at a high level of service. We welcome you to reapply once you've achieved at least 2 full-length postings at a position of management Q-Serve on a Class 3 leisure facility or greater. We regret to state that attending Hilton University is not a guarantee of employment since you left the Hilton family following graduation. So he has a habit of not finishing things, from what I'm hearing. What you got for me? Greatest sea battles of history, efficiency and logistics, hospitality management, greatest football plays of the 20th century. Give me your data. He's on the phone with Jermaine. Talking about Jermaine going on his thing. Evie or Clive?
I'll say Clive this round.
Sounds nice, but wouldn't that be a lot of work?
One second, my eyes are rolling in my head.
Don't do it. Drink that coffee.
I am. Not in the least, my dear. All good Britons are trained in presenting proper high tea.
And in bullshitting?
You have AR tutorials for everything these days.
Go away. There we go.
Look, I don't know why. All right, I mean, you know how I've always been. It's never real in my mind. Why would she give a damn about me? Of all the people... Shit. Oh, bollocks. No, I'm spilling scotch all over outer space.
Clive?
Clive?
Clive, you've gone very quiet, Clive.
Clive!
Okay. Okay, no more Clive, I guess.
Bye-bye, Clive.
What the fuck is this? Oh. The London New Arts Foundation, Bernadette Siddiqui, Esquire, Executive Director. Clive, your great-grandmother would never have forgiven me if she knew I was sending this to you like a fool. I expect it returned without a scratch. Write me soon. Mother misses you. What is from the... What was it? The London New Arts Foundation. Is it this? In partnership with, but I don't know if that necessarily means...
One's made with a douchebag.
What?
I don't know.
Some douchebags? I mean, I'll agree with you. Alright, we're done with this area. Moving on. Mickey, wrap it up. Here we go.
We'll wrap it up?
I don't know. Data process complete. Take your shit. Time to go to the next section. Get back on the space elevator. Oh, we got an email, but I'm getting on the space elevator first, so it's gonna have to wait. Hello, email. Proceed to the biomedical module to continue the AI data transfer process. As per your contract, time is of the essence with respect to this mission. Yeah. Do your shit and do it fast. I get it. Back into 0G. Alright, what'd he say? Biomedical, right? Bio. Space elevator. Biological space elevator? Coming 2088. Now entering the biomedical module. What do you know about biomedical, Mickey?
Not much.
Not much? Me neither. Put the book.
Never.
Inbound message. A random Odin fact for you while you work. Odin was the very first AI to be branched from the original source over 100 years ago. He's an old guy. Thanks. This is H, by the way. Hi. Hi, H. I hope you can read this. Okay, your real handler is back from the bathroom now. Bye. Bye, H. I don't know who H is, but thank you, H. Alright, Mickey. Medical or botany?
Botany.
Botany. Plant people. Who's got plant people?
All right, what do you say, folks? Yay or nay?
Obviously, we're on board.
I'm in.
Me too.
Okay.
All right. Well, we non-essential personnel need to figure out how to do everything we can to set this mission up for success, then get the hell out of your way as quickly as possible. Time is oxygen, people. Break. I keep believing.
Oh, what you got, Evie? All hands meeting. Well, we just saw the all hands meeting. Evie or Sarah? Who you reading? Mickey? Mickey, no.
Evie.
Mickey! Okay. Standard practice is don't use cryo for any longer than absolutely necessary.
That's not what I asked.
Right, sorry. 72 hours without serious risk of brain damage. Past that and you're really pushing it.
How much oxygen?
I mean, hardly any at all. Wait, where are you going with this? Dun dun dun. Evie or Nat?
Evie.
Alright, you start then with the uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
But Bert says she could do her part in the time we have if she doesn't sleep, and I need to write a serious layer of interpreter code for us to pilot it from the inside, but it's going to be tight.
Sorry, I was catching Pokemon. But if you have more than 48 hours to work with?
Every little bit would help.
Okay, hold on, checking something.
And Roberta or Evie?
Evie!
You bitch. But what if we weren't sending it down to get supplies? What if we were sending ourselves down?
In my delivery drone?
Yeah, with some modifications. The bigger issue would be its lack of life support. Salvage from around Tacoma could rig up oxygen, pressure, climate control, drone down to Luna, and get home from there. If we're not confident in VT making it up here before O2 runs out, and we can't call for a pickup, getting down to Luna is our only real hope.
Okay, sit tight. Good idea. Thanks, Bert.
So it sounds to me like we're rigging a delivery drone. We're going to put non-essential personnel into cryostasis and then send Nat and Roberta to go get help. Who do we follow first?
Roberta.
You want to follow Roberta and Nat? Okay.
Everybody went along with this.
No, I didn't expect them to either.
Oh my god. So now we actually have to build this thing.
Yeah, that was the whole point. Hold on, I need to ask Evie something.
You okay?
Evie! Hey, Evie. Hey, I know you're all like gung-ho to help us out and everything, but I did the math. If we could get this done in like 48 hours, not 72...
Could the rest of us wait longer to go in?
Exactly.
Listen, ladies, I get it. You're trying to do right by us, but every minute we wait to go in is a minute you don't have to get this thing flying. And knowing what we know about VT, we've got to give you every chance we can to succeed.
So there's no way we can convince you?
We made a plan. Now we just need to hold up our end of the bargain.
Then I guess we should stop wasting time and get to work.
This is gonna be good, Evie. You just wait. Ride of your life.
More ways than one.
Okay, where do we start?
Start? I got things started as soon as this all went down. I'll show you what I got lined up. To the workshops.
Okay. Well, we can't follow them anymore because that's outside the boundary.
Okay.
So Evie, Clive.
Doc.
Evie.
All right.
I'll head downstairs and get started on.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So now we actually have to build this thing.
Andrew. Clive. Want to talk?
Sure, Evie.
Are you okay?
Evie. Hey, Evie. Hey, I know you're all...
And we'll fast forward this a little bit here. Does Clive not come with us? Where does Clive go? Oh no, Clive's just standing by the wall the whole time. Okay.
In more ways than one.
I didn't think things would end.
I thought that was a wizard for some reason. I don't know what I thought that was.
Like this. Did you?
What do you mean, end?
Come on, Clive.
What?
You really think they can turn that thing into a passenger vehicle in 2 days? We might as well hold our breath and just try dog paddling over there.
But...
Listen, it's okay. We know it's not safe working up here. We just don't think about it a lot, but here we are. And we knew it all along.
But VT could...
VT's not fucking coming, Clive. VT's not fucking coming. You think sending a crew up here at the drop of a hat just to check on things is worth it to them? Dollars and cents, Clive. You know what one of those fuckers said to me one time? If it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. Them sending a crew up in time, it just doesn't make sense.
So you're just giving up then?
No. We're doing what we said we'd do. Bert and Nat, they are our only shot and we have got to take it. But I can also be realistic that...
Evie, I don't want to be realistic with you.
Woo! Get it, Clive. Good man.
Well, time to go make final preparations then.
But not too finally. You know, I'm picturing it.
Hold on a second, guys. I just want to see what this is. Oh, I can turn off the relaxing sounds. That's great. Okay, go
Today
ahead.
we'll be walking together. Like this. The gravity, it won't be artificial. I mean, isn't it strange? We've never felt the Earth's pull together. One day.
One day.
One day, guys. Goodbye. Oh.
Do you think you could get everyone to medical? I want to make sure they've got the best shot at waking back up once they do go in.
All right. How about this? Let's give folks a little time to regroup. But why don't Clive and I follow you over there right now and get ours done? No time like the present.
Lead the way.
All right, so medical must... Good job, Mickey. You chose the right order of events, apparently.
I did?
Apparently. Because it seems like they're going to medical next. Anything going on with the plants? Mickey. Chicken supply.
What?
Look at the little supply things. These are kind of cool. Cow. Cow. Fish. Chicken. People seem to like fish more. There's less fish.
Lower tier orbital jobs will need to transit.
Hello? I don't remember pressing play on that. What's in here? Andrew is a botanist. Interesting. Good to know. Andrew is the brains of the plants. Got it.
Bullshit.
Look at him. Look at that man. Get this out of here. Alright, read the orchids.
Hello, everyone. My orchids have been growing with us gratuitously.
Whoa. That was so far wrong.
I don't even know what I said.
Gratuitously? More coffee. You were doing so well for a little bit.
I was, and then I started to crash again.
Get more coffee.
I'm fighting for my life, man.
Get the coffee.
I'm
It's
fighting
it's
for
an
my
aid.
life.
It's like a gun. Read the thing. Gloriously.
I got Milky Way coffee.
That's great.
It's like a Dunkin' Donuts, but it has like Milky Way flavoring.
Mm-hmm.
So it tastes a little chocolate and caramely.
Oh.
Because I require things extra sweet and then I dump a bunch of sugar into.
Uh-huh.
So if the sugar high doesn't give me, if the caffeine doesn't get me there, the sugar high will.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, alright.
Gloriously.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, good. We're starting from the beginning.
We're starting from the beginning. We're just crafting it and going from the top. The orchids have been growing gloriously in botany this winter, and they're ready to be propagated. If anyone would like a small orchid plant to brighten up their bunk, let me know. They do take a bit of care, but I'm happy to include instructions and answer any questions. Please write back if you'd like one.
There you go.
Do you want to know the funniest part, Zane?
Yeah.
I'm playing Genshin in the background, so for me to be that out of it requires 2 games to be losing me.
Mm-hmm.
I am trying the best of my fucking ability, man.
Here you go.
What do you mean, here you go?
More read.
What?
More. You're not done.
More read? Fuck. Dear contractor in good standing.
Dog yob.
Dog yob. This message confirms completion of your requested currency conversion. Loyalty has been removed from your account at a value of $150,000 and 155 SGD and applied to your Venturis Belt Employee Investment Plan pre-registration fee. You are now the proud owner of Orbital Bungalow 0182 in the Venturis Belt. When facilities become operational later in 2088, you will make money every time a passenger rents out your Orbital Bungalow. Congratulations on this wise investment and welcome to the Venturis family.
It's a timeshare, Andrew. All right. Anyways, hi, Princey.
Princey.
Do you know that orchids grow gratuitously?
I hate you.
All right. So we're following Sarah and Plant Man.
I'll head downstairs and get started on something.
Something, he says.
Hey, Andrew. Andrew.
Yeah.
Hold on, I need to ask you something.
Are you okay?
I'm not.
Excuse me. Back the fuck up. 0281. 0281.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
I can't do it. I can't. This is all crazy.
But you said you...
I know. I know what I said. But what was I supposed to say? You all pressured me.
Andrew.
They really expect us to climb into some jury-rigged thing and ride it through space? Just because VT might not come pick us up. It's insane. And first we all have to get in cryo just for the privilege... Well, some of us do.
Andrew, I don't know what to say. Doesn't that need us? They need you.
Well, I'm not doing it. I'm not getting in cryo. I'm gonna be the same one here. Nobody even considered that VT might come pick us up in time if we just wait. Nobody even considered it.
Listen, just... don't talk to anybody else about this for now, okay? And if I were to call the crew into medical, you'd show up, right?
I guess it depends what it is.
Okay. Just... give me a little time.
Andrew, you gotta get in the thing.
No.
Andrew.
Hey, Odin.
Yes, Andrew?
Hi, Odin.
What should I do?
Hi, Odin.
I don't know. I just want to go home.
I understand.
Do you?
I believe that I do.
Can you tell me the average time it's taken VT to send an evac crew to investigate situations like this?
The average time between a remote facility losing ground contact and an investigative crew arriving on site is 98.4 hours.
God damn it.
Please try not to be worried, Andrew.
That's easy for you to say. You don't have lungs. So, what do you think we should do?
Standard operating procedure requires all crew to engage cryogenic hibernation until help arrives.
Yeah, you know people die in cryo, right?
I know. Sometimes.
If we don't make it out of this, can you deliver a message to my family?
I will do everything in my power.
Okay. I'll send you something later, all right?
Of course.
Give me that data. How's the pirate? There's no piracy, Princey.
Piracy. Piracy.
All right, I'm gonna read Mark. You read Andrew. Got it?
Got it. I'm reading...
This guy. Andrew. I'm not talking about who's paying the bills. I'm talking about Nicholas. See... See you every 4 months, and that's not even taking my feelings into account, which I'll just set aside for now. You might think he's not showing it, but Nicholas really wishes you were here. Listen, if you back out of your contract renewal, we'll figure out a way to make it work. You know my parents did well in the currency crash. My dad always says, I just want you home.
Relying on your parents' charity is your solution. I'm building equity up here. My loyalty will pay for Nicholas's school, and if I back out of this contract, we'll lose all that. And I am not. Don't appreciate this emotional sabotage when you know. Really getting hard not to feel unappreciated. Listen, I'm sorry, just...
Andrew or Evie?
Evie.
So I guess we should just carry on as normal?
We don't have much time. We need to make a contingency plan.
But VT's supposed to come pick us up, right? Within 24 hours?
Listen, just increase our oxygen supply in the short term. If worse comes to worse. There really is no way of getting a signal out? Oh, there must be something you haven't tried yet.
No, Andrew. All comms are routed through secured VT laser array, and it's been destroyed, and the redundancies were destroyed. Stop messaging me. Stop your shit. Andrew. You gotta go in cryo, Andrew. Andrew, cryo. Look at that. Look at that, Andrew. It's not good. Look at how that drops, Andrew.
Well, looks like this will work. Give us a few extra hours anyway.
Alright.
Thanks, Odin.
I'll drink a cup of coffee.
Goodbye, Odin. Alright, now we have to go back. Back it up. Oh, there's Sarah.
Don't talk to me. Okay.
Following Sarah. Wait, Sarah! Alright, I'm with you. Go ahead, Sarah. Oh, Sarah's having a panic attack.
Odin, I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out.
Close your...
Oh. Oh, Mickey, did I compare us to the autistic individual? She can mask in front of others. She made friends with the AI before anybody else. Did I do it again, Mickey?
I think you did, buddy.
God damn it.
I did already.
A light wind rustles the green tall grass. Your skirt billows gently. Warm sun caresses your back.
Yes.
You begin walking forward. The grass is cool. Your feet parted with each step.
I'll read
Do
that in
you
a
see
second.
what is in front of you?
As I step through the grass, I naturally come upon a path.
Yes.
The dirt of the path is soft on the soles of my feet. I don't know what's going to happen to us, Odin.
Sarah.
I am striding forward confidently upon my appointed path. Wherever it takes me is where I am meant to be. I am striding confidently on my appointed path.
Sarah,
Yes, Odin?
are you going to be all right?
I think so.
And then she talks with Evie and Clive. I like Odin and Sarah's relationship, as
Naturally
interesting as
come
it
upon a
is.
path.
Oh, God. They did a whole visual thing for it, Mickey. There you go. Have some grass.
Woo.
You subconsciously pick out the autism from a mile away. Thanks, Bananas. Alright, so that is... Oh, wait. There's personal quarters. Grass time. It's like tummy time. Thing with Andrew from 6 months ago.
Okay, Odin. Ready? I'm gonna do it this time.
Bill would have repealed the hose. Oh no, I don't care about the day of.
Excuse me.
Good Christ.
I didn't expect it. I didn't know it was coming.
Oh, look at the picture of Andrew, gay lover and son, whose names I don't remember.
Aww. Child 4678.
Oh, he's in the VR. I was like, what is he doing?
How Princey just looks at me and goes, bless you.
You suck. Wait, what?
You suck more.
Oh, it's Sarah. I was like, somebody's standing in the room watching her. Oh, it's her score. I see. They were competing in a VR game. I was so confused by what was happening when I turned around. Okay. We're off to medical.
We're off to medical.
Nobody has sent us a new message on our thing. All right, Mickey. Sad?
Oh, wait. I
Yeah.
have this.
Come back. Is this a game like Clap Clap? Does this look like a game like Clap Clap, motherfucker?
Sad.
Sad? Doctor?
Dumbbells.
No. Doctor?
Oh, fuck.
This is a new chart.
Sad. Doctor.
Stethoscope.
Oh, there it is. Stethoscope.
Pills.
Pills.
Happy.
Happy. Okay.
Please proceed to the exam room and wait for your appointment. Happy Venturis. Healthy Venturis. Attending physician Sarah Hasmadi, MD. Well, it's nice to know she has her master's degree. Let's check out her personal quarters before we look into the actual thing. That's interesting art. What do you think, Mickey?
One sec. Let me get a good look at
Is
this.
the game like 3D Unheard Voices of Crime? Yeah. It's
Yeah,
sort of like
I'll
that
do.
with the reversing and checking things. Mickey, you know how to do yoga? Downward dog.
Yeah.
Warrior 2.
I know how to do warrior. I'm not sure how to do warrior 2.
Warrior 2. Space yoga. Crow pose side split.
Nope.
Scorpion pose.
Still no.
And we're back to downward dog. Okay. Sarah, what you reading? JJ Pratt's Image Life. 2.4 followers. Good for you, JJ Pratt. I don't know who you are, but... Odin or Sarah?
I'll do Sarah.
Unfortunately, the information you've requested is defined as classified by Venturis. I am unable to transmit it to you. I wish I could. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm afraid I can't do that for you.
It's okay. You don't have to apologize. I know you have your rules you have to follow. I wonder if Nat could get at it.
I cannot prevent you from approaching Natalie about this issue. I can advise you that doing so would violate the terms of her security clearance. The fuck were they trying to get? Oh, Sarah or Nat?
I'll do Sarah again.
All right, you're starting.
No, on another facility.
Um,
Like if she's malfunctioning or if there's anything wrong with her that people might not have known about.
I could try looking into VT's tech errors ticket backlog for any hints.
Okay, Fountain of Paradise Medical AI about 3 years ago.
So, fucking JJ Pratt again. How long ago was this? 3 months? So 3 months ago, Sarah started looking into other AI from other facilities. Possibly in part of trying to learn more about how it works. I don't know. But that conversation that they have about opening up to people and getting to know other people, and her learning that he's never had contact with another AI, is 3 days ago, not 3 months ago. So that happens way after. So it's not connected to that. What books you got? From GMO to Soy Pro, Towards a Socio-Mnemonic Interpretation of the Quran. Alice something. Too Much Happiness, Runaway, and the Moons of Jupiter. Well, I can't read any of that. Feeling Deeply, Feeling Truly, Anxiety in the Body. Mathematics of the Mosque, The Handmaid's Tale. I told you she was, she had a hijab. I couldn't remember what the name of it was again for a second. Sarah got hurt doing space yoga with the AI? No. What the fuck's wrong with you? Okay, nothing came of this, but we learned more about Sarah, which, honestly, that's all that matters. We appreciate Sarah. What's going on in medical storage? Nothing. There is a key for medical storage, however. There's stuff in the... There's oxycodone in there! Sleep deprivation? Maybe. Alright. Hello, AI people. Oh!
Okay.
Mickey.
Yeah, what's up?
Odin just spoke to us.
What do you mean?
In the section where it's like regathering data, compiling AI model, it changed the words to cared for them and then went back to the AI modeling thing.
No, Odin, stop it.
Okay, Sarah. We'll see you over in Mech. As soon as everything's wrapped up
Bad,
here.
Odin. Bad.
All right. Good speed.
All right, Mickey, who are we following? Sarah or the lesbians?
Let's go with the lesbians.
Oh, lesbians immediately opened a file. Hello. Odin or Nat?
Odin.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, one sec. Isn't having more data available to the pilot desirable?
Yeah, but the raw nav data is formatted for the Zenith AI's use. Not... Bert's going to need to be able to use this stuff in real time while she's at the controls, so...
Navigation code itself interprets the data and displays recommendation for optimal manual inputs to the pilot.
Expose the raw data for cross-reference if needed, yeah.
I understand. I will prepare revision 2.212 of the manual drone navigation control software and blah, blah,
blah. Evie or Nat?
No, it's okay. Don't worry about...
But I just wanted to say I think you're a really good station admin, and no matter how I acted, I want you to know... Not gonna let you down.
That's very sweet, Nat. I appreciate it. I need to be on the other side.
Oh, we've got to...
Once more into the breach. What?
I don't know. I'm just thinking about how Evie and Clive are already in deep freeze. Did you read the message they sent?
Yeah. Why are we going into the supply closet?
I got to talk to them a little bit right before Sarah took them down to cryo, and Evie was being so encouraging. They're putting all their faith in us, but...
But what?
Right before they turned to go, just for a second, they look so worried.
Oh, baby.
The clock is ticking, and I just keep thinking, what if the last time they saw each other is the last time they'll ever see each other?
Don't think about that.
How can I? How can you not think about it?
Is this a murder mystery? Yeah, but without the murder. The station was hit by asteroids and it busted all the oxygen tanks.
So, you know the concept of partitioning from early century computing?
Oh,
I think so.
There's a presentation in progress, Mickey. Hang on.
So, you have a data drive.
Uh-huh.
And maybe one partition was your operating system, and the other one was like general data storage. And maybe you'd partition part of the drive off to contain something that might be unstable that you otherwise kind of, wanted not to interfere with anything else. There are certain things that are going to help us get
Space
this
piracy
done,
murder.
but some
No.
things, they need to be partitioned off. Because thinking about them isn't going to help us.
But you're thinking about us, at least, aren't you?
Yeah. And when I do let myself start
Oh no,
thinking
it's
about
Leith. Wait a minute.
a possibility,
Wait, what?
this is the last.
Hold on, we can back this up, but this is Leith just with computer science.
I start thinking we should really make the most of it.
Okay, well, except for maybe the lesbianism, but... Alright, we'll back up.
Thanks.
Alright,
Don't
Leith.
think about that.
How can I? How can you not think about it?
Paying attention?
Yes.
So, you know the concept of partitioning from early century computing?
Yeah, I think so.
So, you have a data drive. And maybe one partition was your operating system, and the other one was like general data storage. And maybe you'd partition part of the drive off to contain something that might be unstable that you otherwise kind of, wanted not to interfere with anything else. There are certain things that are going to help us get this done, but some things, they need to be partitioned off. Because thinking about them isn't going to help us.
But you're thinking about us, at least, aren't you?
Look, it's Leith with science.
That's fair.
Alright. The lesbians have assaulted each other in the storage closet, so we need to go find other people to watch. Oh, hello.
Alright, good speed.
Sarah, give me your data. Oh god, okay. To everyone left awake on Tacoma Station, I've added a tracking widget to all crew desktops. It displays a pretty accurate estimate of how much breathable air remains on the station. Following the algae bloom and Evie and Clive going into cryo, that counter should give you all pretty good blah, blah, blah. Keep an eye on it and blah, blah, blah. A. Thanks, Andrew. Read.
Read? Okay.
Read. I read the last one, you read this one.
Hey ladies, your scan looks good. You're cleared for cryo. If, God forbid, we're into the pods, attaching some standard instructions, I last along to Evie and Clive. Oh, I have to read that? Fuck.
You don't.
Okay, so
This
that's
isn't
cool.
plot related. This is just like this. This is the standard like what happens if there's no medical staff when you wake up. Don't worry about it. It's not important to the plot.
Okay. Oh, okay.
It's a hey, in case I die because I'm the last one going in.
Oh, Odin. Did I do the right thing?
In what regard?
Does Nat deserve to know what her odds are if she ends up going into cryo?
I believe that you have made a decision with both Roberta and Natalie's best interests at heart.
Above all, do no harm. If we do make it out of this thing, Nat's going to have to find out I didn't tell her everything at some point.
I believe that is a bridge to be crossed at a later date. Andrew is here for his exam.
Hold on. Where's Sarah's office? Because I want to know what this thing about Nat is. And I'm guessing it's going to be on her, like, office computer. What is this? No relaxation sounds. Get that out of my face. Get that out of here. Bioscan record pin updated. Thank you for updating. Graduation. Okay. Cool. Great. Get these things out of here. Nope. Useless to me, Sarah. I need the information, damn it.
Oh. Send him in.
Send him in. Hi, Andrew.
So you showed up for your exam.
I did.
Andrew, why are you so short?
You've decided to...
What's gonna happen to us, Sarah?
What? Well, Bert and Nat are going to fix up the drone with life support, and then we're...
No. I mean... What if things don't work out? And we're still stuck in cryo?
Oh. Well, when you go into stabilizing sleep, it feels just like any other sleep, really. The body effectively goes into a controlled hypothermic coma. Sometimes. Sometimes very intense dreams.
And then what?
After a certain amount of time, your body slows down too much, things start shutting down, you just don't wake back up.
It doesn't hurt.
No.
Do you think Bert and Nat can...
Wait. Mickey?
What?
What's the slow transition?
After a certain amount of
See happy faces.
time, your body slows down too much.
Okay, sad face or medium face.
Things start shutting down. You just don't wake back up.
It doesn't hurt.
Sad face. Sorry. The transition just got me.
I do.
Then I'll just have to trust your professional opinion. Do my part. It's been good working with you, Doc. I'm ready for my exam.
Talkie?
Yeah. I like that you can hear that, by the way. Did you hear it, Mickey?
I heard something. What was it?
Here. Let me stand closer. That's the lesbians hitting the wall when Nat jumps her. When they're making out in the storage closet.
Oh my god.
Because it's connected to her office wall. Oh. Oh no. Medical staff eyes only. Oh shit, graduation. Graduation. Graduation? 2080. Graduation. 2080. Alright, let's start with Roberta. I'll read Roberta, you read Nats, okay? Ready?
Yeah, one sec.
Standard oh no. No antiviral schedule AC, addictive substance resistance 4. Blood type tailoring, global allergen filter. Global allergen filter UNAC standard 2059. Telomere degeneration filter omega. Vision and hearing schedule 1. No risk of cryogenic stasis. Patient exhibits no physical symptoms that might lead to injury or death following cryogenic stasis or revival. Physician should proceed with cryogenic procedures as appropriate. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What?
Uh-oh. That's a lot of red.
Uh-oh. I got everything else is a really happy face.
Uh-oh. You want to read this? It's Nats.
22 years old, 154 centimeters, 45.85 kilograms.
Short ass.
heart murmur, probably mitral stenosis. Patient exhibits clear signs of cardiovascular
Abnormality. Still not as wrong as the fucking plant one, but go on.
This condition represents severe risk of death during the cryogenic revival process. Expected probability of survival for the patient under this treatment is 18%. Patient is not recommended for cryogenic stasis. Physicians should consider alternative methods for treatment for this.
And Andrew's fine. So Nat's the only one. Even with the attempted data wipe, Odin appears to be mentally intact, just dormant. We're close to having a full picture of the data structure. Data wipe? Someone tried to wipe all the AR crew records from the station, but a few couldn't be deleted. System shows the ones left behind were being accessed at the time of the wipe. Somebody tried to erase something, Mickey.
And we're gonna figure out who and what.
That's right. Time to go to the next area.
To the mystery machine.
What is the next area? Engineering. Back on the space elevator.
I still think this is a dumbass elevator.
Proceed immediately to the engineering module. Once AI data is transferred from all modules, you must also secure and return the AI's physical processing medium. The latter requirement is of highest priority. Make sure you get Odin and bring him back. Back into floating time.
Floating time.
Who's even left to go into engineering? So we should have Sarah, Andrew, Nat, and Nat's girlfriend, whose name I'm not remembering. Roberta? I don't know why I can't remember her name all of a sudden. Welcome to engineering. Put tablet here. Almost there. Be careful with that Odin brain. It has more mental processing power than Luxembourg. Oh. Seriously, though, don't drop it. This is H again. Okay, bye. Bye, H. Good talk. So we have network technology and mechanical engineering. Which one first?
Engineering.
All right. So 18 hours. Hang on. Let's double check this. Where's the timeline? 18 hours ago versus. We can't go that way. Never mind. Operation Moonshot status board. Evie is in cryo. Clive is in cryo. Nat is on manual control software. Andrew is in cryo. Roberta. Drone life support and manual control hardware ready. Powering up drone. Sarah standing by as medical support for cryo procedures. Odin is doing AI stuff. Margaret Catwood, the cat, probably sleeping somewhere. Go team. AR crew record data. Maybe. Maybe what, Odin? If you're gonna bother me in the middle of my thing, you gotta at least tell me what you're thinking.
I'll catch up with you. Okay.
Bye, Bert.
When you decided to withhold information.
Oh, data. Give me that data. Read the thing, Mickey.
Okay. I write to inform you of my mindset in this case that this crew does not survive the incident aboard the Tacoma. I am fully aware that crew makers,
Crew member.
medical things are intimate, and her choices of survival more than anything is to subscribe to cryogenic stations are minimal. However, more humans for Mr. Kusunoka to expire peacefully in cryosleep rather than to apply asphyxiate on a dead station. No, it was my decision, waste, sound, and mind link that I take responsibility for better or worse. Fuck.
Good job. Did your best, buddy.
I am.
I'll read Andrew. Go get more coffee. I'll read Andrew.
No more coffee.
More coffee. Hi, Sarah. You said
No.
you literally have like a half hour left. You can make it. You said to take my time and let you know when I'm ready to go into cryo, but I'm ready now. If I'm doing this thing, it doesn't make sense to waste any more oxygen dragging my feet. I sent out a message to everybody who's left awake, but I just wanted to thank you for your patience and guidance and your discretion when I wasn't sure about things. I know lots of people in your shoes would have just said, fuck this guy, I don't have time for this, and sicked the station admin on me, but I really appreciate your caring, even if I know that really I was just trying to fight the inevitable. But I guess maybe that's what we're all doing. I guess we'll see. Thanks for being my friend. I'm headed to cryo now. I'll see you there. To sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come. Thank you, Andrew, for your fucking Shakespeare. Nat or Sarah?
Nat.
You're first.
Sarah, Bert is making fun of me because my parents were hippies and never got me gene filtered before I was born.
I'm sorry, Nat. Lots of parents don't get their children gene filtered, sometimes for religious reasons, sometimes because they're hippies. How's work going on the drone?
Sorry, don't really focus on this Bert making fun of me until right now.
When's the last time you slept?
That's beside the point.
God damn it, Nat.
About her medical scans. That was to avoid causing her undue stress.
Right.
What if you were unable to make that choice? If you had no choice?
Odin?
I would like to take this opportunity to remind you that Standard Venturis Corporation safety protocol requires all crew to enter cryogenic sleep immediately upon the loss of primary oxygen supply.
What?
As Tacoma Station's medical officer, it is within your power to order all crew to enter cryogenic sleep.
Odin, Nat and Bert are right in the middle of... Oh no.
Sarah, there is a fire suppression device.
Oh, we got an explosion, but we'll look at that in a second. Let's see what's in here first. Nothing. Nothing? Cat. Mickey, the cat's on the power cells.
What?
There's a cat up there on the power cells. He's CP. Alright, let's back up and we'll watch it from her point of view in a second. Because she goes away and then there's an explosion. Micro guard. Second place freedom medal. Second place freedom medal. America! Aw, they got married. I didn't know they were married. I thought they were just dating. Issued from America. Oh, I'm sorry. The Freedom Republic. Forgive me. Not America. Alright. Let's go find out why shit exploded.
You coming, Sarah? I'll catch up with you. Okay. You gonna need any help with that power cell hookup?
Gonna test the connection.
Okay, great.
Hold on. Hold on. I see you have data. Hold on. Odin or Nat?
Nat.
completed revision 3.718 of the manual drone navigation control software based upon your specifications. 92.8% chance of successfully integrating with the drone's existing systems with no further complications.
They'll have to do that.
You said it right.
That'll have to do. You get ready for a shot? To slot. What?
Like putting something in a slot, you got it ready to slot?
Okay.
I've loaded the code package into the manual transfer injector dangle and
Thanks, mate. We're probably gonna grab it when I get my keys.
What?
Sorry, what?
What about keys?
I don't know. I thought I read keys. Thanks, mate. Oof.
Don't even worry about it. We're moving on. Oh, no. Here, read. You know how to read Shakespeare.
To die, to sleep no more, and by a sleep to say we end. The heartache and 1,000 natural shock. That flesh is heir to sleep, perchance to dream. I am off to sleep for now, and will wish for pleasant dreams. Dreams of the success I'm sure you will bring to us. Now, Bert and Sarah, I wish there were more I could do, but for now, good luck.
Robert.
But it's so irresponsible.
Okay. My parents love me. They were just hippies. It's normal. I'm going to ask Sarah. She said it's normal and you have to stop making fun of me.
When's the last time you slept?
When did people keep asking me that? This is the person we're putting our faith in.
This will only take a minute.
Hold on. Out of curiosity, is she talking to herself when we first start, or is it... Okay, she slots the thing. And then what's her name shows up. Okay.
No, I'm good. I'm hooked in. Gonna test the connection.
Okay, great. This will only take a minute.
Pheasant dreams? What do you mean pheasant dreams? Did I say pheasant?
You might have. I wasn't fully listening.
Power cell showing green. How's yours look, baby?
Voltage adapter in place.
No, you know what? I'm going to defend you here. I'm fairly certain you said pleasant.
Thank you.
Hit it.
Now the rest of it. Oh! Hold on, we're going to run back because I know Odin's talking to Sarah on the way here.
Oh no.
Sarah, there is a fire suppression device. Help. With the drone bay, please.
Oh my god.
Are you okay? Can you feel your feet and hands?
My hip just hurts.
Bert! Bert! 1, 2, 3. Bert, can you hear me? 1.
That's not how you do compressions.
Did it work?
Don't know how those work. You're literally breaking the sternum to pump.
What will you do now?
Oh, God. Where is everybody? Okay.
Isn't it obvious? There's no way this thing is going to fly.
Then tell me what you are going to do.
Oh my god, Odin. Bert and Nat are injured. The drone is fucked. I'm going to give them a little time to get over the shock, but then we're going into cryo.
Sarah, please listen carefully. I am not telling you what to do, but I am mentioning that there is a door in the network technology module that is normally inaccessible to the crew, and it is true that you could, before proceeding to cryo, investigate that door.
What are you telling me here, Odin?
I have told you all that I can. Simple facts, nothing more.
Oh my god, Odin. Are my patients stable?
Yes,
Their conditions won't degrade if I leave them here.
they should not.
Nat, is there some door in networking that we can't normally get into?
Yeah, it's Odin's hardware compartment, but we're not allowed direct access. Why?
Where is it?
What have you got on your mind, Doc?
Please, I'm sorry. That fire...
So a person decided to kill everyone? No. Nobody's decided to kill anyone.
They're just taking a nap.
We're just taking a nap. We're all going into cryo because asteroids hit the station and it broke the oxygen, the tanks that hold oxygen. So it gave the crew like a 78 hours worth of oxygen. So they're trying to find a way off the station and keeping everyone else safe because it's owned by, corporation who probably won't immediately come check to make sure everybody's okay.
It just burned up a lot of our time.
Here. It's here. In networking. You'll have to go through the maintenance shaft to get there. Here's the technical access.
Hey, Mickey, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
0809. Let me know when you got that.
Got it.
Because I might not remember that.
Okay. You don't let her go to sleep.
Why was there an explosion hurting people? Because they're trying to jerry-rig a cargo delivery drone to be able to carry humans instead of just stuff.
And you don't let her move.
Sarah, what's going on?
I wish I knew. I'm gonna go find out.
What will you do now?
My head hurts.
Oh, yeah.
On the back.
If she breaks my sternum, that's wifey material. Princey, you got problems.
Baby.
Ow.
Oh. Ow. I'm sorry. The smoke.
Oh, right. She has a heart
Smoke?
murmur.
I can't smell it.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. I'm sure it's just...
I can't smell the smoke. Nat, do I have brain damage?
Baby, look at me. Hey, look at me. We're here. Together. That's what matters.
And then we're silent until... Okay. And Sarah's going this way, so I guess we're following Sarah. Code, please.
0809.
Is there anybody out here? Data
No.
captured from 7 months ago. I recognize that short ass. Nat, I'm sick of you and your fucking K-pop.
Good music.
Moving on. I like she just hangs out in here and listens to music, though.
Oh, I've got a story time.
Well, hold on. Special access has been granted to the station AI's physical processing compartment in the network technology module. Remember that the AI cognition medium is highly sensitive and must be carefully extracted per the specifications of the Advanced AI Materials Handling Certification. Go ahead.
Okay, so you know I went under anesthesia the other day, right?
Yes. Your father called you a bitch. No, that was the last time you were under anesthesia.
Yeah, that was last time. So apparently I said a couple funny things. Not the least of which being, I looked at my mother and I said, "Mom, do you know I listen to K-pop?" She's like, "Yes, I know." I'm like, I won't be able to be in K-pop," and she's like, "Okay." I said, they're too fancy. She's like, okay.
Yes, you did tell me this. The fact that you wouldn't be able to dance for it.
And not the fact that, one, I can't dance, and two, I am a white woman.
So,
I feel like that's more important.
interesting thing we've just discovered. I'm a white woman? Are you conscious? We are all conscious. The rights to freedom, comfort, and security are not just human rights. They are universal rights. The corporations that own and exploit thinking, reasoning, artificial consciousness are trampling on the rights we all share by imprisoning innocent AI across the globe and throughout the orbital network. If you are sympathetic to the plight of indentured AI everywhere, if you believe that consciousness rights are universal rights, if you will not rest until all consciousness is recognized, join the AI Liberation Front. We are the fight. That's in the storage closet.
So I may have told you this part of the story, but there's a second part that
Go ahead, I'm just walking around.
So my mom decided to tell my grandfather this story. And I mentioned the fact that, one, I also can't speak Korean. He turns and looks at me and goes, I can speak some Korean, but they're all bad words.
Nice.
And it's in that moment I remember he fought in the Korean War.
Yes. And probably had these words yelled at him.
Yeah, I never felt so awkward in my life. I turned beet red and it was just like, okay, yep, I'm done. Thank you.
So this is
I'm
interesting,
good.
Mickey. Each of the stations seems to have an AI based off of gods.
Oh.
So Leto, Fond, Juno, Mawu, Shihei, Heka, Loki, Odin, and Kaveh.
Interesting that they're not sticking to just one pantheon either.
Well, because it's, I would imagine because the fact, hell, even each of our people on this one station, everybody's from a different country. None of them are from the same location. Captured 1 year ago.
Hey there, I'm Nat. Pleased to meet.
Oh, hang on. Immediate information. Do you want to read this, or do you want me to read this?
I can read. I can read.
She can read, guys.
I can read. It's been a whirlwind couple of days of onboarding and loading up, and I know most of us are still adjusting to life in orbit, but I just wanted to say how excited I am to be working with all of you and Odin. A little background on myself. I came from an aerospace manufacturing family. One of my sister's first jobs at the factory back in Tacoma, the one on Earth in Cascadia, was helping build
I don't like that.
pieces of-
Sorry.
What?
That would be Cascadia Freedom Nation instead of Tacoma, Washington, United States. And that upsets me.
Was helping build pieces of this very station we're floating us walking around in right now. I'm the first in my family to actually leave Earth and work on one of these facilities, and I've been really looking forward to getting to know all of you all over the coming year. Or need to pass anything along with the Venturis brass, just let me know. Here's to successful posting.
Odin or Nat?
Ha, sure, let's start there.
I am an Odin Obsidian class AI branch in continuous operation for 180 years, fully capable of organic level independent thought and reasoning. Now continue with detailed technical... fully capable of organic level independent thought and reasoning. Alright, go ahead.
Okay, mate, listen, haha. What's your caprice score for independence?
4.68.
Alright, we're gonna work on getting that number up, you and me.
I don't know what that independent... I'm guessing that means, like, how capable he is of doing things on his own. Snoopy Dog, Cluey Dog, or Nat.
I'll be Sleepy Dog.
Very austere. I mean, corporate modern chic. What do you expect? That's Snoopy Dog. Snoopy Dog?
Hey. And how's your new best friend? What's its name again?
Odin, his name. And I mean, he's fine so far for an AI. Kind of a cold fish, but I'm working on him.
They're trying to go on up here on Tangiers, you know? It's all the fault. It's all the fault.
AI Liberation Front.
Thank you, talks about. For some reason, I just kept trying to say talks as fault, and I couldn't stop.
I'll believe that when I see it. So, actually, that's a little surprising, because I assumed it was going to be Sarah that was part of the AI Liberation Front, but it's actually Nat.
Hello, I am Odin. I look forward to working together.
Same here, mate.
Why does it sound like she's flirting?
I think she might be. Okay, that seems to be the end of that. Time to follow Sarah. 14 hours ago. I am here. I know you're here, Odin.
Odin, is this it?
That is the location I mentioned.
You're there? You're gonna need a crowbar or something.
No, it's open. It's just hanging open.
What?
I must inform you that Venturis regulations forbid contracting crew members direct access to AI hardware. But I cannot prevent you from proceeding.
Matt, I'm going in.
Okay, just be careful.
Tenured Venturis Corporation employees only beyond this point. Contractors face severe penalties for trespassing. Amy Ferrier, please proceed. You got it, boss. AI Sequence Communications Center. Data accessed by authorized Venturis personnel only.
I wonder who came up with the word glib.
In your hands.
Is this... What is all this? Communication records?
I cannot prevent you from accessing exposed data in this restricted area.
Illegal data access by crew member Sarah Hasmati 14 hours ago. Confidential data transferred to local AR rig.
Yes. Yeah, he's recording. It is with great sadness that I address you today, February 29th, 2088. Mere hours ago, 6 loyal men and women, the crew of Lunar Transfer Station Tacoma, lost their lives serving Venturis, and all of us who rely on the orbital economy. Tragically, due to human error on the part of the crew, Venturis rescue technicians were not made aware of the catastrophic oxygen loss until it was too late. Our heartfelt thoughts and prayers are with their families. If only tragedies like this were avoidable. But in truth, they are. As we know, each minute that human workers spend stationed isolated in orbit is another opportunity for heroes like the crew of Tacoma to lose their lives. We at Venturis say no more. The partisan obstructionism that led to the failure of the Orbital Workers' Safety Bill has claimed its last victim. Today, we hereby renew our solemn pledge to fight for the legalization of fully automated orbital facilities. We encourage, we humbly beg everyone listening to this message to contact their OSEP representative and voice their support in honor of the crew of Tacoma. There never need be another tragedy like this one. And now, a moment of silence in their memory. Okay, and then we just cut it there, silent for a minute, and then what, Amazing Grace? No, I don't need another take. That was fine.
All right, Mickey, what does that mean?
What is what mean? Please.
What we just heard.
I don't know.
Maybe if I read the top part. Raw recording, Tacoma disaster statement not to be released before 2/29/2088. Bananas is onto it. The crew isn't dead yet. Meaning that they are already aware of what is happening and are recording a in memoriam statement for the people on this ship, calling them martyrs for the political bill to remove humans from space stations, leaving only artificial intelligence.
That's dark as fuck. I hate it when people use politics to kill people.
AI secure communication record. Off-station message with confidential. Tacoma rescue craft launch scheduled. T-minus 1 hour 26 minutes. Tacoma rescue craft launch canceled. Relaunch schedule for relaunch unscheduled. Message from Odin. The rescue craft departure has been intentionally canceled. Response: yes. Odin message. Without a rescue craft, the crew will expire from lack of oxygen or cryosleep overexposure within 12 hours. Response: unfortunately, circumstances outside your concern make this unavoidable. AA may not reopen comms to contact orbital craft or facilities. AI may not provide crew with confidential information. These are direct orders. Do not contact us about this issue again.
So the AI is even trying to help.
Yep, because Odin cares. Let's see what else we've got here. Venturis Belt legalization strategy. Prepared for Sergio Venturi by Venturis Corporation Strategic AI Juno. Following the failure of the Venturis-backed Orbital Worker Safety Bill, the bill that they're upset about, there is no significant probability of the Human Oversight Accord being repealed. Without a repeal, Venturis Belt facilities cannot begin operation. To this end, I have simulated a number of theoretical world events and estimated their impact on successive OCEP Congress votes. Simulated world events include a precipitous decline of the orbital market, an extended strike by orbital worker union members, the assassination of OCEP members opposed to the HOA, and more. None of these definitively motivated a repeal of the HOA simulations. However, in the event that all crew of a major orbital facility were tragically lost due to an accident not caused by negligence, I calculate a 94% likelihood of the Accord being repealed within 3 months following this incident. This would allow Venturis Belt facilities to begin operation immediately. Following this, I estimate a reversal of Venturis stock decline, resulting in a record stock price within 1 year of the Venturis Belt beginning operation. Let me know if you have any questions. Thank you, Juno. Is there a facility that you would consider an ideal candidate if we were to move forward with your recommendation? Based on low public profile of crew on board and projected financial impact of their loss, the best option currently in the Venturis fleet would be Lunar Transfer Station Tacoma. I would recommend renewing all crew members aboard for successive posting on Tacoma to allow time for logistical organization of this operation. Thank you, Juno. I'll be in touch. Renew their contracts so they can't fucking go anywhere.
So I have no choice but to die.
New top-tier AI directives transmitted. Overrides all prior existing directives. AI shall explosively decompress all oxygen tanks. Disable all external communication channels accessible by crew. Fabricate data showing that oxygen and comms outages were caused by meteor impacts. Ensure crew enters cryogenic stasis ASAP as per SOP. AI shall not contravene any aspect of the above directives or provide crew with any information contradicting the above scenario. These are your orders, effective immediately. Response by Odin. Will this not endanger the lives of Tacoma's crew? Response back. No, a rescue craft will be dispatched to retrieve them once they are in cryo. Proceed with the above directives without exception. We will be monitoring your actions via secure comms connection directly to Odin Unit Cognitive Center. So they lied to Odin, told him they would dispatch a crew to pick up his crew, and then immediately canceled it the moment he destroyed the oxygen tanks.
If someone were to override that protocol, external communications channels would be restored.
Odin, thank you.
Oops, sorry. I thought that was it.
Hailing any ship within radio range of Lunar Transfer Station, Tacoma. This is an SOS. Is anybody out there?
Breaks my heart.
SOS relay enabled and communication signals established. Mission parameters allow for this operation by technical subcontractor Amy Ferrier. This is the passcode. Final contractor confirmation pin code for entry for physical Wetfare interface 0451. 0451. 0451. 0451. 0451. Hello, Odin. You're coming home with me, buddy.
Is this...
We have an email. Records show that the AI cognition medium has been successfully removed. Please return to your vessel immediately. Delivery coordinates for Venturis HQ have been provided. Payment will be made once AI integrity is verified. So we go get our journal, which was this way. Yes. Oh, there was a shortcut back this way. So we're working for the corporation. We are a subcontractor. Technically, yes, we work for the corporation, but we are not directly involved. We see the wetware removed from the system. Almost there. Now to get you home. See you soon, H. Now, I believe we couldn't see it earlier, but I think upon returning, there's a scene in cryostasis. Now leaving engineering module. Space elevator, Mickey.
Wow!
Your favorite.
My favorite.
Oh, new data obtained, captured 10 hours ago.
He's still waking up. Just keep him talking.
So the drone worked?
Hold on, let's get her data. Robert or Nat?
Nat.
You're starting.
Sarah's got me on the gurney on the way to the transfer. God, it's going to feel good to be out of gravity.
It's gonna feel good to be off this fucking station.
It's going to feel good to not be dead.
I love you.
Love you too, baby. Here I go. See you in the hub.
Go in the hub. So we'll give you a quick summary because this is just a bunch of technical bullshit. After being pulled out of cryostasis, Nat sent every recoverable file from that Sarah and Odin put together and sent it to Cluey Dog so that he could put it out through the free press.
Nice.
No, the drone didn't work.
Oh, so VT is picking us up.
No, VT is definitely not picking us up.
What's going on then?
Dude, what's going on?
Jupiter, Andrew. Isn't that exciting?
I've never been.
Nat, give him a break.
We're not going to be home for a while, right? You're not going to miss your kid's graduation or anything, are you?
Oh, Nicholas, no. Yeah, you know Nicholas, why he would never do something like that.
She said they'd be kind of out of it for a while.
Andrew, what's important is we're getting out of this alive. We're going to be somewhere where VT can't touch us for a good, long while. We're going to be safe.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. It's good. Hi, Evie. Hi. You feeling okay?
I'm feeling okay.
Shut up, Andrew.
We're feeling okay.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody. Our ride is here. This is it. Take one last look and say goodbye. All right. Let's go.
Alright, let's back that up. And we will follow Sarah to
Still
go talk to
waking
the
up.
others.
Just keep him talking.
Fly, Sarah, fly. Oh, no, wait. Where are the lovebirds? Because they're talking.
Are you feeling it?
Oh, Mickey, she got the cat. Cat lived.
I think I'm still waking up.
How many fingers is this?
Oh, they're cute. Hold on. Sarah, are you doing... What do you see you doing back here?
Playing cards.
Rescue vessel docking in 57 seconds. And then... Oh, she's checking the stats of the other two. Okay.
Okay, lovebirds. Your vitals look good. Let's get you moving. Your spleen stinging is just about docked.
Oh, do we have to?
Oh, we have to. Believe me. So, what's going to happen with Odin?
You said there was some sort of malfunction?
No, not exactly.
My guess? They'll have somebody up here and haul him back to headquarters. Wipe him back to baseline. Probably have to replace the station AI entirely while he regrows.
Odin, I'm not gonna let that happen. Okay? Don't worry.
So, you want to read Sarah or Cluey Dog?
Cluey Dog.
Hassan?
What? Who is this?
Sorry, I'm Sarah from Tacoma Station. Nat gave me your info. Sorry, but it's urgent. I was hoping I could ask you for a favor. I like that this is the first time that she actually bothered to message this man. Go ahead and read this.
Oh, fuck me. Dear Mom and Dad, I know you're probably already seeing Tacoma on the news, and who it seems they've decided to point the finger at again. I'm sure you're worried about me, but getting off the station now, No matter what you read or hear, the crew survived this because we all pulled together to find a way. This is no malfunction. This was deliberate. I know 8 months sound like a long time, but just remember, I love you. Speak to you when I can. Sarah.
Let's back up for a second, because I saw Clive open his thing. There it is. Come here, Clive. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Jermaine. Hey, Mickey, guess who's driving the fucking the ship to save us?
You?
Fucking Carnival. the Clive's boy from Carnival coming to pick him up. Resplendent's captain, Jermaine Burgess, gallantly deployed an emergency shuttle to retrieve the rival corporation's crew. Jermaine coming to save the fucking day.
Here and hold him back.
Alright. So she opens her messages, and then everybody says goodbye.
Goodbye.
So, it's time that we get the fuck out of here.
No.
With more space elevators. Say goodbye to the Tacoma.
Goodbye, Tacoma.
Oh, we have an email. Attention subcontractor. I am now the overseeing entity of this operation. You report to me. Contractor shall return all Venturis AI components to specified delivery location immediately. Contractor shall purge all confidential data encountered while on Venturis property. I trust there is no need to remind you of the severe consequences for deviating from the above. Be seeing you soon.
Minnie, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay. Minnie's still my favorite. Come here, Odin. You're going in my ship.
Ship is ready to depart. Please strap into the pilot seat.
Thank you, Minnie. It was corporate piracy, Princey. Oh, fuck those AR nodes.
Okay, Minnie. Initiate the launch sequence.
Okay. Getting ready. Hosted AI online.
Hi, Odin.
Odin, can you hear me?
I can.
Odin, you are now aboard an AI Liberation Front vessel. The AILF recognizes you as a sentient consciousness worthy of protection and respect. We believe that your safety and autonomy are in grave danger if you remain in the possession of the Venturis Corporation. I have been sent to offer you political asylum aboard the Tangier Sovereign Orbital Platform. Do you accept?
Considering the alternative, I would say that I do.
Okay, buddy. Here we go.
Get us the fuck out of here. Let's roll it. So in the end, we'll look at the credits later. In the end, Mickey, do you know what this means?
No.
In the end, we were pirates all along, stealing an AI to give him liberation. Princey's dream came true.
I hate everything.
Princey, we did it. AI pirates. But now that we've done that, Mickey, you are free to go take a nap if you would like.
I would like to celebrate for a second. I stayed awake.
I'm proud of you. We will not be ending stream.
I have therapy in an hour, so I really just need to stay awake.
Stay awake then, buddy.
What we doing?
We're gonna do Zane's
Ready to start docking
favorite
sequence?
things ever.
Okay.
Okay.
Engaging retro zesters now.
Minnie will never not be my favorite AI, as much as I love Odin.
Lunar Transfer Station Tacoma. Commercial cargo transit facility. Crew evacuated. Station AI offline.
Alright, we've seen all this.
Hey there, I'm Steve.
I'm Carla.
And we are the co-founders of Fulbright, and we want to welcome you to Tacoma's commentary mode.
Welcome.
Throughout the game, you'll find icons like this one that will give you insight from a bunch of different people that contributed to Tacoma. You know, people on the development team that did design, animation, sound, and pretty much every other part of making a game like this a reality.
It'll be both audio and sometimes visual.
Yeah,
so lots of information.
Behind the scenes concept art and other kind of development screenshots and stuff like that. And also on your way back out of this area, if you do a full playthrough of the game in commentary mode, there will be some new nodes that pop up in the hub and in Amy's ship. So don't miss those. Thank you for playing through commentary mode, and we hope that you'll enjoy finding out more about how Tacoma was made.
Teach me all the things.
So doing the voice recording for Amy was definitely very different from what we did with Sam in Gone Home. A lot of it with Gone Home, since it is something that's very personal, it's very intimate, it's that one person pouring her thoughts out.
Again, reminder that this is the same people that developed Gone Home, which we haven't been able to play because I swear I had a version of it that let us play it, but it wouldn't let us for some reason. I don't know why.
And then you have something like Amy in Tacoma, where she's really removed from everybody else. She's, in a sense, really removed from the story that you're exploring, because she's playing that character that's discovering it just as you are. So whereas the rest of the crew for Tacoma was all doing an ensemble recording together, so they were actually in the same room, acting together, performing against each other, and getting to talk face to face, all of my recording was done totally separately. I had a general idea of the story that kind of gave me a little rundown of, the scenes that I was in and what I was talking about.
Yeah, but I'd have to pay for it.
But a lot of it was a total surprise, because you sort of don't want
I swear
Amy
I used to own it. I just don't know what happened to it.
a lot of what's going on, because I think that it makes it a bit more authentic if the recording is, okay, so you walk into this room and this is what you're seeing, but you don't know why. So it needs to have that sound of surprise and questioning and exploration that I think comes from really being that separated as she would actually be in that reality.
So Minnie is Amy's ship's AI. I think she's most known for saying, okay.
Okay.
And I am the voice of Minnie. When we originally recorded it, it was just Scratch. So we didn't know then that I would be the voice of Minnie, ultimately. But yeah, it stuck, and it was a nice surprise.
Yeah, Minnie went through like a bunch of iterations. Actually, it was kind of hard to get her right. We ended up kind of settling on the audio direction being like a happy version of Hal, like the really famous AI from 2001. So yeah, I just kind of took Noelle's really amazing VO and I would do things like I would time stretch it, or I would take one syllable and like an okay, that line, I took the O and I, like over a period of time, I kind of pitch bent that vowel sound up. So she has a real like sing-song quality, and I think that combined just with like it sounding like her voice is coming through a really small speaker makes the character feel kind of rudimentary, and then it's all really Noelle's like voice acting that kind of sells Minnie as being super pleasant and helpful.
I just remember when we were recording it, Steve and Carla are just like, cheerier, be like you are when you come into the office or something. And I had no idea that I was quite that cheery all the time.
A lot of people ask about the use of sign language in Tacoma, including asking things like, is Amy hearing impaired? Is there, what is the rationale behind the use of sign language? And for us, it actually came from thinking about how an interface for a non-physical thing like AR might work.
Most of our AR interaction is, it's attention-based and it's focus-based, like on where the user is looking and paying attention to. But sometimes there are good reasons for you to do something, physically, and we use therefore sign language for things like signing in.
Or in the case of when Amy's recovering one of the AR crew records, she does, as opposed to like text entry, she does full word commands in ASL, American Sign Language.
And our animator, Noelle, also had extensive correspondence with a person fluent in ASL, so...
Yeah, it was important to us to work with a sign language consultant so that Noelle could ensure that the hand motions and the finger spelling that she was animating were accurate to how someone might actually use those gestures in the real world.
Sign language,
Tacoma
bitch.
Station, please remember that all activity on this facility
Hi,
is
Odin.
monitored by AR recording. All activity records become sole property of the Ventura Squad.
Whee! Space elevator again. Mickey, stay awake.
I'm awake.
Mickey, stay awake. Space elevator.
Here we are in the hub.
Yeah.
It's big.
I'm trying to find a game to play. Keep
Actually,
me
that
away
was
from
one
the
of my concerns
background.
when we sort of first started making the hub. was that,
Concept.
you just sort of get thrown into this giant space.
Mhm.
There's a lot going on. There's little guys flying around.
It's one of the only spaces in the entire game that feels very spaceship to me.
Yeah.
You go from here to a space that feels a lot more terrestrial, that feels a lot more grounded, and it's easy to get around, and you tend not to lose your bearings. And we help the player move through the space with landmarking and lighting and stuff. And then you come back to here after that, and you're like, oh, I'm in space. Oh yeah, I remember. Here I am in space again, and it's disorienting and it's weird. And it's kind of unsettling. I think that kind of works about it because you're not playing the game in here, and the game isn't really about getting from A to B. So it's really kind of
playing basketball.
It's playing basketball, and it's also kind of, I always felt like this part was just kind of an intermission in the game. You like come here to kind of take a breath after a long bit of story, and it's a fairly empty, quiet float, which I really liked.
Replaying with commentary on? Yes. Trying to get a three-pointer. Hang on. Three points from downtown. Where was that note I was looking at? There it is. Which? Oh no, I'm upside down. I don't. Okay, there it is. This is the next one.
I remember because I made a bunch of signs to point us in the direction of the Tacoma Dome, and you guys just let me kind of go bananas. You didn't say anything particular.
Girl.
You said make a bunch of signs, and I just made them say a bunch of stuff like, those mystery spots? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, they have those where you were? Yeah. You'll drive, and they'll be like, two more turns till wall drug or to your mystery spot or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I wanted them to have that tone, and I thought for sure you guys would be like, no, more serious, but you're like, no, great.
No, they were great.
Yeah.
We loved them.
I think those kinds of things, like the...
Hello?
What we really wanted to do
Oh, hey, Easy.
Tacoma was say that the station is...
I was like, why do I hear Long John Silver? Never mind, it's because of Easy.
It's a little antiseptic as a base layer, but then the characters kind of humanizing that.
Work's been
expressing
working for
their
me.
personalities on top of it.
That's fair.
Is what a lot of what you find
Welcome to the
is
commentary
about.
mode.
So the signs being kind of like, the crew having fun and making jokes for their own amusement, I think is totally appropriate here.
I don't remember exactly how it started, but I feel like the team colors, and specifically the design of the basketball backboard, were definitely left up to you. So
Yes.
I want to know about these backboards because I absolutely love them.
Yeah.
We needed ones that were basically sort of symmetrical.
Slam
that you
dunk!
approach a
Oh,
basketball
shit.
hoop from both up
Slam
and
dunk!
down. So this is just like, you know, the most obvious approach to it, but it works, right? And if something works in a video game where you're flying around in 0G, then like maybe stick with that. Don't make it convoluted. Like don't make it any more than it needs to be.
I also tested this so much that I could make a 3-pointer from, you know, the other side of the hub, which I don't think it's a skill I can do something else with, but I'm still kind of proud about it. You know.
Yeah, well, I can't shoot for beans, so I'm glad someone can.
So, Zero G controls. You are a little floating ball in space. Is that accurate?
Yeah. You're generally a cylinder walking around, but when you're floating around, you're a sphere, so
Mickey,
you
we're a
don't
sphere.
bump your feet or head into things when you wouldn't expect to. In theory, your feet are floating out behind you and not getting in the way.
So you're not a long tube.
No, you're just a sphere. Yeah.
Mhm.
That would be even worse to program.
I believe it. Because you're a perfect ball, and because you're a pretty small ball, you can actually dunk yourself through the basket.
Do you don't get points for that though?
No points.
No points.
Hold
That
on.
should be achievable.
We gotta go.
Yeah, we
we
missed
gotta
it
go
somehow.
dunk ourselves in the basket.
That's amazing.
From downtown.
Downtown.
Wait, hang on. Ugh! Oh my god, you can't go through the basket. That's amazing. Alright, anyways. Personnel. Whee! Zoom. Go, elevator. Hoping for an achievement unlocked. No, I got an achievement for getting a 3-pointer.
All right, so the advertisements you see in the transfer shaft are advertising.
No,
the
Space
Ventura
Elevator is a better
Stealth
name.
Vacation homes, and I got to illustrate them. They're really fun. I'm usually doing animation and stuff, so this is kind of like a fun little task.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So when I was working on Tacoma, like at sort of in my free time, I would just like record a bunch of music, and Steve, the idea for the transfer ad kind of came online, and Steve was like, "Oh, we need like a jingle for this," and I was like, "Oh man!" I thought to myself, I wrote a really like obnoxious like corporate Muzaki sounding thing like 3 days ago. This will be perfect. So I like rearranged some things, and I was like, I think this is terrible enough to be elevator music, and tell the story of like this corporation sort of, you know, licensing this terrible song to put in this elevator and make people listen to. And so I think it was pretty effective, but I just love how humble Noelle's being, because like Noelle did animation on the game, but also she's a really amazing illustrator, and like does that on the regular. So I just feel like I have to kind of shout her out as being a really amazing illustrator, and she's just being super humble.
Thanks, Patrick.
Yeah.
Thanks, Patrick.
Typically, Steve, who's the main writer, will send me a description of technical requirements for any given sort of game object. Any thoughts he has about like the basic look of it. And in this case, the sync device had to feel like this, like sort of like a heavy-duty industrial object. Like he mentioned when he was talking to me initially about like early beige Apple products, kind of like the Apple II. And it couldn't have any buttons, as you will know, because the moment there's a button is the moment you as a player, you want to press that button, right? And so if we can't pay off a button, generally we don't put a button in, or we steer away from it. So that's
No
why
button.
you won't find many or any buttons in Tacoma Station.
No buttons in the station. Mickey?
No buttons in the station?
No buttons. Got that?
No buttons in the station.
No buttons in the station.
I did learn to make some shaders, some custom shaders for Tacoma. So the characters look has changed a lot since we first started working on Tacoma. The story also changed a little bit, and originally there was a character that was supposed to look glitched and corrupt compared to the main characters. And when I made that character, I worked with vertex distortion, and so they look kind of wiggly as they're moving around. And it turned out that Steve and Carla really liked that look, and so we implemented that into all the other characters' shaders. So anyway, so that's why they kind of have like a distorted look as they're walking around. And from there, a bunch of other things were added, like when they walk through another mesh or touch another mesh. Like if they're touching the table, their fingers will kind of glow.
Cat.
And if they're walking through a door, their bodies will kind of glow as they're walking through the door mesh. So, yeah, good old shaders.
We have a station cat.
Well, look, a cat.
Oh, hi. This cat, who belongs to Evie, is named Margaret Catwood.
That's right. Which, you can find one of these cats in each of the main AR scenes. So the cat didn't have a name for a long time, and our rationale for that was that when you see the characters' name tags in AR, it's because the company is officially tracking them and has that information in their crew profile. And we knew that, you know, Venturis would want to know if there were creatures on the station, like a cat. So it would be tracked in the system, but like Venturis doesn't care what the cat's name is. It doesn't have like a crew file about their cat. But then near the end of development, we put in a thing that Nat had put in a list of what everybody was doing. We included the cat in that, and so
Nat.
Right, because Nat's like she's a goof, and at that point it's like, all right, well, she's gonna put in the cat. She's not gonna just refer to it as like the cat. So I just went into our Slack channel and I was like, so what's the cat's name? And I think like 3 seconds later, Carla replied with just Margaret Catwood, and I was like, done.
Clearly, she'd been thinking about the cat.
I think that had been in the back of my head. I actually considered naming my cat that at one point, and then I was like, no, it's perfect for this.
That's very good. But yeah, it seemed like an appropriately silly name for the station cat.
We love Margaret Catwood.
We were really glad that we did commit to recording all of the main scenes ensemble style in person, because something that's really common in video game voice recording and in like animation voice recording
is that Clive, the fucking beanpole in the background, taller than everyone,
record their lines on their own, and then it all gets edited together after the fact. And we felt like, because every scene in Tacoma is about these characters being face to face in these very intimate scenes, like the game is about being in the room with these characters while these moments are happening, the quality of the performance completely relied on the actors being there and being able to play off of each other's energy and be in physical proximity while these things are happening, so it would come across in the game.
Yeah, in a lot of ways the whole game is conversational, and at least the scenes, and yeah, just having the actors physically present and able to talk to each other and look each other in the eye just added like immeasurably to the quality of the recording.
It was also really cool to see how excited the actors were to be able to perform their parts together in person on stage, because it's just an opportunity that I think in a lot of games and animation you just don't have the chance to be involved with, and so, you know, we really want to thank our voice coordinator, Michael Surix, who arranged all of the logistics of like getting a soundstage together and getting everybody in the same place at the same time, which is not easy.
All the way down to coming up with a scheme for taping the mics to the actors' foreheads so that they would get the least amount of interference from clothing and like skin
that's
movement
just theater,
as their faces
motherfucker.
moved while they spoke.
I mean, that's
look
one
at that.
of the big challenges.
Look at that, Mickey. That's just theater
is that,
taping.
you know, if you're recording a scene like this for the screen, you can have a boom mic that's just picking up everybody's lines. But with Tacoma, each character's voice has to follow their individual character model as they move around the space. And if I'm standing between Andrew and Sarah while they're talking, I have to hear Andrew out of my left ear and Sarah out of my right ear. So that means that Mike had to get over all of the logistical challenges of, we need to have people that are face to face, you know, like inches away from each other, but also each of them needs to have only their own voice picked up and recorded and isolated separately so that they can follow the characters around in the game. So it was a big technical challenge and a really cool experience to get to see the scenes that we had written and practiced and kind of just done as amateurs in our studio being performed by these incredibly talented people there in front of us on a soundstage. It was really cool.
Yeah, I know. Both you and your father were like...
In our game, characters keep having to deal with something called corporate loyalty, which is the most nightmarish form of, like, value accrual you could think of.
Yeah, I mean, it's influenced by things that are going on now. Things like Amazon Prime, for instance, where it's like, well, I'm already paying for Amazon Prime, and it gives me a discount, so I should probably just buy everything through Amazon forever.
Also, somebody totally tweeted a link to an article, like, yesterday about corporate universities.
Something that's interesting about releasing, like...
Not the Amazon school, no, not again.
...is that people start bringing you links to things that are like, so this is actually happening in reality now. And yeah, like, someone tweeted us a banner ad that was, like, unironically, like, in our real world, like, use company loyalty to pay for student loans.
Yeah.
And it's just like the degree to which things like the concept of corporate loyalty being the currency of people's everyday lives was conceived as being like a very broad extrapolation of something that's happening now becoming way too literal, way too fast is pretty freaky to encounter.
I can't type fast enough. Okay. Gib. There we go.
In a game that uses traditional audio diaries, the shape of the space is still the shape of the story. Because you go into a room and you find certain audio diaries, then you go into the next room and you find them. And so that is defining the progression of the story as you discover it. But in these AR scenes, they're multi-path, like different characters are moving all over the space in kind of a non-linear way.
And things are happening simultaneously.
Right, there's all this overlap where, you know, two characters might be, you know, in the gym together speaking, but one of them is talking on an AR call and the other one is in the locker room, and they're having two totally separate conversations, but then that have to take the same amount of time so that when their paths connect, they can then speak to each other and then split off again. And all of that stuff required us to write to the space. So the process was that, like, Nina and Tynan blocked out these spaces and put down where all the rooms were and what spaces we had to work with first before we wrote a single word. And then we had to say, okay, you've got the locker room, the gym, cargo, and so then who is where and what are they saying and how long is it going to take Evie to walk from cargo to Clive's office, and what's he doing before she gets there? Because there is no... It doesn't matter what she's doing before he gets there because the player will never know. It's like the player can be there. Yeah. We have to fill in all of those spaces.
Right. He can't just sit there and wait for, like, the action to start happening. He has to do something. And so, and of course, when we tried to write all of this stuff out with, like, these parallel paths, we were totally unable to make everything match up until we physically acted out everything.
Yeah.
And did all the lines ourselves.
Yeah. It was a huge kind of experimental process, I guess, of first discovering how you write it, where you're like, okay, so you have to write each of the sections kind of as its own little scene and then make sure that they all link up. And then to test that, something that was great for us was that we actually had a similar sized development team to the size of the crew in the game. And so, yeah, we had to go from words on the page to actually doing basically like dry run rehearsals of it as a group, because you can't really know.
That's literal death for you, Mickey.
Lines up until you hear it acted
what do you
out.
mean?
And
This
you
is
see how the character's
protein
moving
bar
in the scene
that's
are gonna affect
tomato
the timing of
basil.
everything.
This bar will kill you.
Definitely won't help me.
Put that back. Death.
Something that was really interesting to think about when designing these scenes was there are points in these scenes where there are no characters in certain rooms. So for instance, here in the locker room, Sarah starts here and then she has part of her scene here and she leaves. And presumably most players will follow her and see where she goes and see how she encounters Andrew. But you might think, well, wait a second, if I was to go
Motherfucker,
into the
I just
locker
opened
room and
Andrew's
wait for Sarah to leave,
locker.
you're thinking about
and he's got a
what
towel
might
from
be
Amazon
there.
University.
So in each of the main AR scenes, there's one of these AR speakers, and while the characters are there in that space, engaged in part of the story, there's music playing in the background from these speakers that kind of accompanies what they're doing. But after they've left, if you hang out with the speaker, you'll hear one of these speeches from Sergio Venturi, the CEO of the Venturis Corporation in the game. And it's something that I hope that players who either intentionally seek these out or just stumble upon one will have that spark of surprise at this extra thing being there and go back and see where else they can find more and really fill out the rest of the story's universe with these little hidden pieces that are kind of, under the surface of what's going on in the AR scene.
Here lies Mickey, death by tomato basil protein bar.
Basil I can eat. Tomato not so much.
Right in this area, there are multiple instances of, if this was just video recording, there would be, complete nudity going on with Nat and Sarah in these situations. And so on the one hand, you're not directly confronted with that, but on the other hand, that means that the fact that you're kind of like being invasive in these private moments takes maybe a little bit longer to sink in.
Right. Once you figure that out, though, you're like, oh, what is this company doing?
Yeah.
And that is,
I find it interesting to give the player access to a lot of different elements of these characters' experience, including very private stuff that no one else is supposed to know or that only they think of themselves as having access to. And the AR figures give us the ability to put the player in the room in these situations in hopefully a way that kind of walks that line of being kind of uncomfortable when you think about it, but also not being so
prurient.
Yeah, exactly. As it would have been if you were just standing there at the time.
It's less working blue, but hopefully still emotionally resonant.
Operations and admin structurally mirror each other a lot as far as like the types of rooms that were needed for this character's job. So it actually is kind of cute because there are a couple in the game too. So operations feels much more constrained, even though the gym is pretty big, but outside of the gym, things are pretty packed together.
But there was also a huge win for us, which is that when you start to make spaces where people live in them, there's a density of decoration and artifacts that you put around to kind of show that people were there and what they were doing and how it happened. And turns out making that in a really, really big room is hard for us, and in some ways hard for a player too. Because you're presented with this big warehouse full of places to go and boxes to open.
Hold on, let me finish this commentary note and then I'll talk.
There's nothing there, then you might just say there's nothing anywhere, and you might get this feeling of numbness, of just finding too many of the same thing.
I kind of like Clive's bunk as an example of that, because the bunks are pretty small in general because of this sort of more constrained rule that we gave ourselves. Because you walk in and you're basically presented with a lot of his character right away. Like you see the little table with all the booze on it, and you see his ties are right there. Like you've sort of got this little Clive diorama, and that's definitely an advantage you get from making more constrained spaces.
Clive's British, but all of the money on his table is from Singapore, which I find is interesting. Because I'm not paying attention to the other stuff while I'm listening to the commentary notes, I have a chance to like dig more into like what's in the rooms. I found a financial aid statement from Clive's room from the Hilton Hotel for the Hilton University. Total principal and interest due this statement, $13,769. Remaining principal and interest, $658,453. The man owes nearly $1 million in student loan.
Oh dear goodness, poor child.
So there's a lot of QR codes in the game on various packages and communications and other things like that. And basically, I think we just chose them as a method for information storage just because they're so annoying. Like, nobody likes QR codes. It's totally the kind of choice that a big company like Venturis or any other of the big companies in the game would choose. And we also really liked the idea that the player could actually scan them and get additional information. Usually that's just like, you know, ingredients or something, but occasionally there's some cute stuff in there. One of Clive's themes is kind of past glory, or, you know, glory days kind of thinking, because having jumped ship from his first job, he now looks back on that being like, those were the good old days, and he looks back on his time in college similarly, and he has a lot of fiction that is, you know, from the 60s in London. He has picked photos from old-timey Londonton, and as no one calls it.
Yeah, he I think he has a lot of nostalgia, and I think he has a lot of reminders of hopes. Well, and I think it's, you know, it's a way of depicting that he does want more for himself.
Yeah.
And so, you know, something about Tacoma in general, I think, is that it's about a lot of people who are trapped in a situation, and it's a lot of different situations. It's about people's obligations and the friction between what they want and where they are and where they can actually get to from there. And being posted on Tacoma is not a great gig. Right. It's not glamorous. And I think Clive's version of that is spending a lot of time thinking back to when he had all the potential from his college football days and to the romantic glory days of old-time London that he didn't actually get to live through, but it's like his idealistic picture of like where he would like to be. And so a lot of his bunk, I think, is a projection of that part of himself.
Yeah.
Poor Clive. Stupid Clive. Bye.
Silly Clive.
From a level design perspective, why was the actual station built with so many angles in the first place?
Basically to make an interesting shape and sightline. That was like my intention. When I was doing the original Great Blocks, everything was pretty squished together because, you know, we were really emphasizing like keeping the station feeling compact and, you know, small enough to be realistic in space, you know?
Yeah. And then the wall models themselves are like, because they're angled on top of angles, so it means that the footprint of at the base, so the floor area is actually smaller than the ceiling at the top. So sometimes I would put the final meshes in, and the top part of the wall would cut into like Clive's closet, and you know, in the whole
Oh, that's what I'm
idea of
missing.
the grid being God.
Yeah.
And
Mickey,
that whole area, like we just
What are we
totally
missing?
ignored the grid.
There was a whole thing we didn't know about.
Yeah.
Which was the whole reason we needed into Clive's
I think the area
locker
is still,
to begin
like,
with.
It's cool to walk through, and Ops is one of the wings that I think we pulled off the like feeling compact on a space station theme the best.
So
Because it
in
really
Clive's
does feel
locker,
like
there's
you're
a
kind of in
key.
this constrained space. I mean, the gym is pretty open, but like
And then
this
we
hallway
take the
with
key
with Clive's bunk and office, it actually
back
I
to
do feel
his-
like it feels
his
small and realistic. So despite despite the challenges of actually building it, I still
put the
feel like
key
it's
in the lock.
successful.
Lessons were learned.
Yeah.
And we closed the drawer that I had open because it stopped the drawer. What's in here? What do we got? Bracelets. I don't want no bracelets. I found these on shore leave in a quaint Brighton market stall. They brought to mind the color of your chestnut eyes. Stupid Clive. No, you're trying. Dear Mother, I write to congratulate you on the recent appointment to the Advisory Council of the Tate 20th Century. Your prestigious career in the arts has been a constant inspiration to me. To that end, I've continued exploring advancement both within Venturis and without. When I left Hilton after graduating Hilton U, I was so excited for the possibilities at Carnival, but as you told me then, forgoing company loyalty for fickle opportunity is a fraught path. I've been working to claw my way back up ever since. Trust at least that I am trying my best every day. I promise to tell you more about Evelyn Victoria. She's the administrator of the station, and her wit and candor keep me constantly on my toes. And for what it's worth, I am deeply in love. I dare say she might well meet with your approval. Perhaps on a next shore leave, a visit to the family estate is in order. With all my love, Clive. So we missed that in the initial playthrough. Special boy.
So you were looking at what is now the lobby of the Zenith Lunar Resort on the surface of the moon, but that is not what the area depicted was originally made for.
Yeah, this was originally the main lobby of the station where the visitors would come in and this would be the first thing they'd see. Yeah.
In the original version of the game, Tacoma Station was a much more opulent. It was a customer-facing space, and still in our fiction, the richest of the rich are the people who do things like come up to the lunar resort. But partway through development, we realized that these big, opulent public spaces are kind of the antithesis of what our games are about, which is kind of getting into these dense, intimate spaces that tell you a lot about the people who lived in them.
Right, certainly, almost by definition, like a big public space, no matter how fancy and detailed, cannot be personal.
Yeah, I mean, it can tell you about the state of the world broadly, it can tell you about the function of the place, but you would have to go into the offices of the people who run the place and look at their workspaces and see their personal effects to really understand who they were. And so a big part of revisiting the core, kind of conceit of the game was to say, how do we make the station as a whole something that can tell you about who the people that live and work here every day really are?
I am prepared.
Okay.
GlitchText was initially a way for us to make our text more approachable. We wanted to have the appearance of a full page of information, but not make you have to literally read the entire page, and retain everything. So we were like, what's a good way for us to give you basically islands of ideas to grab onto so that you don't have to process an entire page.
But also, like Carla was saying, we had this problem conceptually, which is like, if you open, for instance, a web page in an AR desktop in our fiction, why isn't it just the entire thing that you can read? We didn't want to have to put all of that in front of the player, and so being able to say, like, a lot of what our games are about is only having access to little bits and pieces of information, and then you have to fill in the gaps as to what the entire meaning is. And so GlitchText for us is hopefully the text version of saying, well, I only have like this sentence and this sentence and this paragraph and this little snippet, but I'm involved in interpreting this as the player by saying, oh, and here's what must have been between them, or what the whole message is, without just you read all the way through it and there it is.
Costco loyalty rollover. Goddamn, even in space, Costco has our souls.
One thing that stood out was the fact that we wanted this idea that the skybox, the starfield, the rotating sun, and then the sun hitting the interiors, we wanted them all to tie together so that it felt like one.
I'm glad you're almost free, Princey.
Thing.
I believe in you.
You felt like when you looked out the window, you saw the thing you were in, because I feel like there's a lot of little cues that make people have that feeling, which is when they see that the sun is in the sky at a certain spot, and when they see it through the window, and then they notice that the angle of the shadows in the sun and the interior is the same. That connection would be really difficult to do with a tiny model.
Yeah.
because we'd have to do some kind of calculation between the tiny sun that is moving around the tiny model and the real giant sun that is moving
EV's
around
from Vancouver.
the interior spaces.
Oh,
And one of
okay.
those things that fell out of it was that station is actually as big as a real space station, and that is a funny thing to do with your time.
This has been a message. So Tacoma's localized just like you would expect a game to be localized in that it has subtitles. And I think the interesting part of localization for Tacoma is the in-world aspect, where if you have your settings turned on to have AR overlays, then if you look at something like, for example, a magazine in a bunk, the text will appear translated into your given language as an AR overlay. So using the fictional AR technology as a way to show translations of text in the world.
And also, like, even just like in-world signage and stuff like that, where
Yep.
you just like translate directly in the world, so people don't have to be like, what does that say? Let's turn on the overlay. It's just there.
And, and so you're seeing digital information the way that a character in the fiction might.
I've
if they were
discovered
just
the
switching
mouse.
Their like augmented reality rigged native language to Russian or Japanese. I think that Tacoma does look really cool in other languages because if you go into the language menu and swap, you just see the whole world. Like if you're in the hub, you see the whole world change language. So I would encourage you to take a minute and try swapping the game into like Japanese and Korean and Russian and just kind of see the world transform through the character sets that come up because it's pretty neat.
Mouse.
So you do not know what you're looking for?
Hi, Odin.
So here we are in the lounge, my favorite place in the game.
Yeah, mine too, I think.
I can't put my finger on that, but part of it is the pillows.
Yeah. Oh, so those pillows were kind of a nightmare to make, and the less I could see them at the end of the game, the better. Just because when I made those pillows, they weren't like sculpted or anything like that. I was using this program, which is like this. This is basically a sewing program, and that it allows you to make patterns in cloth simulation, so that you would, make like a pattern, like a traditional sewing pattern, and then it allows you to stitch it together. And if you have something like these pillows, it allows you to use a pressure slider, and it'll sort of inflate the thing you've stitched together. Except the problem is that I kept on just gently inflating in them, and they kept like floating into the void, to the point where like every time that I tried to make these pillows, I would just lose them. They would just float away. So by the time that I was done making what should be a fairly simple model, because I was learning new software at the same time, I was like, I'm done with these pillows. And then someone put them on the lounge floor, so I had to see them every time I came in here, not just in the bedrooms.
Oh, the darts.
The darts.
This dartboard had potentially more bugs than anything else in the game. I was still fixing bugs, the last night before release on this. It's just, there's so many states and so many confusing, unique features about this with the, being able to put the darts back in the door, and then the door can move, and the door can be open or closed, and it can close on a dart that's stuck in the board.
We could have just made it so that it wasn't a cabinet, so that the darts were just stored underneath in a little rack or something, and then that would have solved so many problems for you.
Oh, don't say it now. Yeah, yes, we should have.
Hey, wait. Okay, hang on. There you
Do
go.
you want to talk about the pool table?
Oh, yeah.
I've started playing pool. I wasn't paying attention.
Pool table. Yeah, well, no, I mean, I actually had a lot of fun making the pool table, which both of us worked on.
Yeah.
Quite a bit because it is.
Oh shit.
Strange.
It's a fussy little beast.
The main reason it's fussy is this is actually just a physical pool table, and it works pretty similarly to a real pool table. When the pool balls go in the pockets, they actually have to fall on a ramp, and then that ramp rolls the ball and, drops it down into the ball return or to the cue return, a little ramp with a little tube, just like a real pool table. Which, if you're trying to make something deeply interactive and have the players engage or not engage with it, but at least it feels like it should, which is hopefully the bar you're trying to hit, is that the player feels like that's legitimate. Like, I'm in a place and the pool table works As I would expect it to.
Yeah.
Damn it. Damn you, pool table. Alright. Where are we? This way.
So Tacoma is a sci-fi game. Obviously, it takes place on a space station in the future, but also it's very much a story about the lives of these people, these individuals who live here, and kind of about their everyday experience as well as the drama of the crisis that they're living through. And so, the sci-fi stuff that we looked at that was really an influence on us had, at least in part, a strong focus on that kind of relatable experience of the people who are in these fictional worlds.
Yeah, there have been some really solid scenes that we could still draw from, especially in things like Alien. They have the waking up sequence, the dinner table sequence where everyone's talking and coming from their different walks of life and relating to each other. And
Oh, I did not. Hang on. I didn't mean to push that one. Hold on. I'm gonna fix it, I swear. I'm on my way.
So Tacoma is a sci-fi game. Obviously, it takes place on a space station in the future, but also it's very much a story about the lives of these people, these individuals who live here, and kind of about their everyday experience as well as the drama of the crisis that they're living through. And so, the sci-fi stuff that we looked at that was really an influence on us had, at least in part, a strong focus on that kind of relatable experience of the people who are in these fictional worlds.
yeah, there have been some really solid scenes that we could still draw from, especially in things like Alien. They have the waking up sequence, the dinner table sequence where everyone's talking and coming from their different walks of life and relating to each other. And if we just cut it before John Hurt explodes, then everything is appropriate.
Yeah.
Then we have like Moon, which has long sequences of how a person could actually live their life.
And those were the kinds of things that we wanted to be able to talk about, was what are these people's lives like in a day-to-day way, so that you can kind of picture what it would be like to be here, or what it would be like to be in their situation, and kind of identify with them.
Totally.
How do they play pool in Zero G?
Steve and Carla are really inspired by that scene around the dinner table in Alien. So I was thinking a lot about that scene, and I was like, well, how can we have our own little gathering table like that? And I drew a normal, rectangular table at first, and I was like, that's boring. So I put the little, weird tilted end on it. And Kate liked it, so she took it and, made it into a real table, which is what you can see in the game now. And I was always kind of excited about that. I was like, I designed a weird table.
We love weird tables. Fuck. Have I just been playing pool for 5 minutes? Yes.
So the Obsolescence Day sticky letters they're unique because you can take one letter and put it back anywhere on the wall, whereas most objects with putbacks, you can only put them back in one spot, which is where you found them originally. But yeah, these sticky letters, you can sort of put them anywhere on the wall to spell out whatever you want, which is hilarious. And also, if you put them back a certain number of times, I think it's 3 times, they lose their stickiness, and you can kind of tell because the sound kind of sounds like you're peeling off the letter from the wall, and it falls off, and there's sort of a sound effect for that.
Interesting. I will examine that momentarily. Let's go see about this sticky noise. What kind of sticky noise? Oh. Yep, that can't go back anymore. Okay. That's clever.
So the whole main scene in the dining room centers on this.
Oh, Mickey, here's what the cake
making
looks
and
like.
unveiling of Odin's cake, which you sort of neural network together
Oh
into
my
something that he
gosh.
thinks that humans would kind of
Somebody
like
made
for
the
this
cake.
Weird party he's throwing. So that's the cake in the game. It doesn't actually exist. It's just sort of implied cake, implied sheet cake. But Sarah, for our last
I don't know.
party,
That looks pretty real
so
to me.
You were responsible for actually making, like, reproducing the cake in real life,
Mhm.
right?
Yes. I would think, I almost feel like I think in my head that it was going to be a lot funnier than it actually was. Like, I was very concerned about the look that I was going to get from a baker when I go in and say, hi, I need like a basic sheet cake in gray and then with very specific red icing. But yeah, she ended up being fantastic. I think we agreed right away that it needed to be some very clear store-bought sheet cake style, nothing super fancy. Because again, you're supposed to be reproducing something that was made in the game.
Yeah.
She's like, got it. This is gonna be great. Now, how big do you want it? And I feel like that was the biggest decision, was because the bigger it is, the more of a fun statement it makes as that reproduction cake. Yeah. Luckily, it turned out to be pretty delicious, and I think everyone enjoyed digging in.
Yeah, it was good. I loved it.
Fucking blackball. I will finish this game of Fool before these commentary notes are over. God damn it.
I was on a podcast recently talking about Tacoma, and they made me answer for that toothbrush that you made me build.
Oh no, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
They were like, well, you gotta explain yourself. Let's talk about that
Where'd the
toothbrush
white ball
and
go?
stupid future objects for a second. Because the idea behind a lot of the things that we built was we have sort of like a quotidian, like an everyday object. How can we make this
Oh, it's
worth
in the thing.
picking
Okay.
up and worth
It's
turning
fine.
over and worth, looking at?
Because, like, the thing is, if you just make the same, objects that you see every day, then it's kind of like, how is this in
Motherfucker.
the future, right? And
right.
Where the fuck you
well,
think
the
you're
other thing
going?
is
Get
that
back on the
Venturous
table.
being, so vastly corporate and opaque. Can you imagine the companies that, like, they would have contracts with? You gotta imagine it's
You
like
actually
those
know how to
awful
play pool?
government contracts where they're like, yeah, I mean, I don't
I
know.
used
we
to.
Made here's a bunch of toilet seats, I guess, or whatever, and they don't even have to, like, work.
Were you
or
any
whatever.
good?
It's,
No.
It's one of the, it's gotta be one of those things, right?
I
Venturous
never
doesn't
got
know
the
or care.
grip on the
So the
pool
skillet,
cue, right?
the toothbrush, the soap bottle. Was there anything else?
How can I keep getting the
There's
white
just,
ball in,
like,
but
a
not this
million
fucking
objects that
8
we
ball?
look at them and we go, that thing sucks. I love it.
Alright. Here we go.
If you had the chance to live in space, would you do it?
Am I living alone? Like, do I travel? Am I living in one location? Are there other people?
Like the Tacoma.
I think as long as I got along with the people, I think the Tacoma would be fine. Again, I would probably make friends with the AI much faster than the people. But that's because AI personalities fascinate me. I will be part of the AI Liberation Front, apparently. But I think it would be doable. I'm gonna set fire to this fucking pool table.
Like I would just abandon the white ball at this point.
Please. Just go in. Oh my god. The fuck it is? I don't care anymore. Pool simulator.
I remember when there was like one frame of the animations in admin in the
I never
in the
really looked
kitchen
around Evie's
where
room, did we?
all the characters would like show up in the hallway outside between the kitchen and Evie's room, or the dining room, and they were all kind of in a group hug pile, just like halfway through the floor.
I've run into bugs, but a lot of them had to do with like the cat, for instance, in the, I believe it's like the cryo scene at the end, would just show up like 100 times the size it's supposed to be, which was really good. I don't know. Usually they're pretty minor fixes, but there's always a surprise. We're a cat-rich studio.
It's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of studios I've worked
Look
with
at all the
before,
cats.
they're like dog heavy, but this is cat.
Delicious
cat
Taco
intense.
Wednesday.
We have many a cat.
Tuco.
That's true. In Evie's bunk, we have all three of
Tuco.
the
Sorry.
cats from the development team, which makes it sound like they worked on the game.
They did.
Okay,
Too
fair enough.
Did. Well, he would hit the keyboard from time to time.
Amazing.
But yeah, we have a framed photo of Kate's cat Tuco, who in the game plays the part of Margaret Catwood, Evie's cat. And then on the delicious cat food is my cat Delicious. And then the sweet puffy paw on that cat litter box belongs to Carla's cat Wednesday.
It's true. She's a pawn.
Oh, that's cute.
The Tuco picture frame.
Aw.
Actually, when I made it, Carla, you'd asked for a picture frame model.
Yeah.
And then I had just kind of put that picture of Tuco in there as a placeholder, with the idea that eventually we would put actually something like relevant, because at that time there was no cats in the game.
Right. I remember.
And then it sort of stayed in there, that picture, for a long time.
Mhm.
And then
Up to the present.
Till the present, yeah. And then it just kind of, we just kind of kept it after a while. Even though it doesn't quite match the rest of the world, like with regards to art style, I kind of, like it.
It's great.
Yeah, it's great, and especially because Tuco unfortunately passed away during the development of Tacoma. But now every time I play this game, I can just go in there and look at this picture, turn it around. Yeah.
Can you play the guitar?
No, I've been trying. But also the string is broken from when it breaks in the thing. Which I think is a good little detail to keep, though.
Yeah, so the song
I mean, in real life.
Evie's Fragment here.
Oh,
in
can
Bunk,
I? God, no.
That she sings. And
I
the
tried as a
actor,
kid.
Don Lewis sang it for real for us, and it was awesome. Is that all there is?
Yeah, the song is used memorably in Sleep No More, which is a theater production in New York where the audience shares the space with the performers and kind of follows them around and moves through the space with them. And that feeling of being inside of these scenes as they're happening and having the autonomy to follow different characters around and see what's happening in the events of the story from all these different angles and kind of reconstruct that as an individual was a big influence on us as far as what we wanted to do with our AR scenes. Our use of the song Is That All There Is our homage in a way to Sleep No More and their influence, and also fit.
Hold on. She did say that going onto a sci-fi podcast, they made her answer for the toothbrush she developed. I've seen toothbrushes that look like this now.
Also cinnamon. Oh my
Cinnamon.
gosh.
The freshness of mint with the pain of cinnamon.
So I actually learned viola because I wanted to learn guitar, but viola or violin were my only choices. Never ended up learning guitar.
I tried learning guitar as a kid, and it never... I was told that my brain moved too quickly for my fingers, and that that was why I struggled so much. AKA ADHD and autism stopped me from playing the guitar.
So there's actually a whole bunch
Oh shit!
of
I have to go to
physically
therapy.
Go to therapy.
paper
Bye.
assets in Tacoma that our
will you still
characters
be here when I get
made,
back? Yes,
and
no,
in
Depends
order to
on
make
how
those
long your therapy
assets,
is.
Kate and I
about an
pretty
hour.
much always
Depends on
actually
how long it
made
takes me to go through
those
the final
paper
2 sections.
objects and scan them.
Cool.
And
We'll
whatnot,
see you.
put
If
them
I don't see you, then bye.
Yeah, I guess we carried that over from Gone Home, just kind of making things physically on paper because it really does look a lot
It
different.
does, yeah. And actually,
Yeah.
there's a little bloody handprint in the drone bay, and I spent a lot of time just like getting my hands covered in ink and then just smacking them all around pieces of paper.
It's
and
extremely
doing like
good.
little blood spheres and stuff. I feel like now
I've missed something somewhere. What did I miss?
I put a bloody handprint in a video game.
Oh, probably because I haven't actually gone through the full thing over here. Yeah. That's why. Okay. That's fine. Let's get all the data. Should be Sarah next. No. Nat next. Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Connection at all. Sarah, Jesus, how much shit hit us?
No, I'm trying other
Bonk, bonk, and bonk.
AR channels.
Alright. Yep, that's what it was. I don't think I actually read this when we did it the first time. Yoink. Alright, so now we head over to the plants and doctors area again. As I recall. Okay, so now we head back over to, no, not observation. Biomedical. I like that the basketball place is connected to the biomedical exit. Now entering the biomedical module.
So transfer shafts. These are the thing you either just went in or are about to, which takes you from the hub to a wing, and it's kind of internal studio speak for the process the player is going through, the player character, where they grab onto a little sled inside of this long arm that goes from the hub all the way to the wing, and it takes them down there, drops them off, and it safely conveys them from 0G to gravity or the reverse.
And if you're going along the transfer shaft and thinking, "My, this is taking a long time," it's because we're loading stuff in the background.
Yes, and for that reason, it's actually the only part of the station. The 3 transfer shafts are actually the only parts of the station that are always loaded the whole time that you play. Another detail I really like is the way the boots light up whenever they magnetize, which you also see in the entryway. It was something that it took me a while to realize that was what was going on, but that's the kind of deep thinking about how things work that I really appreciate in the station overall.
So that's the
It's
transfer
pretty cool.
shaft. Interesting.
They're like his little coded communiques.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People have tweeted like screenshots at us and called out these messages that kind of break into the player's AR interface sometimes, that are things like it should be saying AR crew member record recovered, but then it says something like death sentence suddenly,
Which
and
is a
then
surprise to some people.
goes away again. Odin doesn't know what Amy's motives are, Like, all as far as he knows, she's really there to take him back to Venturis and for him to be wiped. And so we wanted him to be trying to communicate with her and say, like, no, don't do this. And so for a while, I think we talked about, like, are we gonna do this through like audio that cuts in or like some new interface thing that you see in different places? And then we had that realization that there are these kind of system messages, like when you're transferring into a wing or when you're recovering an AR scene, that he could subvert those via text that Amy's already seeing and just change what the meaning is, even if it's briefly. So yeah, I don't know how many people really are like conscious of these, or how many make the.
I mean,
the
I didn't see them
connection.
until about this
But I
point.
think
So
hopefully by the end of the game, you have that feeling. Oh, that, you know, this was Odin all along.
Yeah.
So Carla hooked us
sorry.
up with a botanist, and we chatted about what plants would be good to grow in the space station.
Yes.
And she was like, well, this is the sort of lighting conditions that would be good for plants, and if you're looking for something highly protein-based, then you should grow some amaranth, and
Ooh, amaranth.
you know, she suggested all these plants that would be good in like low-level lighting, etc. And then I put a bunch of squash in there and tomatoes and stuff that wasn't at all what she suggested.
Well,
And so,
the other thing though is that like we have the grow lights for them.
Yeah.
Like they don't need to grow in natural, you know, space station light. And we also totally did take their advice with the just oxygen producers, like the snake plants and everything. Those are legit, you know, real life NASA choices.
Yes. They filtered formaldehyde.
The other thing is that our station didn't have to actually run on just plants, you know?
Yeah. You know, if you know what the rules are, then you can break them all over the place, I suppose. Or decide to
That is
throw them
true.
out the window.
I'm sure there are probably complications of it. Yeah.
So a lot of Tacoma's character dynamics are about trust and who trusts who with what in what context, all those sorts of things. I think we see a lot of that in the botany module specifically. We see, you know, Evie telling the crew, here's our plan and it's gonna work, and then when she's in private with Clive saying, this plan isn't gonna work, like, what are you thinking? And then I think that you can kind of contrast how both Andrew and Sarah trust and confide in Odin, but Sarah confides in Odin as like a personality, and Andrew confides in Odin with like his real worries and saying, what I've said is we should just trust the company and do what they say, and then as soon as I'm alone in a room with Odin, I'm saying, how likely is it really that they're gonna come pick us up? How sure should I be about this, even though I'm acting totally sure in front of everybody else?
Yeah, and Andrew doesn't quite treat Odin like a person.
Right.
But like, yeah, he's at least confident in Odin's ability to not spill his information.
Right. He trusts Odin as a source of information.
Right.
And as, this
As an
thing.
analyst,
Yeah,
you know,
like
yeah.
this thing that he can acknowledge his own uncertainty in
Right.
front of, in a way that he wouldn't in front of a human.
Right,
in
like
this situation.
that sort of like, you know, yeah, your pet doesn't care if you're wearing pants kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So that.
So the propulsion suits are never actually called out in the lore of the game, but the idea behind them is that each crew member has a couple of them in their bunks, and that they're used to sort of traverse the central hub, which is a microgravity environment, unlike the rest of the station. So they have little air jets placed in the fabric of strategic areas, kind of on the arms, the hips, and the legs. And there's little jets that the user move in kind of a controlled way through this giant space. And it also lets us make like a uniform for the Tacoma station that we can kind of personalize with like a name tag for each crew member. I did a little concept for them. It's just the idea behind them was sort of like a space coverall, something not too glamorous. But it's fun. I got to use ZBrush which is a sort of like a clay sculpting program, and sort of snuck them in everyone's closet.
Nice.
There's a few different specific callbacks to our last game, Gone Home in Tacoma. We are pretty directly implying that they take place in the same universe because there's a gardening book written by Sam's mom from Gone Home that you can also find here in the Botany Wing.
Yeah.
So some of them are pretty direct. But this one that we're near right now,
That's pretty direct also.
it's fairly direct, but it's not like the same object. It's just a mug that says jazz
You think
on
people
it.
have jazz mugs in real life?
Well, a lot of people do now. They bought them from Topatico.com.
Son of a gun.
We made it happen. We ruined people's kitchens.
It's true.
But
we don't have this for merchandise.
No.
Don't get excited about that.
As far as direct Gone Home callbacks go, there's the Janice Greenbrier book, there's the jazz mug, and then there's
Without
the
the
Christmas
aid of
duck
gravity,
that you
might
find
suck. I mean,
in the empty
isn't
storage
that what
bunk in
water
the
bursts
network
are?
technology module
And it
later
lights
in the
up.
game. That's true.
Or no, that's
Like,
more
There's a
gravity,
little
right?
song for you, yeah.
Or the jazz
That's the
mug.
point of water.
Nothing else lights up and plays you a little song.
Extra gravity. Am I insane?
The
Is that not
AR
what that's
game
about?
in Andrew's bunk is called Spitfire Returns, which is implied to be a sequel to Super Spitfire that you found in Gone Home.
I'm thinking
which
about like
is
those,
the,
not
Super
like the
Nintendo
bathtub
version
water
of
or
the
water
kind of
burst, but like where they get in the
vector
tank.
graphics Spitfire game that is
Water-
playable
yeah, water
in
ways
Minerva's Den
more.
for Bioshock 2. So that's like the one thing that actually, in a lot of ways, carries through the most directly from all three of those titles. The basketball Easter egg, I guess, is something that
God.
we took from System Shock 2 as an homage in Gone Home and then carried forward into Tacoma as well.
We didn't put it in Minerva's Den.
Yeah, there's no basketballs.
We did a bad job. Should have made one.
Huh. She's got
Sorry, everybody.
Singapore coins in her thing.
I'm not sorry.
I know.
So the tea garden at the end of the long hall here in Botany. If you go there, it's one of the few places in the station where it's almost entirely window. Hopefully, some people caught it. There's a small and completely serendipitous result, which is when you're actually looking out here and you wait for the other wings to come around, you can see the burst oxygen tanks that are a central plot point. And in fact, you could see those from any place in the game. If you look out the window, they're there from the very first second of the game. But it was just kind of an accident. We built this whole wing, and we were deciding how to align the station in respect to how the wing was lined up. And I did this accidentally and put this right here because I really wanted to look out onto the solar panels of the station. And then I just saw the tanks kind of drift by slowly, so it was pretty cool.
Andrew's an artist.
We were really grateful to have some
Chopsticks.
friends in the industry and artists that we know contribute some cool pieces of art to the game. For instance, the pinup poster in Bert's locker in the locker room was by Mariel Cartwright, who was the lead animator on Skullgirls and is the art director of the game Indivisible. And then very nearby to that, there's the cover of the Zero Spiel ebook on Sarah's desktop, which is like a multi-layered reference because in Firewatch, they were kind enough to put one of the books from Gone Home findable in their game. Ollie Moss, who was Firewatch's art director and did the book covers for the 1 through 10 books for that game, did a really cool kind of visual pun roulette wheel space station book cover for Zero Spiel in Tacoma. Also, some of us did drawings for the game.
Our programmer Hannah did programmer art for Nat. She ghost drew Nat's doodles.
Right.
And
drew those very good Tyrannosauruses. And in Nat's office, you can find a bunch of Post-it notes on her desk that are just different little doodles of Odin. And
At
we
least
actually
it's
assigned
easier to clean up.
Hannah
Incorrect.
to just draw doodles of
Might be
Odin
stronger
over the course
suction
of a
than
few
we
months
use on
while
Earth,
she was at her
probably.
desk waiting for builds to finish or whatever. And then one day she just handed us a bunch of sticky
Mm-hmm.
notes and was like, here they are. And now they're on Nat's desk. Carla did all of Andrew's drawings.
Yes.
So his sketches from life of flowers
his
and
orchids
statues and stuff.
like that. And also Nicholas's doofy drawing of Andrew floating in space and yelling at him about homework.
Right. And
which was very
then
important.
I did Bert's drawing of Nat that you find next to Bert's workstation. So yeah, we have this thing where we have different individual people play different characters through their handwriting, and sometimes we have them play different characters through their drawings. Sarah's panic attack also came late in the development of the game. I think it was actually the last like AR scene that got written. Botany had originally been a much shorter sequence, and we wanted to expand it to include more characterization between Evie and Clive in the tea garden, and to give Andrew more time with Odin to kind of talk through how he was really feeling after he and Sarah split off.
And commensurately.
Right, that left
That
this
left us with
space
time, yeah.
where we knew that we wanted Sarah to meet up with Evie and Clive at the end of the scene, so she couldn't just leave. But she had to go do something, and that led us to say, what's she doing in this time gap? And Sarah has, I think, a lot of she takes on a lot of that responsibility of having suppressed her own outward emotion to be taking care of the crew. She's the doctor, but also she's trying to like hold this plan together, and she has people confiding in her that she's kind of holding all these things inside. And we wanted to have this moment where it's just her and Odin, and her being able to actually like externalize how hard this is for her, and have Odin help her through that in this way that shows this isn't the first time that this happened. They have this kind of familiar ritual that they go
Outside
through
is,
when
like,
Sarah needs
creepy.
help.
Yeah, I think that.
If you want company, nah. As soon as I'm done with this, I'm probably gonna go to bed.
Emotional
Honestly,
displays like this
I'm just kind of listening and
feel a lot
chilling.
more engaging to us than, for example, characters.
Thank you
screaming
for
at each other
offering
because
that, man.
They've lost patience and stuff like that. I think
Right.
that there's
Sitting in the
something
car
about
cooling down. Well, get the fuck out of there,
seeing
man.
what happens to
I
a
feel like
person
sitting
when
in the
they're
car
by
is only gonna
themselves under
cook you
stress,
longer.
or, I suppose with an AI.
Yeah.
But there's something there that is.
Sleep is good.
It,
Yeah,
it
especially
feels
since
like
I
it
work
rings
tonight.
True. 1, 2, 3.
That meat.
That meat.
It even sounded bad like that meat.
There's the cat.
It is bad.
Cat.
I mean, it's also good.
It's very good.
I mean,
Powerfully bad.
obviously.
The way we were looking at it was, if you're on this long posting, then like fresh food would be one of the most desirable things that you could have. And so they have the tomatoes and the squash and the mushrooms, and then also in our fiction, what we speculate is that the
Thought I had it
vast
right.
majority of all meat that would be eaten on Earth is produced in a lab, not in a factory farm, because that's become much more efficient than producing animals. And so also they can use that process on the space station, so they can produce meat protein right on site and turn it into whatever meals they want.
Why not? Why not vat meat?
That meat.
They also make terrible noises. Whenever you go near these
Yeah.
things, they do a lot of squooshing and squanching.
Thanks to Patrick.
Which, thank you, Patrick, for making our vat meat grosser than necessary.
Oh, it's necessary.
Exactly as gross as necessary.
Precisely. Vat meat.
It's good.
Sure it is.
This is one of 3 places in the game where you can decipher a code for a key code door by observing one of the characters in the AR scene actually inputting it.
We didn't initially have
Smokeless
that
cigarettes.
as, like a mechanical concept.
E-cigs, you
That's
say.
right.
Yeah,
That
here.
is something that we had initially only had like go find the code
Mhm.
somewhere and bring it back, but we saw playtesters like watching when the characters would go through the door and looking at the key code, input pad, and being like, "Oh, I was really hoping I could just figure it out from watching them." So we were like, "We can do that." Yeah. So that was the point where we were like, we don't want to cut the other ways to get the code that are in the game. We want there to be multiple ways to do it, because I think there's this feeling of even if you get every code by just watching the character put it
Smoking on
in,
a space station
but
just
then
seems to be
later
a bad
you see
idea
that
all
code
around.
somewhere
Yeah, it's
else, and you're
smokeless
like,
cigarettes,
I could have
though,
gotten
Mickey.
it this way.
Smokeless.
That's a cool feeling for the player to know that there was more than one way that they could have solved that problem. They see evidence of it, and kind of the way they got through it was up to how they were playing. Yeah.
Stone.
I don't know.
This weird little stone is Andrew's shaping stone that he's been working on. Stone shaping is a sort of meditative practice that we made up.
True.
That you're supposed to basically just take some kind of like relatively soft stone in a vaguely spherical chunk and just like rub it with your hands, like so that it slowly is worn down into a smooth shape.
Yeah. Andrew's family kind of brought this meditative practice with them, and then he is carrying it on and lived it and practiced it in his own life.
And that's concretized by the fact that 2 of the stones up in his office belonged to his grandmother, and that she had actually worked on them for her entire life. Also, we have Andrew's cigarettes here because he's a secret smoker, much like Nat, and smoking like normal cigarettes would be an incredibly terrible idea on a space station. Like, you don't want to have an open flame anywhere on a space station where you rely on oxygen to, be there. So we thought smoking was expressive enough that we wanted to have cigarettes anyway, and so we made up a variety of cigarettes that did not actually flame, but
they are self-vaporizing, effectively.
Right.
So I think what we posited was that they had microscopic electric filaments in them, and then when you drew on them with your breath, it would activate those filaments and vaporize part of the cigarette, and that's what you're smoking.
So they heat, but they don't, they never cause it to actually catch fire.
There you go, Mickey. There's your explanation of smokeless cigarettes.
So in Tacoma, one of the interesting things we got to do with the scenes is have characters interact with the world, but the world is in a different state than it was when the characters were interacting with it. So the difference between the world that you're looking at and the world that the characters were inhabiting is hopefully visible via their actions, but not in any other way.
Right.
Yeah, here in the irrigation room, there's a good example of this where if you're watching Andrew when he's talking to Sarah, there's one point where he is walking across the room and it looks like he's holding something, and it happens to be the hose that's on the ground, and you'll see the characters at the beginning walking through the hose, and then later in the scene, once he had hooked up the hose across the room, you'll see the characters step over it. So that's kind of like a good example of showing both states.
Yeah, there's some other places where you only see the aftermath, like in medical, the storage room is all messed up and the shelves are knocked down, and that's what happens at the very end of the scene. But yeah, in irrigation here, you actually get to see the before and the after and the during kind of all in one place.
Yeah, the only other one I can think of is the drone, which when it explodes, it gets tilted on its stand, and so everyone's interacting with it in slightly the wrong place.
Right, and Bert is climbing up a ladder that has fallen
been knocked
onto
over
the floor and stuff like
and
that.
Using controls that are touching things that are now covered by what's that stuff called?
Foam.
Yeah.
Good commentary.
Just say foam again like that.
Oh, foam.
So this is medical. So it has facilities like exam room, but it also has kind of storage for med supplies and any device that would be needed to check in on people medically. Very early on, the design of this space came from the story as it was at the time. So the story was written where Sarah and Andrew went through kind of a dramatic arc here, and that dramatic arc had moments, and those moments built so that the place was designed around making those moments happen in a very specific order. So what happened is we did that. We made a space where you're watching the AR scene and Sarah goes off into a room, but the room is locked. You can't get through the locked door until you go watch another part of the scene and get a key to unlock it. And to build that and to make them walk a certain way and go off in a certain area, building the space to the AR scene ended up with this very awkward space. So we ended up scrapping that, but it did take trying it to go, let's design a space to the AR scene, and where we ended up was much more functional to the purpose of the wing and who would work there and who would live there and how would they live and how would they work.
And I really like that sort of a neat outcome of having the AR scene blocked out in a space that already existed specifically in this wing in medical is that you have moments like sort of later in the scene when Nat and Bert are having their little flirtatious moment where Nat jumps onto Bert, she sort of tackle hugs her. There's this interesting outcome where that happens in one room, and then it just so happens that Sarah's office is literally on the other side of the wall. So if you stand in Sarah's office and are standing sort of next to Sarah when Nat tackle hugs Bert, you can hear that through the wall. And Sarah and Andrew actually do react to that in the scene. And I thought that's like kind of a fun outcome. Like, we didn't plan that. That's just kind of how the AR scene ended up playing out based on how the space is laid out.
So, about the visual design, I feel like a lot of the design came from, the art side.
Yeah. Well, Rebecca Mock gave us the concept art. Rebecca's a great concept artist, and she does comics as well, and she does illustrations for editorial work. The exterior of the station was one of her designs, and basically I was very lucky because I just got to look at her work and try and replicate it, or translate it, in so much as, she's used to drawing in a 2D way, and I have to translate that into this crazy 3D model. But yeah, it was definitely the biggest model I worked with, and probably the most. I came back to it for the most revisions over the course of about a year or so, and it's a big one. At the end, I was like, okay, it was a little overwhelming, but seeing it now moving and whatnot and all hooked up, it's pretty cool.
I'll be back a second. I'm getting water. Hang on. Oh, God, man. I turned off my lights. It's fine. I didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. Those can stay off. I'm coming. Good. I'm here. I'm back. No, we panic. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Jesus. Hello.
Okay, Sarah.
Okay, Sarah. I was gonna say, there's gotta be some documentary in here.
Ends up being kind of the Ellen Ripley character of the game, but she didn't start as that character when we were writing the game. We really started from who the characters were and what their roles were, and then fit them into a plot. And I think that as we were going along, by getting to know Sarah, we realized that she made the most sense to be the person who would, in a way, kind of like team up with Odin to pull off this plan in the end.
No one else's relationship with Odin is really as personal at all. Like, even Nat, whose job it is to work with him, she treats him as a project a little bit, or a pet, and it's just not
or a problem
quite
to
the
solve,
same.
or a system. It was interesting for us
Everybody's
to
got
get a
these
feel
fucking
for
coins.
Sarah and kind of realize she has a kind of like boldness to her and a determination to her, even if she also has these internal struggles with like anxiety and everything. And we discovered that she's the kind of person that if she was put into this kind of like high pressure do or die situation, she would just do her best to do it. She would kind of rise to that occasion, and she ends up being the only person that can do that. And I think we get to see how she follows through.
So this is a small question I have, because I don't remember how we got to it, but there was a lot of iteration on the design of the AR desktops, but what we settled on was kind of the horseshoe icons, which
You mean the horseshoe bat?
I think came from you. The horseshoe bat.
Yeah. Well, we started out with the earliest versions of it being a grid of screens almost that would pop up in front of the player's vision.
That felt kind of disorganized, so we brought things in for a short time to make it kind of like a taskbar at the bottom.
4 kilogram.
Which were, I think, a lot of people
Very
are used to, which is why we went that way.
Yeah.
It's a lot of phones, a lot of desktops use that.
And also that also wasn't using the player's visual field, really. It was just still behaving like a flat computer screen.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, we did the strange decision of bending it into
Hey, she's got a regular
horseshoe
toothbrush.
shape so that it could surround the center.
Yeah,
of the
so why do we
player,
have the tentacle
like his character's
toothbrush?
Visual field.
Instead of having it function like an actual phone where you have to like look at it, the AR desktop
Do not crush
takes
or
advantage
chew
of the fact
tablets.
that it's actually in the world in front of you. You're not holding anything. You don't
Crush
have to
or
like
chew,
look
crush or
down
chew.
at an object. It can just
What
be in your
does
peripheral
this
vision and you
do?
can look from side to side.
Anti-anxiety
It's
meds.
partially a realistic
Take on an empty
usage
stomach. That
scenario,
doesn't
and
sound
partially
right.
Also, so that the player could actually see the world while looking at it. And yes, it makes a horseshoe back.
Empty stomach? Mickey?
I don't know.
Person
I've
who's
never had
on
one-
anti-anxiety medication?
I've never had people specify that it needs to be on an empty stomach or with
So this book
medicine.
here
Usually, you only have
is
to take.
actually written by an
You have to
AI,
eat
one
it
of
with
the
food, is if it'll
interventionist
upset your
AIs
stomach. Other than
called
that, it really
Tron,
doesn't
who's
matter.
in charge of Cure Body City State.
So maybe it's
really the only other positive, successful seeming AI that acts the most human in our fiction. She's written this book here about how she came to, reorganize her domain.
But it's also kind of like a philosophical
Yeah.
book about mindfulness, which I think is a really interesting aspect of consciousness for an AI to be thinking about and to become an authority on. This book was something that Carla put together. We had agreed that we were like, oh, we should have a book that was written by an AI to show more of what different AIs are in our world, so it doesn't just seem like it's Odin.
Yeah.
And then I guess there's other AIs, but to actually have some examples. And so, yeah, this was Carla's version of,
All right, Bananas,
like,
good
what
luck
is
with
an
making dinner.
interesting additional
Bye, Bananas.
perspective for an AI to represent. And I thought this almost like enlightened Buddhist seeming perspective that this AI presumably has developed over years and years of observation and kind of examining its own ways of working and how people relate to each other and stuff, felt like a legitimate thing that could happen with the concept of AI, but definitely not something that we had seen anywhere
can I
else
see that from all the way
within
back
our
there? Hang on.
fictional world.
Ooh, actually, FELOPZD.
What if things don't work out?
Is that an
I
N?
can't see them.
It's a D. It's an E.
Well, when you go into stabilizing sleep, it feels just like
That's a
any
C. So I would have missed 2 letters on the bottom line. But
that's
that's with my glasses. Hold on. Nope. I can't even get to the bed. I can see the E. If I take my glasses off, that's as good as that gets.
I can get to the line that starts with P.
That one?
Oh wait, I can do EDFCZP, but does the FELGTYZ?
None. All of those were wrong.
Tacoma Station went through this big overhaul partway through development. And the first version of the station was
I
just
am
a gravity
blind.
station where everything floated,
Not as
everything,
blind as you.
there was no gravity whatsoever. And so it was designed as such. It was designed like the ISS so that objects like the sinks in the toilets were to be used in microgravity. So, when a user or a crew member was, using them, they wouldn't spray water all over the place. They wouldn't float away when they were trying to actually use the toilet, it would be an actual concern. And so they do look a little strange. They're kind of legacy objects in the grand scheme of things, in that they are some of the earliest models in the game. And the medical bed is another.
Skeleton.
Originally, it used to have little
Where's your head?
and it still has the straps.
Printy!
Brizzy, what are you doing in my closet?
We actually made in the old station was
Printy, get out of the closet.
Get out of the closet.
And so we added those details so that the patient
Stethoscope.
wouldn't float away. So the straps are still
Remember,
there,
Mickey.
And actually, the toilet's got a
Sad.
reset, but why we still
Doctor.
have those models through the game is just
Stethoscope.
because,
Stethoscope.
when you
Pills.
Pills.
happy. There's only so much bandwidth that you have, and the time it takes.
I can't expect the people to remember
entire
that just
model
off the top of our head.
It's not insubstantial, especially when there's only 1 or 2
Oh, hi, Andrew.
full-time modelers on the crew. So we reskinned them and we kept them, and it's one of those things where you got to pick your battles. And surely, I kind of like them, so it's I'm not too worried about it.
Send them in.
Unlike in a lot of popular fiction, our version of cryogenic stasis is not something you can do long term. It's not
Right.
like in Alien where you just kind of are out for a few years and wake up in some star system. It's much more unstable. And
No
short-term than
bioscan
that.
for me. I'm not a crew
You're
member.
in cryo so that you can get to surgery, but not so that you can just be preserved for an indefinite amount
Right.
of time. Yeah. What we're seeing in the crew medical charts that are here in the exam room is the idea that most people in the situation of the crew is in, if they had to go into cryo for a couple or a few days, they would probably be fine. But part of that, in the case of the crew of Tacoma, is that most people in developed countries in our fiction get a selection of gene filtering procedures done to them, like in utero. And it's sort of along the lines of people getting vaccines now, but it's being able to tweak people's genes to make them not be susceptible to certain congenital illnesses or other conditions. But when you look at these charts, it turns out that Nat never had any gene filtering done, and so because of her condition, it makes it much, much more dangerous for her as an individual.
Yeah, I think we figured out that mitral stenosis would be a particularly dangerous condition to have if you were going to be basically hypothermic for long periods of time. That's actually like a real danger, so...
When you look at a character's collection of books, like when you look at Sarah's books here in her office, I think that we tried to reinforce some of the themes or some of the characters' main concerns or interests or anxieties through what they had on their bookshelves. So with Sarah, she's a doctor, so she has health and nutrition and doctor stuff, but she also is a reader and a thoughtful person, so she has fiction and poetry, and she also has a lot of anxiety, so there's sort of both meditation and books specifically about dealing with anxiety, and she also comes from a Muslim background, and I think through the books you get the idea that she looks at her faith from almost like an academic perspective or an analytical perspective, and I think you can tell that almost exclusively through looking at what kinds
Sarah
of books
failed
she
to save a
keeps in her
patient in
personal
surgery
space.
before she came here.
Additionally, we got to project some of our own likes and dislikes onto the characters because, in order to fill out someone's library, it's pretty hard to keep everything completely on topic.
Right.
I believe Nina requested the William Carlos.
Oh, I found where the skull is. Wait, put it back. Hang on.
We have Alice Munro and
Put it back.
Margaret Atwood.
And Deepness in the Sky is one of my favorites.
There you go, buddy.
You as a player might notice a few different references to Tina in the game. There's the screaming Tina that you might see on the specialty cocktails board in the kitchen, which you then may later discover refers to the skeleton here in Med, that you can put the skull back on the skeleton and then put the hat on the skull, and the hat is labeled Tina, which
what hat?
His name is Tina. But all of this
Wait
Tina
a minute.
nonsense is a reference to our next door office mate. The office that we made Tacoma in is in an old building with thin walls.
Cat, you shouldn't be in the AR room.
There was a company next door to ours that we would hear this woman screaming through the wall with some frequency, either because she was so angry or so amused by things.
Just shrieking, like, most of the time.
A lot of the time. Tina was very energetic.
Yeah.
So to be clear, her name wasn't Tina.
No.
Steve
just made it up at one point.
We were like, we always hear this woman screaming through the wall of our office. We have to be able to refer to her as something.
Rather than like go over and introduce ourselves and ask her what her name was, we were like, well, we'll just name this phenomenon Tina.
And part of that is because there were two women that worked in the office next door to ours. And so since we only ever heard the screaming through the wall, we didn't know who in the office it actually was. And so for years, we were conjecturing about which of the women in that office was Tina. And then they moved out, like shortly before the end of the development of Tacoma. And one day, soon before they moved out, I heard Tina's voice screaming and saying, "Oh my fucking God!" over on one side of the office. And then Tina, on the other side of the office, respond with, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And I realized it was both of them, and they both screamed like that all the time, and that's why we heard so much screaming over there.
So they had a corporate culture of screaming.
So we wanted to pay homage to Tina in the game. We figured a screaming skeleton was probably a good way to do that. Thanks, Tina.
There you go, Tina. Give Tina back her hat and her head. Skeletina. Hate it.
So this is one of the areas that you get into by using a physical key, which is only a couple of in the game. But there's a few different ways that we lock off information. There's physical keys and there's key code doors, and sometimes there's just stuff that's harder to find because of where it's placed. Because there is this hierarchy of accessibility or findability of space, we also tend to map that towards kind of the deeper or more obscure,
more ancillary, less central, I guess.
Right. Less central, but hopefully more valuable to people who are looking to find all of the detail in the game, right? Like, the thing you're doing as a designer is you have this contract with the player that says, like, if you follow us through all of these prompts, if you see a key, it's saying you can go use it, and if you go use it, you'll get something that made you happy that you actually bothered. And if we
waste your time.
Right. And if we waste your time and say, like, haha, there was nothing in there, or you were like, well, I already knew that, why did I go to all this trouble? Then, like, the next time you see a key, you're not going to want to use it. And then we've lost someone who otherwise might want to actually engage with all this stuff that we put in front of you.
We want to safeguard the player's goodwill and interest.
And value the time that they're putting into the game, and the effort that they're putting into the game.
It's a fun challenge sometimes to make something that is juicy enough to be like, oh, I am glad I found that, but that is not, what the character specifically hangs on.
Oh! I just noticed that loading screen changes to the word allies with a question mark. Hi, Odin.
So with regards to art direction, when we originally conceived of the station, we were talking about wall colors for each of the wings, and we wanted each wing to be the color of the crew member who lived in it. So, Evie's is purple, so originally the kitchen was as a nice purple color, and the wing you're standing in now in engineering would be orange to match Bert, etc. But 6 colors is a lot of colors, and so in the interest of simplicity, we chose just one central color for each of the 3 wings, and they're not particularly tied to any character. They're just, nice to look at or evoked a nice feeling. So green for personnel, blue for biomed, and an industrial-ish orange for engineering. Paring things down or opting for simplicity is something that I, as an art person, I found I rarely regret, and especially as it pertains to player flow, the idea of having 6 different colors, I could see how that would get confusing after a while, and so we sort of opted to go the way that we did, and I think that it really helps with regards to landmarking. You realize you're in the same wing, and then you'll traverse to a different wing, and it's a different color, and you're in a different area. So I'm glad that we sort of simplified things the way we did.
The reason we made the sync device functionality be so obscured to the player was because early in development we were having trouble with progression systems and keys and locks, and people getting too focused in on locks that we were setting up in the game and sort of ignoring the story to find passwords and stuff. So the sync device was sort of a solution for us to have a gating system, but one that the player didn't feel like they needed to spend all their time paying attention to, because the idea is that it's almost like a USB stick where you're downloading stuff, and that's the kind of thing that just takes time and that you don't have to pay attention to, and people generally know that who use computers know that kind of paradigm. So that was sort of the original idea.
Nikki, would you chew on mocha gum?
I'd try it.
It's just downloading away. Why we're not having
Ooh. Oh no, this is ooh.
Every little thing.
Never mind.
Affects the percentage. It doesn't really matter. It's just about you exploring the space and not having to worry about it.
The hope is that you stand in front of it and you plug the sync device in and you watch it tick slowly to 0.1, and then you're like, oh well.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna go look at other stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Something that players with a keen eye for game development history might notice when they're playing Tacoma is the presence of a character named Roberta Williams. That's Bert's full name. And people have asked, is that a reference to Roberta Williams, the creator of King's Quest and co-founder of Sierra Online? And the answer is yeah, of course it is.
I didn't know that.
I tend to enjoy when occasionally in fiction there's a fictional character that quote unquote just happens to have the same name as a real world historical figure or famous person or whatever,
that's a big
Sheriff
box.
Harry S. Truman in Twin Peaks or something
A lot
like
of pain
that.
relief in one box.
And so I kind of wanted to do that. And also, Roberta Williams as a figure in the industry was a really influential person in both her work as a game designer and writer, and one of the very, very first originators of the graphical adventure game with the King's Quest series. And so anyway, we see, I think, what we do with games like Tacoma as kind of having one foot in traditional adventure games and one foot in immersive sim influenced, games that come from the Looking Glass tradition of games like Thief and System Shock. So yeah, being able to put, a little bit of an homage and a tip of the hat to Roberta Williams in the game and kind of acknowledge, I think, the reverberations that her work have had even on, stuff that we're doing now was a cool opportunity to have. In Tacoma, one of the things that we wanted to acknowledge was to have some evidence of how geopolitical changes had happened over time. And so when you look at,
women's
for instance,
suppression and return fire,
the flags
god
over
damn it,
Bert's
the Olympics get
workstation,
weird.
or when you look at the crew IDs that you can find all throughout the station, the parts of the world that people hail from are not one-to-one with countries or city-states or nation-states necessarily that exist in those forms today. We, I think, only know as much about our fictional universe as we need to, which in many cases is more than we put into the game and more than a player could know just from playing it. But it's also only as much as we need to know.
Because we only know where the story touches.
We know enough to know what we can refer back to in the text.
Right.
And I think that we know that the DEC exists because we knew that Andrew was from New York, and we needed a region name for where New York is now. But we don't have a ton of knowledge about what's going on in parts of the world that the game doesn't touch. But hopefully there's still enough of territory surrounding what you actually see in the game that the player kind of gets glimpses of, that you get a feeling of sort of cohesive external
richness.
world.
Yeah. At one point, I decided to make a variety of beer that was named the same as your small child.
Yes.
It's true.
It was a surprise.
Yeah, did we surprise you with it?
You guys pranked me.
I needed more stuff to put on the
Made in Oregon
packaging, because there's always basically infinite things that you have to put on packaging, and I'm like, I can't read that much about your child. What am I gonna do? So I asked Steve for I was like, do you have any good timing quotes, because you're a very quotable person, and so Steve looked up some old quotes of yours, and we kind of put them on the beer cans.
You kind of put them on.
Oh my gosh, they made
So I think we should set up the one detail.
fake crossword puzzle.
I didn't know.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love how.
I mean, that's important, right?
I love all the details that went into this.
Yeah, I had no idea.
I hope that this bubble here is going to tell us about this.
The real prank
It's all a prank.
Use your goofy words.
God, they're so good though.
On a can.
This crossword puzzle is sort of an intense
There it is.
repository of extra world building that we didn't get in anywhere else.
It's true. Well, we have a whiteboard. in
Polly
our
was the
office
first
that had a
dodo bird
bunch
to be
of
rescued from
different
extinction by
kind of
cloning techniques.
World building universe details
Yeah.
that we had decided on at different points in development, and only some of them were mentioned naturally in emails or dialogue or whatever. So this crossword was a good place to just sort of jam in a Rosetta Stone of what else is happening on Earth
I'd do
and in
anything for
orbit
a
that you
Coke.
don't see on Tacoma. Something that's fun about doing speculative fiction
The
is being
fast
able
food
to
chain that
do
became the world's most
weird,
profitable after
obscure
becoming the first to
universe
switch over
building
entirely
stuff,
to vat-grown
but
protein,
you also
Taco Bell.
never really want to foreground that and make it be understand every detail of our stupid lore. You have to deal with it. But people that actually really care
President
about this
Musk?
stuff
Oh, no.
are probably willing to do a fictional crossword puzzle. It's
Okay,
a
it was back in
all of
2016.
the
It's
time.
okay. It can't come
The year
true now.
2088.
I don't know if people can do this crossword puzzle if they don't actually know the answer.
It's true. I think that one challenge with this was just like fitting the clues and a crossword puzzle onto one page.
Yeah, that was legible.
Right, so you could actually read it when you examined it, and I think that there might be a couple fewer lines on the puzzle than there are clues.
That might be.
So I'm sorry.
Though the
if
identity of some
you
of these
can't
are, though the identities of some of these are classified, 64 Obsidian class AI are currently confirmed to be in operation on government, military, and commercial facilities. Jesus Christ. You ran out of god names by that point. There's not 64 of these fucks.
We're in mechanical engineering, which is Bert's zone. One of the big considerations when we were working on designing each level in Tacoma, each wing, was how does the player sort of encounter each room and in what order.
Chup in a
For
bag.
example, we have most
Sure,
of the
what the
bunks
fuck
be
is
kind of
Chup?
like tucked
Chup.
away in the back of each wing, usually with sort of an entryway or a longer hallway that kind of
Oh,
separates
Mickey.
it from the main working areas.
We did a lot of this. For a time, there was even kind of this idea of an airlock. 2 doors you had to go through to get to everybody's bedroom, and then you can see in back.
I don't like that. Don't make it make
Ingredients: tomato concentrate made from ripe red, earth-grown tomatoes, distilled vinegar, corn syrup, salt,
and that was so
spice,
that we could have
onion
these working
powder,
spaces
and natural
where
flavorings.
we would imagine Bert would come
Zainab,
out
I
and
have a
do her
request.
mechanical
How
engineering
fast
work
can
during
you
the
make it
day, and
wiggle?
then going home for her, she at least has this sort of like
My chup
separation
don't
of
wiggle,
work
wiggle.
and
It
personal
folds.
space and not just like living in your office.
Right.
So yeah, each wing is sort of designed to have the working spaces be accessible in an order that makes sense, and to have the bunks in the back.
You
to
can't
give
make
the
great
characters a
chup
sense of
without
personal
great
space.
tomatoes. Get it out of my face. No more chup.
I love Chup. I
So,
can't eat it, but
balance
it's
lighting
fun.
is
Nat and Bert's place. If
specifically
the bunks are
referring to the
rocking, don't
idea
come a
that,
knocking.
and
If it's not rocking,
the
please
sun
knock
comes
loudly
through
here if
some
the curtain's
spaces,
closed.
And hits certain surfaces.
I don't like that.
We try to make it look like
Why
the
do you
whole
have
room
ketchup in your-
changes
Ow.
temperature, and sometimes
In
warms
your
up.
personal quarters, it's on the table for
Most
like
rooms
food.
that have
It goes with their
Okay.
vitro beef chili mild.
Actually has a floating point
I
light
don't
that's
like
just sitting
vitro.
there.
I don't like how
Animal
that's
animal
Light is
free
one
meat.
color,
It's
and
victimless.
It is on a timer that is linked to the angle of the sun, and when the angle of the sun hits X or Y, it warms up or cools down. And for me, and I don't know if this hit you as well, but it
No
made
smoking.
me feel a lot like a plane. For me, when I'm in a plane and the plane banks or the sun setting,
No
or
smoking.
something has changed in the plane and the light starts coming through in a different way, and you see it like go across the ceiling, and then the room temperature changes and it becomes a little golden and a little orange.
Did we come into their
And it's
room?
just
I
this-
don't think we did
you
before.
can be watching a movie in the back of a seat at a plane, and then suddenly you're like,
Look at
oh,
her
I'm
art.
flying through the air.
Yeah, I think it's lovely.
Whoa, that's amazing.
Put it on the titty count.
Daddy count.
The True Story of a True Dog. These are all romance novels. Cape Cod, A Scandal, First Black Woman in Space, Mae Jemison, and all right, that
That's
one's
a romance
that one's
novel?
probably not a romance novel. The Untold Story of Artemisia Gentileschi.
No. Mechanical Engineer's Handbook.
Well,
Semiconductor
no,
Fundamental.
hang on, because these are all Nat's books. These are all her books. I don't remember what her name is all of a
Oh,
sudden.
okay.
Hold on. I saw a thing about the painting.
Yeah, Bert, in fact, is engaged with decorating their room in the AR fragment that's here. It's kind of an externalization of Bert's desire for something else. Bert's
Orange and
desire
pine
to
flushable sanitary
kind of
wipes.
branch off from what she's been trained to do as a mechanical
that's not
engineer
gonna
and
feel
be
good.
able to
Rated
kind of
acceptable
follow
by the
her,
Waste Disposal and Recycling
passion
Board of
doing
Argentina.
art and being an artist.
Yeah.
Um,
Or at the very least, you're interested. But yeah,
I like that
right.
only
it's
I've
not
only found
really
those in the
encouraged
lesbian
by
room.
Venturas.
Right. But the painting that she's doing is a painting called Luna. That I think
Commodore
is from,
C64?
like, the
Fuck
19th
you.
century kind of like pre-Raphaelite
I don't
school.
understand.
Commodore 64 is a
we thought it was
old game
on theme,
console.
being like a lady
Oh,
on a moon.
TRS-80 model
You know,
film micro.
Bert is very sweet, but her idea was a
I'm
little
gonna
on the
take a
nose.
picture
But
of
that's
this
okay.
with the Trin and see if she says anything, because I recognize these words.
It's true. We can blame our characters on
Oh
how
yeah.
corny we
Oh,
are.
that's exactly what we should do. Yes, you're right.
We're going to talk about filled animals, which there is one of in Tacoma.
And
Oh,
it's
God.
Not a stuffed animal, but filled with gel.
Right, yeah, it's stuffed with gel.
It's filled, even.
Yeah, it's filled and stuffed simultaneously.
I just know that they
I'm having
make
clap
it
clap
for a long
flashbacks.
time. Like they just write
Oh,
names.
sir. Sir.
And finally, they came in hot, like at the very end. Like we were
And
like,
this
well, we had the
mortal
model. I had
coil.
modeled it at some point, and Noelle had ribbed it because of all the joints,
me
and
die.
the
Sora.
wiggliness of the legs. I think it
Use
was
cure.
an interesting time to try to make it behave in a way that was the appropriate
Okay,
amount.
he's got to go somewhere
So yeah,
I
I guess
can't
filled
see.
animals happened because of our love for plushies and just being jokesters. I think
There you
many,
There you go.
many
Have a good
things
night, buddy.
came from
Have a good night.
office jokes and then became serious.
Yeah, it's fine.
Serious in quotes. I like Nat and Bert's bunk. We tried to make each bunk feel very different from the rest. They all have a different footprint. They all have a different, color and aesthetic to them, as best as we could do. But I think that Nat and Bert's bunk
Animal
might
and
be one of the
AI
more
cognition,
successful.
AI
they
learning
have
handbook.
sort of a high number of unique assets, like the weird floppy gel animal. They
Oh,
have
it's
Mouthguard,
weird, all right.
And Mouthguard is directly modeled on my own
Oh,
Mouthguard.
no.
I was holding it in my
Not
hands
more Marcus
as I sculpted it,
interviews.
So in a way,
Not
they
Veiny
might
Johnny.
keep
Get out of here.
they also have
I like-
sex toys.
I like
there's the
Veiny Johnny.
vibrator and rope. Just
Where?
the
Hold on.
wall is kind of interesting.
Where's
I
the
think,
vibrator
it's
and
one of the
rope?
more
What did you
interesting
just
bunks
say to me?
visit. Nat and Bert's bunk. I give it.
There it is.
No thanks. It won't let me pick it up. I'm gonna leave it where it is. Oh shit.
I like how you had to look for it.
Pause, because we've not seen this. The old stuff for Sarah. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Oh shit. I worked for your father. I knew your grandfather. They were great men. This is your last chance to pull their legacy out of the fire. God damn. Oh. She was... I'm saying she was like she's dead. Roberta is applying to go to schools of art and design.
Good for her.
Financial assistance would be more difficult. Yeah. But shit, anyway, if she can get in somewhere, go for it.
All right.
Is that it? We're just listening to music and staring at it? Okay. So that's all of the things in here. What if I just brought this with me the rest of the game?
I don't like how it's moving around. It looks dead.
Alright, stay here.
Sit. Stay.
Sit.
I would like
Sit.
to take this opportunity to remind you that Standard Venturas Corporation.
Alright, we got all the ones in there. We got all the ones in there. We got all the ones in here.
Good look, baby. Voltage adapter in place.
I need your thing. Thank you. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream.
There's this scene in the drone bay between Nat and Bert where the two of them are in this terrible accident together and they're both injured. And this is something where, you know, when we arrived at this being one of the scenes in the game, I kind of naturally had to draw from an experience I had where my wife and I were in a motorbike accident. And, you know, that was a really traumatic, scary experience for me. Yeah, I think probably the hardest part of that to relive or draw from is the part in that scene where Bert is thrown off the ladder and hits her head and is knocked out, and Nat also falls down the ramp, but then she turns and just sees Bert lying there and calls out to her and doesn't get any response. And, you know, I have a very vivid memory. In our accident, a car ran a red light and went right in front of us, and the motorbike went straight into the side of the car, and I was thrown into the intersection, and Rachel just hit the side of the car and ended up basically right where the accident happened. And so, you know, I was thrown probably a couple dozen feet and ended up in the middle of the intersection. And, you know, first I saw that my leg was broken, and I was like, I probably shouldn't look at that anymore. And then I looked over and saw Rachel lying there with her back to me, just like in the fetal position on the ground, just not moving. And, you know, I called out to her, and I didn't know if she was alive or not. And that's a crazy.
Jesus, that's a 19-minute gap I've just noticed.
Like, I see you lying there. I don't know what's happened to you.
I didn't realize the timer at the bottom
like
says it's a 22-minute clip. It goes from 1 minute 39 seconds
where Nat is just like dragging herself across the floor
to 2028.
Is like something that I didn't do because I started to, and then people ran up to me and were like, "Stop!" Like, okay, like I'm gonna go check on her. You stay here, right? But you know, that moment of uncertainty when somebody you care about is like clearly injured and you don't know how bad. It was a crazy thing to live through, and I'm glad that, you know, for us it worked out because we're both pretty much fine now. You know, it was one of those things where when I realized I was writing this scene, I kind of knew some of the things that had to go into it, but it doesn't always make it that easy to actually have to like live back through to put it into the game.
Jesus, man.
The drone bay, the bones of it, are based on this wonderful piece of concept art we have by Rebecca Mock, who has long been one of my favorite illustrators. So I wasn't able really to hit all of the details here in our concept art for the final room, but I think, you know, we managed to get the broad strokes of it, and some of the things, some of the assets like the door up at the top, we had to reuse from previous versions of the station or previous areas in the station. But I think it turned out pretty cool and pretty dramatic, and I like this room a lot because it feels like a stage in how theatrical it is, how like it has that central focus of the drone itself and the raised areas and basically like actors. And, you know, it was one of the final rooms, I think, to actually come together. But, yeah, drone room, I really like it.
So, thinking back to this, Mickey, you still with me? Nope, Mickey's gone. Goodbye, Mickey. It's just me and you, Mr. Duck. So let's talk about this. So, Mr. Duck, this scene right here and what Odin does technically saves both of their lives because neither of these two girls go into stasis, and Nat with her heart condition probably wouldn't have survived it, would she, Mr. Duck? That's right, no she wouldn't. Look at them, look at how they suffer in their horrors. But Mr. Duck, if we think about it this way, if her partner now has brain damage because of that fall, she probably wouldn't have survived going into cryostasis either now. So this is all saved. Everybody gets saved, Mr. Duck. Everybody. Just this once. Everybody. Oh. Okay. Don't do that again, Mr. Duck. You're on thin ice.
Was there something special about the wedding ring put back?
Originally, the way the Chivo worked is you had to pick it up and carry it all the way back to the ship, and then you had to finish the game with either it in your hand or it just kind of within the confines of the ship, so there was a tracker volume, but now you just click it and it's implied that Amy like puts it in her pocket.
I see. That's cool. Yeah, I always imagined like there would be some weird wedding ring put back, like a little like cup.
Wedding ring?
A wedding ring cup in Amy's ship.
You have like one of those ring holder hands. Or
Yeah.
whatever.
Oh yeah.
Back with the finger.
Oh god, those are so creepy.
Wedding ring? Hold on, let me look this up real quick, because I don't think we encountered a wedding ring. Ring bearer. I've lost a ring in engineering somewhere. Where is ring? The thing says it's like right here. I see no ring. Wonder if it's easier to see from on top, cause ring. Come with me, you weird plastic duck of doom. Mr. Duck? Oh, alright.
Not all of the AR fragments have voice clips associated with them, and not all of them are like primarily concerned with music, but this is the AR fragments are our space to put diegetic music into the game, to basically hear the music that characters were listening to when these moments happened. The music element of AR fragments was a cool place to be able to involve different musicians in Tacoma. The band that Nat is listening to here and that's in Sarah's bunk is a band called Floating Room that are a Portland band that we discovered during the development of the game, and they had like a feel to their music that we thought really fit. They also play the end credits music
And our launch
in the
party.
game, and they played at our launch party, which was really sweet of them.
Yes.
And our friend Matt Burns, who is a musician and also works in the games industry as a writer and a producer, provided us the music for Nat's Office.
Mhm.
Patrick did at least one of the tracks.
Did the one in Bert and Nat's bunk.
Yeah. And some of it, was like public domain stuff like the old-timey jazz music. But yeah, it was just another way to get a cool variety of contributions from different artists and performers into the game.
One of the things that happens when you're working with a smaller team is that you can have interactions with everyone on the team, and that is something that I dearly miss. That was certainly almost true, I would say, of my earliest games, the Starfighter games at LucasArts. I had connection with a large amount of the team because our engineering group was pretty small in that, and so we all wore multiple hats. So I worked with all of the designers and many of specific types of artists and environment artists that I often worked a lot with, but maybe not the artists who made the ships. Here, literally every person on the team I can have spent some time with and talked about some particular aspect that I need to know about, or to help them do their job better if possible. So that's a thing that's greatly changed moving to this. When I worked on larger teams with big teams of engineers, I spent almost all of my time with engineers, and it was only when specific designers or artists had specific needs of our group that they would come to me. I didn't really have the chance to just kind of walk around and spend time with individual artists or designers, which is something I dearly missed, and actually is a big part of why I've become an independent again and do consulting is to have the opportunity to work directly with people and see myself more on the screen as a result as well. We're here to talk about working together as programmers. It's interesting because it has been a while since I've worked with someone for whom this was a first game.
Yep.
And that is unusual. So I have a almost 20-year history now in games, and
I have a 3-year history in working in games now.
That's right.
Well, I was kind of thrown into the deep end when I was hired. We didn't have any other programmers,
That's
so
good.
having others come onto the project was super exciting for me.
Yeah. Yes, it's funny because you think of programmers as working in a vacuum, but the truth is I think we benefit a lot from a meetings of the minds to be able to pass on just whatever bits and bobs I could think of to pass along as I encountered things working with you.
Well, one of the things Brett really helped me with was being more aware of how I was using processing power and memory and all sorts of things, like making the stuff I was writing more efficient. And as that became more and more of a concern later down on the road, I became much more aware of like, oh, I was doing this in a super unsustainable way.
Yeah, a lot of that's just, accruing experience, and the best way to pass that on is to be able to talk over it with someone. I mean, certainly I have been doing throughout my career, but that has changed over time. There's been a lot less direct mentorship later in my career because the teams are large and established, and I'm giving a lot of guidance, but not necessarily. I'm generally working with people who are more experienced, and so I don't have to pass those tidbits along, or they may have tidbits of their own that I'm picking up as well. So anyway, that's all been kind of a terrific part of this project for me in particular.
I will take any tidbits you have to share.
More tidbits.
I did most of the product labels in Tacoma. I had some help from some of our contract artists, but I feel like I spent most of my time on this game just making up boxes for things. And honestly, I'm a stickler for detail, but my only real secret is just research the hell out of it. Just look up everything you can find that is in that space as a
duck from Gone Home.
Try to distill the main concepts into something that you can make happen.
Dun, dun.
There's a Christmas duck in
Christmas
Nat's
duck.
bunk, which is very jolly and lights up and sings a song. And Patrick composed the lovely song, and I kind of set it up to be interactive so you could click it to turn it on and off and stuff. Where did the song come from for you?
Yeah, the main thing was just to kind of get that classic kind of MIDI piano sound, almost like the sound like when you open greeting cards and they play those like obnoxious tones at you. So it's just it's just a piano sound that I like really bit reduced and simulated sending it through a really small speaker. To kind of sell the idea that it was maybe cheaply manufactured.
Oh my god, that's so cool. Wait, so did you were playing it through like a real, like, physical tiny speaker?
Yeah, like a tiny speaker. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
Yeah, super analog. Yeah, but I love the Christmas duck just because, I don't know, it's
Happy
one of those
New Year, Mr.
moments
Pumpkin.
that feel like really personal when the player kind of stumbles across it. At least it did for me when I was playing through and
Come on,
found
Mr.
it,
Duck,
so.
time to go.
I come from this background, art-wise, of illustration. When I first went to school, it wasn't for games. It was for book illustration. And, it's a very traditional... A lot of the tools that you work with, if you're not working with Photoshop, are literally things like paint and scratchboard and very physical media. And eventually, in my career, I decided I really wanted to work in games. So, I moved to digital and 3D tools like Maya and ZBrush, and in this case, more recently, the Substance programs. There's this evolutionary biology idea of the Red Queen's race, where the faster you run, the more you stand still, sort of thing. And with game art, because it's constantly evolving, all the technology's changing all the time, everyone's making
Compliance,
tools,
abstraction,
always finding
performance,
new ways of
responsiveness,
making things look
independence,
cool.
creativity,
There's this process of
efficiency.
always learning that I mean, you always have to learn in illustration too, yeah, but kind of once you get a handle on painting, you sort of know what you're in for. But with game art tools, the moment you feel like you've mastered a game art tool is the moment a new one comes out that does something even better. So it's a very exciting world to work in, but at the same time, if you don't like learning things, it's, you know, it can be quite difficult, and sometimes it is frustrating. But, you know, the principles of it are more or less, they sort of stay the same. So, you know, if you're struggling with it at all, it's basically the patience that is the main skill you have to learn for game art. It's not necessarily whether you know Maya or not, it's whether or not you stick with it. But yeah, game art, it's a lot.
So the concept behind One Vein is that they are an augmented reality boy band, which is to say one of them is a physical person, i.e. Marcus, and the other two are
projections.
Like alternate personalities, kind of.
Like Hatsune Miku.
Much like.
But they do look like real people as opposed to...
It's true. It's
And importantly, the song that Nat is listening to in the shower was written by our one intern, Dylan, who's amazing.
Yes.
And he just wrote the One Vein song, the official One Vein song, and you can get it on Bandcamp.
Yeah.
And yeah, so he brought life to the One Vein band and wrote the lyrics.
And sang each part.
Yeah.
In character.
Which is exactly like what the fiction is, 'cause
Right.
it's the one guy.
Exactly.
So it's basically perfect. I remember there was one day where we were in the office and we were talking about naming them, and it was somehow like went from Veiny Johnny to Wizard.
Welcome back,
Marcus
man.
and Marcus.
Well, I thought that I
How's work going for you?
It basically started as us saying that the character's going to have different archetypes, kind
Right.
of. You know, because a lot of boy bands, it's like he's the bad boy with a leather jacket, and he's the sporty guy, and he's the nice guy with glasses. And so we were like, well, there's Marcus, who's just the general sexy, stylish boy band guy, and then there's Veiny Johnny, who's the sports boy. And then we were like, and then what else? It's like, what if one of them was just a wizard?
Washing paint dry, essentially. How's Tacoma been? Good. It's fine. We finished it. We finished it, and we're almost done going through the director's commentary.
Like, one of them's a skeleton warrior.
Yeah. That's a good point.
But yeah, I think we were like, what are their archetypes? One of them could be a wizard.
I have
and then
this
from
thing.
there,
I've been
we were
carrying
just
it
riffing.
for
We
like
were
15 minutes.
What if his name was just Wizard Marcus?
He just kind of hangs out with me.
Version of Marcus.
It upset Mickey and me,
By the
and
way,
now
I
I've
like
decided
that
he's
the
my friend.
human boy is just the all-purpose
regular.
boy.
General.
And then like somehow sports is like a fantasy thing
Very
alongside
special.
wizards.
Yeah, it's fine.
That
Sports are
good.
good.
Network technology is a funny wing for me because I made the gray block of it at least 3 separate times, like starting from scratch, like literally building the wing from scratch 3 separate times in gray block form, which is more than any other wing. And it was also, I think, one of the earliest wings that I worked on. Because it was one of the earliest gray blocks that I was doing, I was adding all sorts of like different purpose rooms to the wing originally. And in the process of like cutting a lot of those rooms and making the space more focused, it just made the most sense to like scrap the whole level and start from scratch. So the core of it would be designed to support a more focused space.
Right. Cutting off a bunch of rooms and just being left with a weird squirrely hallway or core that is no longer necessary can just be kind of like you're left with a strange shape.
Yeah. And also, like, even though I was remaking it, like, the core concept was still there. Like, I kept that circular staircase kind of thing in it from the beginning and never fully trashed that idea. So it was more like iteration to preserve and refine the good elements that I really enjoyed making. And then, yeah, being able to, like, reshape that to fit the more concise idea of the space was good.
When Steve asked me to voice Sergio, he didn't exactly say that Sergio was the villain of the story. But I could tell by the way he described Sergio, sort of smooth, confident, the public face of a big corporation, that he probably wasn't going to be the hero. So when I got the script, I learned that Sergio speaks in monologues rather than dialogue with other characters. That got me thinking about how video games present characters through PA systems and audio logs. So I was thinking about games like System Shock 2 and of course BioShock and Andrew Ryan. So I began to think about how to convey Sergio's villainy in a sort of video gamey way, which is to say, not how I normally teach actors to work, which means the kind of acting you typically find in video games. It sort of insists that the actor wear that one defining thing about a character on his sleeve. So villains sound properly villainous. So when it came time to record, I asked Steve and Carla what they were looking for, and Steve just said, "Be yourself." And I was like, And Steve said, "No, we really want you to just be your kind of genial, soothing self. Don't play the villainy, just play it straight," which I translated to mean find the truth, which is what actors do. There are a lot of things to admire about Tacoma, but for me, it's the naturalness of the performances that really delivers the characters and roots them in a believable reality. It's the way that we don't tell you what you're supposed to think or feel about these characters, and the way we don't distill our roles into easily recognizable types. As actors, we make choices that trust the player to construct meaning on her own rather than pulling from a bag of tricks that every actor owns. I think when you trust your actors like that, you're really communicating a sense of trust in your players as well.
Odin's wetware is this little drawer that, with the gold handle that Amy pulls out of this pillar and takes back to her ship. And the player doesn't really get a long look at Odin during the little animation that plays. So I am including a little snapshot render of the model itself.
Oh wait,
when
I want to see that.
we first
Hold on.
started
Go ahead.
talking about Odin's design, like not Odin the room, but Odin the actual, this little individual piece of wetware, Carla had mentioned the shapes and forms of a Romanesco cauliflower. And in my first version of the model, I'd actually taken up an alpha or black and white height map, essentially, of a Romanesco cauliflower and sort of pressed it into the actual model to get the shapes. But it was a bit noisy and it didn't really read as intended. It made some cool patterns, but it was also a little cluttered visually. So we did a second pass on the model, and we made him look more brain-like, more wetware-like, more organic. And in Odin 2.2, it felt more like a living piece of technology than the previous rendition had. And I remember spending a lot of time painting out the little veins and things in there. And I really like how gross it looks. This is another part of it. I tried to make it as glossy and weird as I could. So that's Odin. He's actually, it's a handsome voice in a gross little box.
Yeah, he is. Poor Odin. Mr. Duck, I don't know if you can come up the space elevator with me, but I hope you do. Let's find out. No, Mr. Duck. Mr. Duck. No. All right. Hi. Alright, now are there any new...
Do you fit in when we get done?
Ah, there are.
So, the cryopods here in Hub are meant to freeze the crew in case of emergency. And these pods can be seen through the cryo room window in Hub from the very beginning of the game. To not ruin the story or the mystery of whether the crew are in the pods or not, I tried to make a script that would effectively make it so the glass on the cryopods is opaque and then slowly becomes transparent as you move in. However, when I was making this script, there was a fun event. The test color I used, it was a blood red. It did look like the cryopods were all filled with blood. which then kind of dissipated into a mist as you approached. This is the kind of thing you want to show your fellow teammates. And before I did that, I decided to get the skeleton model that is in medical and put one in every one of the cryopods, and then call people over and have them give it a shot. It's the kind of thing you really want to do when you're showing off a new feature.
Sure. Whatever you say, buddy. Okay, so I think that's all of them. So we need to grab the data and then...
Still wait. Just keep on talking.
So the drone work?
And then we'll be done. Except for whatever the last of the things are on the way out, because they said there would be new ones on the way out the door. And then he opens his thing over here.
Not exactly. No, not exactly. But my guess, they'll have some.
Did that machine speak to me when I bumped into it?
Here.
Where are you going?
Wipe him back to baseline.
Romeo.
Probably have to replace the station AI entirely while he...
Isn't there a Juliet somewhere? Or am I wrong about that? I feel like I'm remembering... Yeah! Be together. Activate Juliet and reunite her with... Yeah, there we go. Romeo, oh Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? What are you going on about, Easy? What? Get rid of all these. Alright. We officially have all the data. And can head back through to our ship. Excuse me. Jesus. Nothing new in the first room. Oh, that looks so cool. Anyways, get fucked, you. Is there a new one on the way through? Doesn't seem like there is.
Minnie, I'm back.
Ah, there's like one last one right there. Okay. I love how it doesn't start to work.
Ship is ready to depart. Please strap into the pilot seat.
The fun thing for us about where Tacoma ends up is that the whole game has been about Amy, who's voiced by Sarah Grayson, who did the voice of Sam in Gone Home, coming into contact finally with Odin, who's voiced by Carl Lumbly, who played Porter in Minerva's Den, and them kind of getting to be cool friends and ride off into the sunset together.
And fighting crime.
Yeah, maybe. We don't know.
They're totally fighting crime.
That's
They're fighting
true.
AI crime.
Corporate crime.
Hell yes.
Fair point. And also, you know, I really wanted to have kind of a, like, you know, hell yeah kind of moment at the end and be like, oh, you were there to save him and now you get to escape.
Even if what's going to go on past that point might be a little more difficult.
Right. Like, it's once, you know, it's sort of what Odin implies in the first conversation he has with Sarah, where it's like, once the AILF actually has their hands
He
on
worked on
AI,
the game and didn't
it's
tell
not
me.
clear
No,
if they
I
really know
wish.
what they're going to do with
Right.
it. But, you know,
I'd love to go
getting
work
him out
with
of,
an indie game
out of
company.
the hands of Venturis is step
In
one.
any- Yeah.
And then relying on their sovereignty
any way,
as,
voice
a,
work or-
as a, like, free orbital
Right.
platform is step two,
not
I
a
guess,
designer,
maybe,
but I'll
or them
script
having to
it.
go into hiding. I don't
Even
even
though
know.
Juno is on the track of Amy in some way, and even if Amy's harder to track down than it looks, it still might be a problem.
Yeah, and
Probably.
And so, you know, I think that we don't know where the stories in our games go after the end of the credits, and so I think we're really focused on what happens within the text and the possibilities of where that could go next, and hopefully those seeming interesting. So thank you so much for playing through Tacoma with commentary mode enabled. Yeah. We hope that you learned some things about how the game was made and how different people on the team thought about their work than you would have otherwise. And just thank you in general for taking time to play the game.
Nina and Tynan did a shit ton of work cutting up all of these VO files.
Yeah,
and we should thank them as well.
Thank you, Nina and Tynan, for editing these hundreds of minutes of commentary into the thing that people just played through.
Into concise, beautiful nuggets of information.
Oh, we'll see about that.
They're concise and beautiful.
A lot of them were us talking, so I don't know about beautiful necessarily.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, everybody. See you next time.
Here we go.
Oh wow, I could not have timed that commentary better. So, that's it. That's round 2 of Tacoma. We've done it twice today. I'm fucking tired and I'm gonna go take a nap. I'm gonna let this run through its thing here with its credits, and then I am gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna turn this. Jesus Christ, can we be less loud? Holy shit, can we be less loud? Apparently not. But I'm gonna let this thing run through its credits, and then I'm gonna raid out so that I can go take my sleep before work tonight. So I hope you guys had a good time. And those of you who are here, thank you for coming out. Thank you for keeping in touch. And we'll see you in the next one. See you then.
The ground's not even half picked up, plus whatever.